Do you know how scary it is when a zombie becomes disciplined? His name is Zombie. His age is unknown. When he died is also unknown. He only remembers the first day after the zombie outbreak. He was unable to escape and became one of them. After that, he wandered around with his kind until one day humans appeared with weapons that emitted blue light. From then on, the zombie army was defeated and some zombies were even enslaved by humans. Zombie didn't understand why zombies had to eat people or why humans had to exterminate zombies. But he knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to become stronger. So from that day on, Zombie began his disciplined life. If he wasn't swimming around the world a few times a day, he was lifting weights for hours on end. He even ate protein powder as food. So Zombie became bald but also became stronger. Despite this, he still only wanted to be friends with humans. In order to achieve this dream, he once rescued human cubs from a fire and even caught a plane with his bare hands to avoid a major disaster. When facing an oncoming train at high speed, he only needed one punch to solve the problem. In order to get along better with humans, he gathered all the zombies in an abandoned city and required them to eat eggs every day. However, one day when Zombie was buying eggs in the supermarket, he found that his subordinates were on the wanted list again. At the same time, two reporters were secretly taking pictures nearby. They didn't believe that Zombie had the ability to lift a plane with his bare hands. But the next second they were stunned by what they saw. Zombie lifted a truck weighing tens of tons with one hand and then jumped on the spot and broke through the atmosphere with the truck in an instant. After circling most of the earth, Zombie finally arrived at his territory. The zombies who saw this scene were very excited, but two zombie cubs next to them asked, "King, why didn't you drive the truck over?" "Because I don't have a driver's license," Zombie replied awkwardly after answering the question. He then came to where his subordinates were gathered and various zombie bosses inside were already getting impatient waiting for him. But when Zombie opened the door for a moment, his subordinates still quickly stood in 2 rows. At this time, Zombie slapped the wanted order on Ah Go's body and said, "Ah Go, what's going on? How did you get wanted by humans again?" Ah Go was sweating profusely and then explained tremblingly that he couldn't control himself when he met humans. At this time Blackie also said, "Although our zombie territory is still expanding infinitely, we have changed several capitals in order to avoid humans. Varmint even proposed the idea of going to war with humans. It's been so long that my chainsaw is going to rust." But just as Zombie was about to educate them about how terrible humans are, there was a sudden loud rumbling sound from the sky. It turned out that human fighter jets had unknowingly arrived above them and the commander inside was actually a young woman with a heroic appearance. At this moment, the president on the fighter jet was looking at the screen data and pondering. 2 subordinates reported to her. Everything was ready and they could act at any time. The president tilted her head slightly and asked, "Where is the cargo?" It turned out that there was a stunningly powerful heavyweight nuclear bomb on the fighter jet. "Come on, I'm going to level this place in 20 minutes. At this moment, Zombie below also sensed the crisis. Varmint was even more gleaming in his eyes, shouting and wanting to rush up and fight them desperately. But at this time, Zombie stopped him and said, "No, you will become out of control when you get close to humans. You should take the citizens and evacuate here first. As for those humans, let me go and meet them instead." Soon after, some armed trucks also slowly drove into here. Their mission was to search for survivors on the ground. At this moment, the cockpit door of the fighter jet suddenly opened. A fully armed white-haired boy stood tall in the middle. Facing the dense zombies below, he was not panicked at all. Instead, he curved his lips and vowed to kill all the bosses here. At the same time, a man in a white coat was staring at the screen in front of him. "Brother Faye, that seems to be a person from the Extraordinaries Academy. Hearing this, the man's mouth curled slightly and said, "Let's play with them well." After saying that, he pressed a red button hard. Immediately, a cage full of humans fell from the sky, finally landing slowly in the middle of the zombie horde. At the same time, the rescue team also received the desperate distress signal from the humans. Immediately, they tried their best to suppress them slowly with firepower. But at this time, a red-haired girl suddenly screamed, "How can that zombie not die?" Looking in the direction she pointed, they saw 2 zombie cubs hugging each other and shivering. And blocking in front of them, was actually our male protagonist, Zombie. Suddenly, a blonde soldier raised a rocket launcher and aimed at the zombie. However, at this time someone reminded the blonde soldier, "Sir, we seem to have bombed the wrong person. This zombie masked man seems to be the recently emerging extraordinary human." The blonde soldier was stunned by what he saw. He had accidentally blown up the wrong person. But as the white smoke cleared, Zombie was standing there unharmed, touching his head with a puzzled look. At this moment, President on the fighter jet suddenly spotted the zombie boss's trail. So she ordered the white-haired boy to go to Zone B and intercept him. As soon as she finished speaking, the white-haired boy immediately leaped from the fighter jet at a height of 100 meters. On the other side, the man in the white robe started his mysterious plan in a certain room. "Brother Faye, I didn't expect them to evacuate the civilians. They are not to be messed with." Hearing this, Faye smiled slightly and tilted her head. "Let's give them something fun then." The green-haired man nodded immediately in understanding. Then under his control one of the zombies in the horde suddenly underwent a horrifying mutation in a short while. And his change also caught the attention of Zombie in the distance. But just then, the blonde soldier from the rescue team suddenly sprinted. While Zombie was still confused, he hoisted him up and ran towards his own convoy. He muttered as he ran that he had saved his life. After throwing Zombie onto the car, he hurriedly urged the driver to run faster. And so the zombies' boss was successfully rescued. On the way, the red-haired girl asked him why he always wore a zombie mask. Zombie looked embarrassed when he heard this. He didn't know how to answer. Meanwhile, the other rescue team also ran into trouble. They saw the mutated zombie lift up a bus. Then he threw it at them with great force. Fortunately, the white-haired boy appeared in time. He cut the bus in half with just one slash. The crowd cheered when they saw this scene. "Great, it's the president of the Academy's swordsmanship club. We're saved now." Marshall told them to take the civilians away first. He would handle the rest. Just then, the zombie let out a piercing scream, as if it was suffering from great pain. Marshall noticed this and quickly drew his knife. Facing the zombie's attack, he slashed down. The zombie's body instantly cracked with numerous fissures, then exploded with a bang, shattering into pieces. He thought he could end the fight early, but he heard a rush of footsteps, interrupting his sense of victory. Marshall turned his head and looked at the source of the sound. He saw Zombie had quietly walked to the side of that zombie without him noticing. Zombie said, "I'm sorry, I'm too late." When Marshall heard that, he immediately classified him as one of the zombies. Then he raised his knife and slashed at Zombie. But the next second he was stripped naked and hung on a power pole. At the same time, the soldiers on the plane also noticed something was wrong. "Oh no! Marshall's health is dropping fast." The president was stunned to hear this. Marshall was actually defeated. "Damn it, there are still civilians who haven't gotten out. We can't drop the bomb on them." She gave a slight shake and jumped off the fighter jet. Zombie was baffled by what was happening. Another figure appeared in the air, speeding towards him. It was the commander of this mission. She quickly drew her sword from her waist. And then she slashed at Zombie with her move, White Blade. But the next second, the sword that could cut through anything shattered with a loud crack. President, who witnessed this scene, was incredulous. Zombie, on the other hand, was unscathed. President's eyes widened slightly. "What the hell is this thing?" She then hastily jumped back and put several meters of distance between them. Zombie looked a bit embarrassed at the woman who suddenly appeared, and quickly explained, "Well, I already apologized earlier." Hearing the zombie speak, President was also shocked. But she wouldn't let go of the enemy in front of her, and immediately pulled out her second sword, coldly saying, "Come on, let me see how powerful you really are." Zombie shook his head helplessly. "I said, can't you humans listen to me patiently until I finish talking?" Before he finished his sentence, President rushed at him like an arrow. She thought her speed was unmatched, but she didn't expect to miss this strike. She immediately turned 360 degrees and used her ultimate move, Red Blade. Red flashes of light swept across, cutting everything in half that they touched, even the buildings around them. However, under such an attack, Zombie just bent down slightly and dodged it. "Damn it, you're playing with me." The survivors around were almost done evacuating, and even Marshall, who was knocked out by the zombie, was dragged onto the car. The assistant on the fighter jet called President urgently, telling her to come back quickly. But President was fighting with the zombie fiercely, and had no time to care. The zombie was also helpless. Why was this woman so persistent? President had never been able to touch the zombie's edge, and now she was almost going crazy. They chased each other across half of the city. President saw that she couldn't catch up with the zombie, and immediately activated her second form. Her calves suddenly spewed out a lot of white gas, and after charging up, she shot out like a sharp sword. She came to the zombie's back in an instant, and then used her strongest move. The two landed almost at the same time.
Target eliminated.
President thought she had taken care of the zombie. As she was talking to the fighter jet on the radio, a mysterious force was plotting something on the other side. They had even planted a spy in President's team. Just when everyone was cheering for their rescue, the spy on the jet suddenly activated the nuclear bomb launcher. And then he pressed the button without hesitation. With a click sound. The next second, the heavy-duty nuke dropped from the jet. At this point, the spy in the cockpit had been subdued by the other two. When they reported this news to the others, everyone showed a fearful expression, looking at the nuke that was falling fast. President started to panic too. Then she quickly opened the ejector seat and tried to jump back to the jet. But the next second she froze in place. It turned out that her fight with Zombie had drained all her energy. Just when President didn't know what to do, Zombie suddenly appeared in front of her with a flash. Then before she could react, Zombie grabbed her and spun her around on the ground. Then President was thrown into the sky, and finally landed precisely on her jet. It took her a while to come to her senses. Suddenly, she realized with horror that the zombie was still alive. At this point, the nuke was less than 1 kilometer from the ground. However, Zombie didn't seem to have any intention of dodging. He lifted his foot and kicked hard. The ground cracked open around him as the center. And Zombie flew into the air like a sharp sword. For his citizens, he bravely faced the nuke. Just before he touched the nuke, Zombie stretched out his fingers and clenched them. With a bang, he actually smashed the nuke's warhead flat. Everyone who saw this scene showed an incredulous expression. A loud boom echoed through the sky and earth. As a huge mushroom cloud rose up, Zombie completely disappeared into the flames. After a long time, when the flames slowly died out in the ruins, President on the jet showed a terrified expression. She saw a figure falling from the sky. Zombie scratched his head and thought, "Oh, I have to spend money to buy clothes again." While Zombie was worried about having nothing to wear, President on the fighter jet started to feel depressed. What's wrong with President? Why is he so gloomy? You better not ask. President fought zombies all his life, but now he was saved by a zombie. That kind of mood would make anyone unhappy, right? But then another subordinate suddenly shouted, "President, you got it wrong." She took the zombie's file and came forward to explain. This guy is not a zombie. He is an abnormal human who likes to wear a zombie mask lately. Hearing this, the girl's face instantly darkened like she wanted to eat someone. The next day, a ragged man came to the human city. Zombie quickly teleported to a phone booth. He was relieved when he learned that his men had safely retreated. But little did he know, his every move in the city was captured by the cameras. As soon as he returned to his rental room naked, President spotted his trail through the surveillance. At this moment, Zombie seemed to feel that he was being watched. And looking at the naked zombie, the girl's face was full of black lines. One day, Zombie was doing his usual self-discipline training. But thinking of his brothers who were still homeless, Zombie couldn't help but wonder. He didn't know if they had settled down well. However, at this moment, his door was suddenly kicked open by someone. It was the woman he had saved before. She ordered her men to start moving things around as soon as she entered. While Zombie was still confused, the woman suddenly took out an admission letter and put it in front of his eyes. "We are from the Beyonders Academy. We are here to inform you that you have been accepted. From now on, you are a member of our academy." After saying that, she pointed at Zombie. A few men in suits got the order and approached him in an instant. But Zombie protested quickly. "What are you guys doing? Can zombies go to school too?" However, President insisted that he was just a human wearing a zombie mask. And so, the poor zombie was forced to enroll in the Beyonders Academy. At this point, The redhead girl said. President, is it okay for us to recruit people privately like this? And the dorms are full now too. Hearing this, President thought for a moment and then said. Then let him stay with me for now. Zombie was totally confused by the woman in front of him. Seeing that she didn't say anything for a long time, he asked tentatively. So, do I live here from now on? And where do I sleep? What's the problem? Or do you want to sleep with me? She said to him. Zombie quickly waved his hands to show that he didn't mean that. But actually he had some fantasies in his mind. However, at this moment, the woman said to him. You can stay in the guest room next door. Hearing this, Zombie felt a bit disappointed and said. I think you guys got it wrong. I'm not a human. The woman didn't answer after hearing his words. Instead, she started to fiddle with her legs. Just when Zombie was puzzled, she actually took off her legs. Then she calmly explained. I cut off these legs myself. It turned out that when she was a girl, there was a zombie outbreak in her village. Her parents not only turned into zombies, but also bit her legs. She had to chop off her own legs in order to survive. And she also killed her zombified parents with her own hands. It was from that moment on that she swore to kill any zombie she encountered. Hearing this, Zombie quickly swallowed back the truth that he was a zombie. Then the woman looked at Zombie and asked, what were you going to say just now? You must have heard it wrong. I didn't say anything. To ease the awkwardness, Zombie quickly changed the topic and asked, what is this Beyonders Academy you guys mentioned? The woman didn't pursue the previous topic either. Instead, she started to tell Zombie about the history of the academy. It had been more than 1,000 years since the zombie outbreak. In order for humans to survive better, the government created the Beyonders Academy. And this academy was specially designed to train talents who could deal with zombies. Hearing this, Zombie couldn't help but think of how he looked like when he became a zombie. He didn't expect that he was already over 1,000 years old now. Then the woman said to him, tomorrow is the registration time for the academy. If you don't show up, we will be investigating your motive for trying to run away. And by the way, my name is Violet. The one you met tomorrow, Dawn, will show you around. Hearing this, Zombie was baffled. Dawn, do I know this human? Standing in front of the Beyonders Academy, Zombie looked completely confused, so much so that he didn't even hear Dawn when she tried to greet him. This made Dawn angry and she started to scold Zombie. After throwing a final remark about the upcoming assessment, she stormed off towards the academy. Zombie, realizing he had made a mistake, quickly caught up with her and asked if the school required an entrance exam. As it turns out, this academy only accepts students with special abilities, and if their assessment scores don't meet the requirements, they won't be admitted. They arrived at the assessment site and saw hundreds of new students, each with their own unique physical appearance due to their special abilities. Since there were too many new students, Dawn had to ride on Zombie's head to get a better view. Curious, Zombie asked if he was exempt from the assessment since he had lifted an airplane in front of humans before. However, Dawn explained that lifting an airplane was only considered a common ability in this academy and that the teachers there didn't pay attention to the news. Suddenly, a limping old man slowly made his way to the podium. Hello, I am your examiner. You may also call me sports department's president, Chen, he introduced himself. The academy has been around for hundreds of years, and during that time, we have trained a variety of talents. Hope you can train hard like your predecessors and become an outstanding student. However, before he could finish his speech, Zombie suddenly interrupted with a question. What if a zombie was among the students, he asked. The examiner's response was blunt, we'll tear it limb from limb, and we will neuter it. Hearing this, Zombie felt a sharp pain in his lower body. Next up was the assessment, starting with a race. At the sound of the starting gun, the students rushed out like swords, running 100 meters in just 3 seconds. However, Zombie was still standing on the starting line, looking completely bewildered. They soon arrived at the second stage, which was a shooting competition. With a stylish pose, Dawn fired several bullets, and in the next second, the zombie head on the target was completely shot off. To avoid revealing his identity as a zombie, Zombie had to act cautiously and keep a low profile. He would always just pass the assessments with scores right on the passing line. While others had to run the 100-meter dash in under 10 seconds to pass, he would run it in exactly 9.57 seconds. And while others had to throw the shot put over 80 meters to pass, he would just throw it to 80.1 meters. However, despite his efforts to go unnoticed, Chen had taken notice of Zombie's behavior. He looked at the data in his hand and pondered for a moment. All of Zombie's subjects had only just reached the passing line, yet Violet said he was very strong. Was this person hiding his true strength, or did he have some secrets he was keeping? Soon, the next assessment arrived, testing the student's ability to throw a javelin. A red-haired boy took a stance and unleashed all his power. The next moment, the javelin flew out like a shooting star and hit the zombie target's lower body with a bang. Zombie, who witnessed the scene, felt a chill down his spine. The javelin had pierced through 3 zombie targets in an instant and still showed no sign of slowing down. Finally, it stuck into a road sign 32 kilometers away. Soon after the red-haired boy finished his assessment, Zombie stepped up to the stage. As he walked past, the red-haired boy gave him a disdainful look. However, Zombie did not react much and quietly picked up the javelin to begin his low-key assessment. Suddenly, Chen called out to stop him, attracting the attention of those around them. He walked up to Zombie and asked, "You're Zombie, the one introduced by Violet, right? She said you're very strong, but every time you take an assessment, you just barely pass. Are you hiding something? Everyone here is putting in all their effort, but you seem to be holding back. Are you a zombie?" Upon hearing this statement, Zombie quickly waved his hands to indicate that he is, in fact, a human. Chen then stated, "If your spear can be thrown more than 4 kilometers, I'll acknowledge that you're qualified. But if you can't, I'll charge you with espionage and castrate you." At this point, Zombie was completely dumbfounded. Ever since he turned into a zombie, he had been living in hiding, constantly exercising every day just to stay alive and avoid being captured by humans. So when Chen issued his challenge, Zombie thought to himself, "I'll just throw it as far as I can." Without hesitation, Zombie raised the spear in his hand, and with a flash of red in his eyes, a powerful energy surged through the exam hall. In just a moment, the spear had flown into space, piercing a satellite with a loud pop and continuing on its trajectory towards the moon. The students in the exam room were all blown away by Zombie's tremendous power. Chen cursed in disbelief at the destruction caused by a mere human. Unbeknownst to him, a gaping hole had been created on the surface of the moon, caused by the spear's impact. The power of this 1,000-year-old zombie is terrifying. His spear, thrown casually, can create a hole on the moon with ease. The force of the throw even caused the entire field to shatter, and the onlooker students were directly lifted off their feet. As they watched the students falling from the sky and the calm zombie in the field, both the examiner and students were amazed and in shock. Dawn looked at Zombie in admiration and asked, "You're so amazing. How far did you throw it?" Zombie scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "I don't know either. I just tried my best like I was told to." Hearing this, a meteorite that was about to hit the Earth was scared out of its wits. After passing the test, Zombie successfully passed the assessment. He asked Dawn if he could go home now with his certificate. Dawn looked at him as though he were a fool and said, "Why would you want to do that? With your strength, you could become a president. Do you know how much authority the president of a department has?" Zombie looked confused at Dawn's words. Dawn explained to him, "Take Violet, the Blade Department's president, for example. She not only commands an army, but can also use tanks, airplanes, and artillery at will, and even has the authority to use nuclear weapons. She even manages a city with a population of 40 million. And even the mayor is under her control. Strictly speaking, she is the true mayor." However, none of this impressed Zombie as he had his own city to govern. Soon, led by Dawn, they arrived at the biotech department. This is the logistics department for the students, and any student who passed the test could come here to choose a weapon. Zombie saw a picture frame on the table with a harmonious family of 4, which reminded him of his own family. Dawn explained to him, this was Professor Jamie, the former president of the biotech department, who was fondly known as the logistics minister. However, after his wife died, Professor Jamie became obsessed with using humans and zombies for biological research. But he was dismissed by the Academy for going overboard. The Academy even issued an order to kill him on sight. Just then, a girl with glasses walked over and asked, "Did Dawn pass the test?" Dawn replied proudly, "Of course." Dawn then introduced a zombie. She's the orphan adopted by Professor Jamie and the acting president of the biotech department. As they were talking, the acting president walked over to her seat and said, "Come over here. What kind of equipment do you need?" Upon hearing this, Dawn immediately stepped forward and said, "I need something that can carry more weapons, preferably something that can fit a Gatling gun in my pants." It seems that Dawn is ready to enter the gunner department. "What about you?" the acting president asked Zombie. However, when she saw Zombie's face, she was frightened and screamed loudly. Dawn quickly explained, "Sister, you got it wrong. He's not a zombie, he's just a human wearing a zombie mask. Do you think I'm stupid? Or are your eyes growing out of your ass? He's obviously a zombie." Upon hearing this, Dawn lied and said that she had already seen Zombie's face, which dispelled the acting president's concerns. "Alright, I'll trust you this time. What kind of weapons do you need?" After some thought, Zombie said, "I don't really have anything mind. It's just that whenever I go out, I somehow always end up going home naked. So, maybe a set of clothes that won't rip." Upon hearing this, the acting president was speechless. Meanwhile, inside the dojo of the swordsmanship department, Marshall was kneeling on the ground, looking very embarrassed without any clothes on. On the other side of him, a woman had her leg resting on the table, listening to him recount his defeat. He was super strong. As soon as I charged over, my entire vision turned dark. And the very next second, I was already standing on top of the lamp post. The woman spoke slowly, "Can your president win against him? I feel like he's even stronger than my president." Upon hearing this, the woman walked up to Marshall and asked, "I'm very interested in that guy now. What's his name?" This girl is none other than Lan Chi, the president of the sword department. She and Violet, the president of the blade department, belong to the same level and both possess absolute control over a city. They have been long-time rivals and will resort to any means to poach members from each other's department. Because the population of the city managed by the blade department is always one more than that managed by the sword department, Lan Chi, the president of the latter, even wishes she had a twin to surpass the blade department. As Lan Chi walked away, Marshall couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. "Mr. Zombie, I wish you good luck." Meanwhile, in the academy's teaching building, Zombie was taking notes furiously as the teacher explained how to capture zombies. The zombies not only love human flesh but also have a fondness for eggs. By exploiting their weaknesses, we can capture them. Zombie was startled to hear this news. He never thought that humans had such core secrets. Nowadays, ordinary zombies pose no threat to humans. By capturing them and placing a piece of meat in front of them, they can run indefinitely and generate unlimited power for humans. Moreover, by refining them into corpse oil, the humans can also solve the fuel problem in industry. The thought made Zombie work even harder to take notes. Just then, Dawn curiously approached him. "What are you doing?" Zombie replied without looking up, "I want to write down everything the teacher says so that I can tell my family when I go home." Hearing this, Dawn looked puzzled. "Your family?" At that moment, a broadcast came on, "All students, please note that the new first-year students should gather in the indoor venue." Shortly afterward, the indoor venue of the academy was crowded with people. Just as Zombie and Dawn were wondering what was happening, Violet, the president of the blade department, walked over and said, "This is a very important meeting. You all better be quiet. You were introduced by me, so don't cause me any trouble." At the same time, on the other side, Lan Chi stared curiously at Zombie and wondered, "Is that guy Zombie? He doesn't seem very smart and doesn't appear to be very powerful either." She then prepared to have her subordinates test Zombie's strength. Just then, the door of the indoor venue opened, and a man with several robots walked in. This man was the president of the Mechanical Life Form Department, who also happened to be Grand President of the Academy. Everyone bowed and paid their respects to him. Seeing Zombie standing there stupidly, Dawn pushed down his head and said, "What are you doing?" This is the president of the Mechanical Life Form Department, one of the most powerful people in the Academy. As the Grand President walked past Violet, he patted her on the shoulder and said softly, "Thanks to you for the last operation, you did a great job." Seeing this scene, Zombie looked puzzled and wondered if something was going on between them. Dawn smirked at him and asked if he was jealous. Zombie replied that he was just asking a casual question. He then asked Dawn if the Grand President was powerful. Dawn explained, "Do you remember Professor Jamie I told you about before? He was the last batch of people to conduct biological research before he was wanted. Among the tens of thousands of experimental subjects, only he survived. After Professor Jamie was wanted, he founded the Mechanical Life Form Department. His strong power convinced people, and he successfully increased the city's population under his management to 50 million. In the 10 years he governed the city, not a single zombie appeared in his jurisdiction, and he wiped out every single one of them. Hearing this, Zombie was suddenly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. At that moment, the voice of the Grand President rang out, "Although all of you are only first-year students, you are all elites from various fields. Now, I have a matter that requires your assistance." With that, he signaled the nearby robot to activate the camera, and the robot's head opened to project an imprisoned figure behind the Grand President. "This person is a spy we captured a few days ago. He secretly dropped a nuclear bomb, nearly killing one of our outstanding presidents." Upon seeing the figure, Zombie's anger soared. "So it was this guy who bombed me with a nuclear bomb last time." The Grand President continued, "Normally, such a person would be executed immediately, but according to reliable intelligence, this person is the confidant of the former president of the biotech department. In order to make him reveal the hiding place of Professor Jamie, we have tried various methods, but students from grades 2 to 5 have all failed, even using the rack, needle pricks, and castration, but he still did not budge. You are all talents from different regions, and I declare here that whoever can make him reveal the hiding place of Professor Jamie will be appointed as the vice president." With those words, chaos erupted in the audience. As a first-year student, they couldn't believe they stumbled upon such an opportunity. The students then began to sign up, displaying their unique skills and abilities. Some resorted to verbal intimidation, some resorted to offering incense and praying, some resorted to banging drums and gongs, and still, others even recited scriptures. Watching these peculiar actions from the students, Violet felt a wave of dizziness, wondering what kind of talented individuals she had recruited. 2 hours later, though students tried every trick in the book, they still could not extract any information from the prisoner, nor could they even make him speak. It was then that Dawn looked towards Zombie and asked, "Zombie, can you make him speak?" Upon hearing this, Zombie's expression became serious. "Not only can I make him speak, but I can also make him sing loudly." Dawn's face lit up with excitement upon hearing this, and with the Grand President's approval, Zombie slowly made her way towards the interrogation room, muttering, "My subordinates have always been obedient, but they always lose control when they see humans for no reason. I hope this human can explain something." Those who did not understand the truth, like Violet and Dawn, were puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm. But soon after, Zombie walked into the interrogation room, where the man was imprisoned. Upon seeing Zombie, the man snorted and did not even bother to look at him. However, Zombie did not speak. He only stared coldly at the man. The man, seeing this, spoke first. "Are there no more people in your academy? Sending new recruits like you is useless. I won't betray Brother Faye." In the next moment, Zombie responded with action. His arm quickly sliced across the man's body, leaving a wound on his arm. At first, the man looked at the wound with disdain, even laughing out loud. "Are you here to joke around? I am not afraid of having my balls crushed, and a mosquito bite would hurt more than your scratch. Could you please use a little more force?" It wasn't until Zombie coldly said, "Stand up," that the man obediently stood up. Watching this scene, Violet and others in the monitoring room were shocked. How did he do it? It turned out that when Zombie scratched the man just now, he had also injected the zombie virus into the man's body. The virus traveled through the man's blood and quickly took control of his brain. The man had now become a second-generation zombie under Zombie's control. Then, Zombie asked the man what his name was. The man answered, "My name is Shao Kai." This made everyone in the monitoring room even more shocked. Did he have the ability to control other people's thoughts? Zombie then asked, "I heard you're a close subordinate of Professor Jamie. So you must know a lot, right?" "Yes, I know most of the things." "Okay, then tell me, why did the zombies in Y City suddenly lose control?" "Because Brother Faye sprayed a biological agent over the city. The zombies became violent after smelling the agent. However, we can control these zombies. Brother Faye ordered them to attack humans to get combat data from the Beyonders Academy." "Why did you do this?" "Brother Faye only told me that he was doing something great. He ordered us to control the zombies and kill humans, extract combat data from the members of the Beyonders Academy, but I don't know anything else. Where is Professor Jamie currently located? He is located 500 meters underground in the ruins of the H-City. After obtaining Professor Jamie's location, Zombie commanded the man to turn around, and he walked out step by step. In a zombie-like tone, he muttered, "You people are really hateful, and I don't want to see you again. Take care of it yourself. The man responded woodenly, "Understood." As Zombie walked out of the interrogation room, everyone's gaze upon him was filled with fear, causing them to unconsciously step back. The surrounding murmurs were heard, "This guy is too twisted, it's terrifying. He can actually control people's thoughts." Listening to the surrounding comments, Violet stared sternly at Zombie, while Lan Chi became even more curious about him. Just then, the Grand President applauded, "Truly awe-inspiring. First-year students are indeed full of surprises. I promised you the position of Vice President, and I will fulfill my promise. Now come with me to register." Just as Zombie was about to inquire about Professor Jamie, the Grand President interrupted him, "No rush, we are also looking for him." Afterward, under the Grand President, they left. Once they departed, Lan Chi's subordinates looked puzzled. "Strange, do we still need to register for the Vice President position?" Lan Chi was also unsure of what the Grand President was up to, so she decided to follow along and see. Meanwhile, 500 meters underground in a laboratory in H-City, the man with glasses turned to Professor Jamie and said, "Brother Fei, according to reliable sources, the spy has already confessed, and our location has been exposed." Upon hearing this, Professor Jamie did not answer but instead fell into brief contemplation. After a moment, he said, "It doesn't matter if he confess. We will do what we need to do. Let them come." The man with glasses was filled with cold sweat. "Those people are not to be trifled with. You are taking a great risk." Professor Jamie walked away nonchalantly. "Our experiment is nearing its end. If they can come, all the better. Let them witness the birth of a new species." In the meantime, Zombie followed the Grand President to an abandoned factory in the outskirts. As he surveyed his surroundings, he asked the Grand President, "Where are we? Didn't you say you were going to take me to register and then find Professor Jamie?" The Grand President stopped in his tracks and said coldly, "Zombie, when did you learn to speak human language?" Puzzled, Zombie asked, "Are you talking to me?" Just then, the Grand President turned around and aimed his plasma cannon at Zombie. "Yes, I'm talking about you." With that, he pulled the trigger. Zombie was hit in the head before he could react, and the group following behind him narrowly avoided the blast. That was close. That's the Grand President's speedy cannon. It can instantly reach temperatures of 10,000 degrees and dissolve any substance. As the smoke cleared, the Grand President muttered, "They're fools. I'm not. I don't even know what the Academy's security guards are doing. Strange things have infiltrated the Academy, and they don't even know it. The zombies' weakness is in the head. Once the head is removed, they lose all ability to act. I'm sorry, Mr. Zombie, but the Academy is not where you belong." As soon as he finished speaking, Zombie turned into a green light and appeared before him in an instant, slamming him into a wall. The Grand President stared in disbelief. How is this possible? Just then, his accompanying robot came to his aid, and 4 lasers were fired at Zombie, engulfing him in a fiery explosion. The next moment, a dark figure quickly emerged from the flames and grabbed one of the robot's necks. Taking advantage of this, the Grand President quickly jumped 2,000 meters away. But when he stabilized himself and looked back at the battlefield, he was shocked to see that his robot had been instantly killed, and the headless zombie was coldly holding 2 robot heads and looking at him. The Grand President standing by was utterly shocked, wondering what in the world was this thing. How could a headless zombie be so strong? Even Lan Chi and her subordinates, who were hiding on the side, were completely bewildered. Just then, Zombie suddenly exerted a burst of energy and appeared next to the Grand President in the next second. However, to his surprise, the Grand President was not slow either. While dodging Zombie's attack, he was still able to counterattack with ease. But despite his efforts, the Grand President's speed was not enough to land a hit on Zombie. The Grand President was now terrified. How could this headless creature be so agile? He didn't have time to think, as Zombie's fist was already swinging towards him like lightning. At the last moment, the Grand President hastily stepped back and retreated dozens of meters away. Very good, you are the first zombie that has forced me to use my full strength. I hope this battle won't end too quickly. Hearing this, Lan Chi knew that the Grand President was now taking the fight seriously. Meanwhile, Zombie suddenly underwent a transformation. His head, which had been crushed before, had grown back out of nowhere. Seeing this, both Lan Chi and the Grand President were completely dumbfounded. What kind of creature was this? Zombie spoke up, let's talk, I don't want to hurt you. Feeling the small wound on his neck, the Grand President slowly took off his clothes and said, your plan may have gone awry. I am a robot, and you cannot control me. As soon as he finished speaking, several figures flew towards them in the air. In just a few breaths, those beams of light converged on the Grand President. As the white mist slowly dissipated, a mech-covered robot appeared on the field. Zombie, I hope you can hold on a little longer, because I haven't used my full strength in a long time, the Grand President said. With that, he rushed towards Zombie at an extremely fast speed, kicking him in the chin in an instant. Not only that, but before Zombie even landed, the Grand President flashed below him and landed a heavy punch on his chest, sending Zombie flying into the air for hundreds of meters. The two people watching from the side were completely stunned. Was this the Grand President's true strength? The Grand President quickly flew to Zombie's upper side, and then countless impacts were heard as Zombie was punched in mid-air by the Grand President countless times. When he felt he had had enough, the Grand President flashed in front of Zombie and kicked him to the ground. Just as Zombie landed, the Grand President's chest suddenly lit up with a red energy light. The next second, a powerful shockwave was sent towards the ground, and the terrifying energy shook the surrounding buildings to pieces. The Grand President, who had finally stopped attacking, breathed a sigh of relief and said, he must be dead this time. But as the smoke slowly dissipated, Zombie appeared again, unscathed. The Grand President was completely incredulous at this sight. Suddenly, Zombie yelled towards the sky, and the terrifying force made Lan Chi and her partner, who were hundreds of meters away, almost unable to stand. The Grand President's mech in the field even cracked on the spot. As Zombie slowly stopped howling and turned around, Lan Chi and the other spectator were completely shocked. Because at this point, Zombie had transformed into a completely different form. As soon as Zombie's second form appeared, it triggered countless anomalies in the world. A hurricane began to swirl around him, with Zombie at its center, even affecting the entire city's airspace. Dawn, who saw this scene from afar, was incredulous, while Lan Chi, who was on the battlefield, was too scared to even breathe. Just as everyone was at a loss, Zombie, who was still in the abandoned warehouse, finally spoke up. I told you from the beginning that I didn't want to go to war with humans. Hearing this, the Grand President was stunned, but before he could argue, Zombie suddenly tilted his head and smiled wickedly. So, how do you want to die now? This eerie scene left Lan Chi and the others horrified. Not only had Zombie's appearance changed, but his personality had also undergone a transformation. The two immediately began to try to escape at breakneck speed, as their own lives were at stake. However, the Grand President, who was still on the field, did not consider his own situation at all and even boasted, I've never been afraid of any zombies my whole life. He then challenged the zombie to a fight. Meanwhile, Lan Chi and Dawn had already fled far away and were thinking that they were now safe. Suddenly, a figure flew past them with a loud bang. Seeing this, the two of them were instantly terrified, as the Grand President was actually shattered into pieces by a single punch from Zombie. Before they could react, Zombie had already flashed in front of them. The Grand President quickly shouted for his mech, but the robots were blown to pieces by a single bang from Zombie while still in midair. The explosion's shockwave also knocked Lan Chi and Dawn out of the sky. Seeing this, the Grand President urgently yelled at them to help clear the zombie, but Lan Chi didn't even want to listen. Who dares to go up against that thing? The three of them quickly ran away in different directions. However, the zombie, who saw this scene, didn't move. Instead, he raised his right hand and then plunged it into the ground. The next second, the previously calm new city began to shake, and Lan Chi, who was running away, suddenly froze, as a concrete road suddenly appeared in front of her. Even the Grand President next to her was hit by the sudden appearance of the road. It turned out that Zombie had lifted the entire developing new city. Everyone who saw this was confused. What was happening? Was there an earthquake? On the other side, Dawn also couldn't believe what she was seeing. This is an uninhabited city. I never thought it could be lifted up. At this moment, Zombie suddenly made a move, and with a loud bang, he quickly rushed towards the Grand President. In an instant, Zombie pressed his hand on the Grand President's forehead, and then he grinned wickedly and said, "So, are you scared now?" At this point, Zombie smiled with a touch of devilry and said, "Although I have no control over the robots, your brain doesn't seem like it's a machine, is it?" With that, he used his finger to slice the scalp of the Grand President. In the next moment, countless zombie viruses instantly occupied the Grand President's entire brain. Zombie read some memories from his brain. It was unexpected that the seemingly arrogant president was also a pitiful person. At the age of 5, both his parents passed away due to an accident. He was then captured by Professor Jamie for human modification, and it could be said that there was hardly a normal part of him below his head. Seeing this, Zombie couldn't help but pity him and said, "Do you think living like this is any better than being a walking dead like us?" With that, he released him. Lan Chi below saw what happened and hurriedly rushed over to catch the barely breathing president. At this moment, she was also horrified. She never thought that Zombie had the ability to read other people's memories. Later that night, Zombie hurriedly ran back to his dormitory, thinking to himself as he packed his luggage, "Why couldn't I control my emotions again? Now I'm exposed. I should run away quickly." However, when he was ready to leave with his luggage, Violet suddenly appeared and stopped him. Zombie was very helpless at this moment. He was clearly a very kind zombie who really disliked killing, but for the sake of his freedom, he turned around and rushed towards Violet. However, at this moment, Violet suddenly displayed a letter of appointment, and said, "From today on, you are the Vice President of the Abnormal Academy." Zombie was very confused when he heard this, but the appointment letter in front of him didn't seem to be fake. He then instinctively asked, "Did the Grand President personally seal this with his stamp? Also, didn't he tell you anything else?" Violet slightly tilted her head and said, "The Grand President only said that you are a rare talent, without saying much else." At the same time, when Lan Chi learned that the Grand President wanted to keep Zombie, she was shocked. However, the Grand President said, "Whether he is a zombie or a human is no longer important. The most important thing is that he can help us catch Professor Jamie." He then asked Lan Chi how the arrangements for this matter were going. Upon hearing this, Lan Chi said that everything was prepared and they could leave at any time. "Very good. I hope we can successfully catch Professor Jamie this time." The scene then shifted to an abandoned small town where Varmint angrily roared, "Our king has been captured by humans, what should we do? Kill the humans and rescue the king." The zombie minions were filled with passion. However, Blackie on the rooftop expressed disdain. "How could our king be captured by humans? I think it's just Varmint being idle." After a few peaceful days, a carrier suddenly appeared in a certain sea area. The Grand President stood in the command center and shouted into the microphone, "Listen up, everyone. We only have one chance, and we must catch Professor Jamie at any cost." They soon arrived at the ruins where Professor Jamie was hiding. However, Zombie, with Dawn, was wandering around like window shopping. Just then, a group of armed human forces suddenly appeared. When they saw Zombie, they all saluted him, leaving him feeling very confused. At this moment, a captain stepped forward and reported, "Starting today, the 56th Army composed of 120,000 people will only listen to Vice President Zombie's arrangements." Observing the 120,000 humans at his command, Zombie curiously inquired, "Would you be willing to die for me if I asked?" As his voice faded, a soldier immediately pulled out a grenade, shouting, "It would be an honor." Zombie was left speechless, wondering if the man was mad. But at that moment, a discordant voice interrupted his thoughts, "I don't understand how such an important strategic location is guarded by a weakling. You should hide behind us, lest you cause harm." At this point, Dawn exclaimed, "Are you the president and vice president of the Steel Blade Department from the Stainless Steel Academy?" Simultaneously, on the aircraft carrier, an armored youth scoffed, "Has your academy run out of people? Sending a novice to guard such a vital position?" Lan Chi immediately retorted, "If you're going to help, help. Don't babble in front of me." The Grand President joined in, saying, "Do you believe that this novice could beat you senseless?" The Stainless Steel Academy's Grand President scoffed, and informed them that reinforcements were on the way, just wait and watch. Meanwhile, in a control room several kilometers underground, someone asked, Brother Faye, they've all entered the city. What should we do? Professor Jamie responded with an evil smile, let's play with them first. Pressing a button on the console, hordes of zombies converged on Zombie from all directions. Suddenly, Glasses Man noticed something strange among the zombies. It turned out that Varmint wanted to find humans for revenge, and had incited the dead to attack them. But only one arrived the next day, and after handing over gasoline to Varmint, fled at top speed. Before leaving, he claimed he wouldn't dare disobey the king's orders. Varmint was speechless. Why not just keep it from the king? These cowardly fools, it's just a few humans. Watch me cut them down. However, curiosity compelled him to sniff the green gas floating in the air. Glasses Man was overjoyed seeing this, as he hadn't expected this zombie's data to be so exceptional. He couldn't help but laugh, come on. Show me your strength. Meanwhile, on the surface, the weaker zombies were quickly dispatched. Looking at the bodies, Zombie was puzzled, these don't seem to be from my horde. Hearing this, Dawn quickly turned away, feigning ignorance. The president suddenly stepped forward, taunting, you weaklings should go home and not get in the way. But before he could finish, distant roars erupted. Seeing this, Zombie hurriedly asked, Varmint, what are you doing here? Varmint didn't answer, instead downing the gasoline in his hand. Dawn was dumbfounded by the sight, what on earth is this? Suddenly, Varmint pulled the trigger on his chainsaw, and the engine roared to life. At that moment, Varmint mustered his strength and let out a forceful roar. In an instant, the surrounding structures cracked and crumbled. Dawn, who stood directly opposite him, was sent flying through the air. Fortunately, Zombie appeared in time to shield them from the brunt of the attack. With terror etched on her face, Dawn inquired, what on earth is this creature? By now, the entirely uncontrollable Varmint was ranting about annihilating all of humanity. The president of the Steel Blade Department, intrigued by these words, remarked, impressive, a formidable zombie at last. However, Zombie grabbed Dawn and sprinted away. Confused, Dawn asked, why are we running? Isn't the president here? Zombie, without looking back, replied, don't be foolish, that creature is indestructible. Hearing this, Dawn was taken aback. Zombie then warned, Varmint possesses a genuine, undying body. Yet, their escape was misinterpreted by the president of the Steel Blade Department as Zombie's fear. Before he could finish his mockery, though, the vice president was sent flying by one of Varmint's punches. Resounding crash, the president finally realized the gravity of the situation and urgently inquired, what's happening? What just occurred? At this point, the vice president was speechless. When the president looked again, Varmint had already materialized before him, and a rapid series of thuds from their ensuing battle echoed throughout the area. Inside the surveillance room, Glasses Man gasped, incredible. This creature's combat prowess is off the charts. Meanwhile, the president of the Steel Blade Department was faring poorly. As he contemplated a counterattack, Varmint slapped him, causing him to spin helplessly. Subsequently, the president was kicked hundreds of meters away with a single, powerful blow. Within moments, both the president and vice president had lost their fighting strength. As Varmint reappeared before them, he raised his chainsaw and swung it menacingly. Elsewhere, atop a building, Zombie and the others watched the events unfold leisurely. Panicking, Dawn exclaimed, oh no, it seems the president of the Steel Blade Department can't hold on much longer. To her surprise, the once arrogant president now cried out for his mother in utter despair. Dawn and her companion exchanged bewildered glances. As Varmint prepared to claim the president's life, the nearby team leader urgently asked, Vice President, what should we do now? Zombie observed Varmint's movements, considering that intervening might expose him. He then turned to Dawn and instructed, you go down and fight him. Hearing this, Dawn protested, even the president couldn't defeat that creature, going down there would be like walking into certain death. Zombie, however, ignored her and bit her arm. Dumbstruck, Dawn lamented, it's over, am I going to turn into a zombie now? She then clutched her chest and rebuked him, you wouldn't be harboring any inappropriate thoughts, would you? Speechless, Zombie advised, just remember to go easy when you attack. Fearing the exposure of his identity, Zombie employed his powerful virus to reconfigure and enhance Dawn's genetic makeup. In an instant, she transformed into a formidable fighter. As Varmint was about to defeat the Steel Blade Department's president, Dawn hastily hurled a rock at his forehead. Irritated, Varmint turned and roared, "Who dares to interrupt my affairs?" Unruffled, Dawn stepped forward and challenged, "Saw wielder, what satisfaction do you find in bullying the weak? Come, entertain me instead." Varmint hesitated, then retorted with a fierce glare, "Who do you think you are? Worthy of battling me? What, are words your only weapon? I assure you, I can reduce you to tatters in mere moments," Dawn replied, swiftly producing a customized Gatling gun. In a blink, a barrage of bullets sped towards Varmint. Unexpectedly, Varmint evaded the onslaught with a casual series of dodges. However, the Steel Blade Department's president behind him was not as fortunate. But for the steel armor he donned, Dawn's bullets would have claimed his life before Varmint could. Seizing the moment, Dawn teleported in front of Varmint and leaped into the air, performing a 360-degree aerial spin. As she soared above Varmint's head, she hastily released 2 high-explosive grenades and shoved them into his mouth. A deafening boom resounded as Varmint was engulfed in flames. But once the smoke dissipated, he emerged unscathed, scoffing, "I am immortal, your efforts are futile." Before he could finish, a shotgun blast struck his face. Dawn, grinning wickedly, taunted, "Not bad, but that was merely a warm-up." Meanwhile, the squad captain inquired curiously, "Vice President, what exactly did you do to her?" Zombie replied nonchalantly, "Merely a minor genetic modification. Moreover, this is only the beginning, I can make her even stronger." Back to Varmint. Although immortal, he found the relentless barrage unbearable. Dawn, seemingly invigorated, let out a maniacal laugh. Witnessing this, the Steel Blade Department's president and vice president despaired, yearning for the safety of home. Suddenly, Varmint seized the initiative and charged at Dawn, only to be trampled and kicked in the face. The force of her blows sent him hurtling hundreds of meters back. Hoisting a rocket launcher, Dawn roared, "You claim to be immortal. Try this on for size." Varmint, disheveled from the beating, noticed nearby gasoline. Desperate, he guzzled an entire barrel. Simultaneously, Dawn's rocket hurtled towards him. With a flash, the projectile split in 2. Reinvigorated by the gasoline, Varmint's combat prowess soared, and he managed to bisect Dawn. The Steel Blade Department's president and vice president lamented, "It's over, we're doomed." Smirking haughtily, Varmint jeered, "I told you I am immortal. Heed my warning in your next life." However, at that moment, Zombie on the rooftop clenched his fist. Miraculously, Dawn's severed body began to mend itself. Varmint gaped in astonishment, never suspecting that Dawn, too, possessed the power of immortality. This is the proper way to wield a Gatling gun. One swift blow, and even Varmint is left bewildered for a moment. It turns out that just recently, Dawn, under the influence of Zombie's super virus modification, not only experienced a significant surge in combat prowess but also gained an undying body similar to Varmint's. Witnessing this spectacle, the 2 presidents present wished nothing more than to flee home to their mothers. However, the 2 combatants in the arena seemed to grow more invigorated with each clash. Dawn, wearing a wicked grin, roars, "Impressive, isn't it? Today, I am feeling generous, I shall accompany you to the bitter end." Upon hearing these words, Varmint is left dumbfounded. What is going on? It seems that Dawn appears even more like a zombie than he does. Zombie, who is observing from the rooftop, never expected Dawn's potential to be so immense after undergoing genetic mutation. Yet, her entire skeleton has been shattered, and the pain from being bisected earlier is all too real. The battle must be concluded quickly. Varmint, since you refuse to stay home, do not blame me for using Dawn's hand to thrash you. With Zombie's deliberate manipulation, Dawn's latent potential is once more ignited. In an instant, she appears before Varmint. A thunderous boom resounds as Dawn's fist connects with Varmint's face, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Just then, Dawn reappears behind him and mercilessly smashes the butt of her gun into Varmint's forehead. As the dust settles from the echoing bang, Varmint crawls from the pit only to be met by Dawn in a relentless barrage of blows. At this point, Varmint has no ability to fight back. Anticipating yet another combination attack, he hastily surrenders, promising to return home immediately and never venture out again. Upon hearing this, Zombie's face contorts with embarrassment, while the bespectacled man observing from the control room is equally baffled. Suddenly, Dawn drops her machine gun, and her tense demeanor vanishes in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Varmint springs from the pit and lands a surprise punch on Dawn's face. Witnessing this, Zombie exclaims in exasperation, "Dawn, what are you doing? You actually believed his lies? Moreover, the moment you let down your guard, you revert to your original state." Dawn, filled with regret, did not anticipate her heightened state to dissipate so easily. Varmint, now brimming with arrogance, sneers, "So, you took some stimulants. Now that their effects have worn off, I'd like to see how you meet your end." Zombie, rendered speechless by the scene, realizes that he must take matters into his own hands. The bespectacled man observing from the shadows is thrilled, exclaiming, "This zombie is incredibly powerful, even resorting to sneak attacks." He excitedly manipulates his keyboard, intending to have Varmint eliminate them all. As Varmint closes in, just before he can finish off Dawn and the others, the bespectacled man notices another person appearing on the street. Varmint halts his actions as he spots Zombie approaching. Just as the bespectacled man anticipates another thrilling showdown, Varmint begins to stammer, unable to articulate a single word. Zombie, with a dark expression, shouts, "Varmint, didn't I tell you to stay home? What are you doing here?" At these words, everyone present is taken aback. Inside the control room, the bespectacled man is equally astonished, as no matter how he tries to control Varmint, he remains unresponsive. With Zombie's arrival, Varmint's consciousness is instantaneously pulled back to their first encounter centuries ago. Back then, he had assumed Zombie to be a mere fledgling zombie, never expecting that in just a few short years, Zombie would become the supreme leader of the undead realm. The scene returns to the present, where Dawn and the others struggle to comprehend the sight before them. Moments ago, Varmint was brimming with arrogance, but now, he is paralyzed with fear. Upon witnessing this scene, the bespectacled man's face was a picture of disbelief. Without hesitation, he frantically pressed buttons on the control panel, attempting to manipulate Varmint further. However, as Zombie steadily approached, Varmint was so frightened that he dared not even breathe. In a fleeting moment, Varmint's thoughts drifted back to a summer several centuries ago. At that time, he had reigned as the Zombie King, dominating his corner of the world. Yet, when the self-proclaimed zombie appeared, Varmint initially dismissed him as an ordinary zombie. Within the next moment, Zombie had grasped Varmint's mouth, declaring, "From now on, you are my subordinate. Any objections?" Hearing this, Varmint hastily nodded in agreement. Fast-forwarding to the present, Varmint remained utterly motionless. Infuriated, the bespectacled man cursed, "You possess an immortal body. What on earth are you afraid of?" Little did he know, Varmint had once been dismembered and hung from a tree as cured meat for centuries as punishment for his disobedience to Zombie. Thus, regardless of the bespectacled man's efforts to control Varmint, his body instinctively resisted. At that moment, the computer controlling the zombies exploded under the bespectacled man's furious button mashing, and Varmint, terrified, fled the scene. The bespectacled man stood dumbfounded, while nearby onlookers were equally baffled. As for Zombie himself, he was utterly perplexed, wondering, does Varmint truly fear me that much? Seeing his plan foiled by Zombie, the bespectacled man seethed with rage. However, as he prepared to continue, a large hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. "Let it go," the voice said, "these zombies were merely an appetizer. The real show is just beginning." As the words faded, several armed helicopters appeared high above in the sky. It was the president of the Beyonders Academy and his associates who had arrived. Lan Chi asked the traitor, "Tell me, is your brother Fei hiding below?" "Yes, they're concealed 1,000 meters underground, spanning an area of over 10,000 square meters," the traitor replied. Lan Chi was momentarily taken aback. "How on earth are we supposed to search such a vast underground space?" Before she could finish, the president of the Stainless Steel Academy unsheathed his sword, proclaiming, "Just watch my performance." With that, he launched himself from the helicopter like a speeding arrow. Witnessing this, Lan Chi could not help but comment sarcastically, "You truly are a reckless man." Unfazed, the Stainless Steel Academy president advanced, brandishing his sword haphazardly. In the next instant, he executed a spiraling descent toward the ground. Within moments, a thunderous boom echoed from the earth below. Incredibly, in just a few short breaths, the Stainless Steel Academy president had created a massive, 100-meter-deep crater in the ground. Rendered speechless, Lan Chi thought, "He's quite the oaf. Then, she turned to the Grand President and voiced her concern, with such a commotion, what if there are traps below? The Grand President, however, remained nonchalant, asserting that in the face of absolute power, all traps were meaningless. With that, he too leaped from the helicopter, plunging toward the ground. Upon the arrival of all armed forces in the subterranean lair, a thorough search yielded no suspicious individuals, much to the bewilderment of the Stainless Steel Academy's president and the Grand President. Had Professor Jamie fled? Meanwhile, above ground, Lan Chi could not help but complain, why must we stand guard up here while they descend to apprehend someone? Violet, having no alternative, could only placate her with a resigned reply, their rank is higher than ours, after all. The scene then shifts to a skyscraper, where the bespectacled man asks Brother Fei, all of their forces have entered. What should we do next? Brother Fei adjusts his glasses and states, it's time to show them the greatness of my experiment. Execute Plan A. Simultaneously, in the underground lair, the Stainless Steel Academy's president approaches a cylindrical cultivation chamber and, driven by curiosity, peels off a note affixed to it. The note reads, "Behold the Zombie King. Open if you dare." Unable to resist such a challenge, the Stainless Steel Academy's president orders his subordinates to open the chamber. However, the Grand President interjects, our primary objective is capturing someone. Let's not complicate things. Realizing they were not taking the bait, the bespectacled man hastily reports to Brother Fei, they back down. Unperturbed, Brother Fei retrieves a detonator from his pocket and, with the press of a button, initiates a countdown on a remote bomb behind the cultivation chamber. Sensing imminent danger, the Grand President knows it's too late to evade. A powerful explosion erupts, engulfing all the soldiers in flames. Yet, to the president of the Stainless Steel Academy, this explosion barely registers as a scratch. Upon learning that something has emerged from the cultivation chamber, Brother Fei laughs maniacally, the destruction of humanity begins today. Go forth, my greatest creation, and slaughter all humankind, even me if you must. Back in the underground lair, as the smoke clears, both the Stainless Steel Academy's president and the Grand President are utterly baffled by the sight before them. The so-called Zombie King is nothing more than a helpless zombie infant. The two leaders are dumbstruck by this absurd revelation. As the Stainless Steel Academy's president moves to investigate further, the Grand President warns him, be careful. The more harmless a creature appears, the more dangerous it can be. Undeterred, the president charges forward, slashing at the creature with his blade. The sea-brother fairly helpless zombie infant evades the attack with an eerie agility. The Grand President exclaims, I knew it would come to this. He then orders a hasty retreat, shouting to the soldiers, withdraw quickly, or we shall all perish. As the soldiers scramble to escape, the Stainless Steel Academy's president, unwilling to admit defeat, scoffs at the notion of a tiny zombie posing any real threat. He launches another ferocious attack, cleaving the zombie in two. As a Brother Fei victory, his triumph is short-lived, as the two halves of the zombie mutate into separate entities. Stunned, the president exclaims, what kind of monster is this? At that moment, the two independent zombie infants emit a series of strange utterances, and in another bizarre twist, fuse back together. At that moment, Professor Jamie had already fled to the rooftop. Brother Fei, let's release the zombies while they're still unaware and make our escape amidst the chaos. With that, the bespectacled man unleashed all the zombies within the city. In just an instant, a horde of zombies rushed towards Lan Chi and her team. However, Lan Chi remained composed in the face of this onslaught. As her subordinate prepared to call for reinforcements, she stepped forward and said, there's no need. Stand down. She then approached, removing the hairpin that held her hair in place. With a swift motion, the hairpin transformed into a sharp, gleaming sword. In that moment, Lan Chi wielded the sword with the grace and poise of a legendary heroine. With a whoosh sound, she had already kicked the zombie's chin with one swift motion. Successive thuds echoed as she sent every single one of the undead creatures soaring through the air. Utilizing the springiness of a nearby tree, Lan Chi leapt skyward. The vice president, who witnessed the scene, was astonished to see Lan Chi's lightning-fast swordsmanship. In just a few breaths, she landed back on the ground, while the airborne zombies were reduced to mere fragments. The vice president, who had been enjoying his lunch, was left dumbfounded as his plate was now adorned with a top-tier zombie sushi. With her arms crossed, Lan Chi scoffed, these zombies barely served as a warm-up. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man on the rooftop fumed, frustrated that the newly released zombies were so easily dispatched. If only that chainsaw-wielding zombie were still here, I'd make this meddlesome woman suffer. He proceeded to direct more zombies towards Lan Chi. However, at that moment, two peculiar figures emerged from the alleyway. Unexpectedly, it was Ah Go and Blackie who had arrived on the scene. Blackie approached a zombie and inquired, "Have you seen the zombie in this picture? The one with the chainsaw?" Before he could finish, the wanted poster in his hand was snatched away by the zombie. Speechless, Blackie couldn't help but lament the audacity of this feral creature. Ah Go stepped forward and asked, "If we can't find Varmint, will the boss beat us too?" Hearing this, Blackie broke out in a cold sweat, hastily reassuring himself, "We'll find him." Meanwhile, in the underground lair, the pacifier-sucking zombie reached out and exclaimed, "Come play with me." The two presidents exchanged bewildered glances, and the Stainless Steel Academy president drew his blade, slashing at the zombie only to have it dodge his every move. In a sudden burst of power, the president cleaved the zombie in two with a single stroke. Yet, astonishingly, the bisected creature bounced around before reassembling itself, seemingly unharmed. Enraged, the president challenged it, "Stop running and face me in a real battle if you dare." At this, the zombie removed its pacifier, and a bizarre transformation took place. The once diminutive creature now stood as a tall, alluring female zombie. The two presidents gaped in disbelief, wondering, "What on earth is this?" At that moment, the zombie suddenly addressed them, exclaiming, "What's the matter? Come play with me." However, for the president of the Stainless Steel Academy, the presence of a beautiful woman did not hinder the speed at which he drew his sword. Instantly, he unleashed a fierce double-edged slash towards the female zombie. But in the next second, he was dumbfounded, for his domineering strike was effortlessly caught by a simple lift of her hand. No matter how hard he exerted himself, the steel blade refused to advance any further. Witnessing this scene, the president of the Stainless Steel Academy realized he was no match for her and quickly turned to shout, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help." Upon hearing this, the grand president no longer hid, and with a booming sound, the mech number 1 made its dazzling appearance. Yet before he could even make a move, he was sent flying by the female zombie's inch punch. The terrifying force pierced straight through a large building, ultimately coincidentally landing in front of Blackie and Ah Go. Seeing the sudden appearance of this human, Go instinctively asked, "He seems to be on the verge of death. Should we save him?" Blackie hurriedly retorted, "Are you stupid? We're zombies." Just then, another deafening explosion erupted from the underground dungeon, followed by the Stainless Steel Academy president being sent flying like a cannonball. Violet and Lan Chi hurriedly approached, asking, "What happened in the dungeon?" Enduring the pain, the Stainless Steel Academy president raised his hand, pointing behind them, "See for yourselves." Upon hearing this, the two women swiftly turned around, only to reveal astonished expressions upon recognizing the newcomer. For the alluring female zombie was now leisurely leaning against the railing, yawning, before casting a flirtatious glance at Lan Chi and Violet. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Violet instinctively felt this zombie was no ordinary being, while Lan Chi hastily drew her sword, declaring, "We must cooperate and not let her escape." Yet, despite the combined pressure from the two presidents, the enchanting female zombie remained unflustered, even playfully beckoning them with her finger. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zombie and the others were leisurely barbecuing skewers. At this moment, the president of the Steel Blade Club picked up a cup of tea and obsequiously offered, "President Zombie, please have some tea." However, before Zombie could even take a sip, a thunderous noise suddenly erupted from the far end of the street. The strange sound left Dawn momentarily bewildered, "What's happening over there?" Upon hearing this, Zombie promptly stood up and announced, "Let's go and see what's going on." Can you believe it? The once shapely and alluring female zombie has now transformed into a grotesque, 8-pack-a-bearing mutant minotaur. Just moments ago, Lan Chi and Violet had prepared to join forces against the female zombie, but instead of retreating, she brazenly charged at them. Lan Chi struck first, hurling her precious sword at the zombie. With a swish, it only managed to leave a small wound on her face. Witnessing this, Violet hastily drew her blade and charged as well. However, within the next second, she found herself kicked in the chin by the female zombie. The excruciating pain nearly caused Violet to lose consciousness. The female zombie then spoke, "Your speed is decent, but your strength is sorely lacking." Infuriated by the remark, Violet performed a 360-degree spin in mid-air before delivering a powerful kick to the zombie's head. Despite the force of the blow, the female zombie remained unscathed. Sensing danger, Violet hastily retreated. As she did, Lan Chi charged forward, brandishing her sword. Countless sword energies swirled around the female zombie, instantly reducing the surrounding buildings to rubble. Yet, the zombie emerged from the onslaught completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the president of the Stainless Steel Academy, despite his own pain, managed to find a secluded spot. He quickly removed his pants and activated the machinery on his back. Soon after, the sound of whirring gears filled the air as he transformed into an armored knight. This was the Stainless Steel Academy's secret weapon, Steel Heart No. 1. The scene returned to Lan Chi and Violet, who continued their intense battle. However, as they prepared to launch their final attack, the female zombie suddenly extended a 2.5-meter-long tongue and underwent a series of grotesque mutations. The sight left Lan Chi and Violet dumbfounded. What kind of creature was this? The female zombie slammed her palm into the ground, sending Lan Chi and Violet flying with the force of the ensuing shockwave. In the meantime, the once alluring female zombie had fully transformed into a bizarre, 8-pack of bearing mutant minotaur. Fortunately, the newly transformed president of the Stainless Steel Academy arrived to join the fight. The severely wounded Lan Chi and Violet shouted, "Retreat! You are no match for her." But the overconfident president ignored their warnings and arrogantly approached the mutant minotaur. "Human, I hope you can withstand my attack." "Very well, let's settle this with a single blow." No sooner had he spoken than the president and the minotaur zombie exchanged blows. The impact of their fists colliding sent Lan Chi and Violet flying once again. The tremendous explosion caught the attention of Zombie not far away. As the smoke gradually cleared, all that remained of the Stainless Steel Academy president was a half-destroyed shell, while the Minotaur zombie appeared unharmed. "Human, you have lost. Abandon your futile resistance. I am the greatest zombie king in this world, and your demise is inevitable." Little did the Minotaur zombie know, Zombie was rapidly approaching from a short distance away. Despite facing such a formidable adversary, Lan Chi and Violet never once wavered. However, in the face of absolute power, their efforts were ultimately futile. The Zombie King merely flicked his wrist, and the Stainless Steel Academy president's mech disintegrated instantly, while Lan Chi and Violet were flung into the sky. Fortunately, Zombie appeared in time to rescue them. But before they could react, the Zombie King commanded, "Attack. Devour them." At his command, countless zombies charged towards Lan Chi and her friends. Upon witnessing this, Zombie was filled with rage. He threw Lan Chi and Violet to the ground and yelled, "Are you all blind? Begone!" Hearing this, the zombies were dumbfounded, and in an instant, they ceased their attack. The Zombie King, puzzled, inquired, "Who are you?" Zombie strode through the horde and asked, "You call yourself the Zombie King, so what should I be called?" At his words, the countless zombies all prostrated before him. In no time, the entire horde was crushed beneath Zombie's feet. "Well, are you speechless at the sight of me?" he taunted. The Zombie King grinned, "Ah, a fellow creature." He then proposed, "Since there can only be one Zombie King, let's have a contest." With that, he fiercely punched Zombie in the face. But the terrifying blow was met with mockery from Zombie, who asked if the Zombie King had been skipping meals. Hearing this, the Zombie King seethed, but before he could react, Zombie's fist had already landed on him. In an instant, the powerful force sent the Zombie King flying tens of kilometers, eventually crashing into an aircraft carrier. Professor Jamie, watching the battle from a rooftop, was dumbstruck. A fearsome creature had emerged from nowhere. On the other side, the Zombie King laughed, "Interesting. At last, I've found a worthy opponent." He then plunged into the ocean and lifted a submarine weighing tens of thousands of tons into the sky. With a deafening explosion, Zombie was engulfed in dust. Meanwhile, atop a building, Blackie was administering emergency treatment to the president. Suddenly, Ah Go tapped his shoulder, "Look over there. I think I sense the great king's presence." As he spoke, a figure shot out from the center of the submarine. Zombie soared into the sky, and then flung a rope around the Zombie King's neck and yanked him violently. The next second, Zombie delivered a savage kick to the Zombie King's face, obliterating his features. The Zombie King was now thoroughly enraged. He charged to the ground, lifted the submarine once more, and swung it towards Zombie. With a thunderous boom, Zombie was blown thousands of kilometers away, landing on an aircraft carrier. Zombie's eyes turned cold. Do you enjoy smashing things? Come on, give it a try if you dare. The Zombie King had not yet grasped the severity of Zombie's words. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the Zombie King's immense power, the Grand President urgently advised, "We must evacuate. The creature Professor Jamie created isn't something your great king can handle." Before he could finish, Blackie scoffed, "Humans, pay close attention. There is no one in this world who can challenge the great king, not even a god. For the great king is invincible." As he spoke, Zombie suddenly appeared before the Zombie King, having teleported from the aircraft carrier. As the Zombie King marveled at Zombie's sudden increase in speed, Zombie's fist brutally slammed into his face. The terrifying force sent the Zombie King hurtling off the earth. Before the Zombie King could catch his breath, an aircraft carrier hurtled towards him at breakneck speed. With a resounding crash, the Zombie King was viciously embedded into the moon's surface. At this moment, Dawn and the others who were spectating from the sidelines were utterly dumbfounded. However, just then, the Zombie King on the moon abruptly exerted its strength. In the next instant, the aircraft carrier rigidly soared toward Earth. Accompanying it was the Zombie King's unbridled fury. Witnessing this spectacle, Zombie leaped into action without hesitation. With a resounding bang, he sped rapidly in pursuit of the Zombie King. Unexpectedly, the Zombie King suddenly burrowed into the interior of the aircraft carrier. It wasted no time wreaking havoc upon the nuclear reactor apparatus. Just as Zombie reached the carrier, a deafening explosion reverberated throughout the entire continent. Dawn and the others, upon seeing this, cried out for help. Yet, as the mushroom cloud gradually dissipated in the sky, Zombie miraculously alighted and scathed upon the battleship. He then began to mockingly utter, "Such damage is hardly enough to even tickle me." Upon hearing this, the Zombie King was rendered utterly speechless. Consequently, it began to amass all its strength once more. In the next second, its arms rapidly elongated as they lunged toward Zombie. In a mere instant, Zombie was blasted onto the top of a skyscraper. The Zombie King then proposed, "Since neither of us can best the other, why not join forces to annihilate the world?" Meanwhile, the Grand President, upon witnessing the Zombie King's terrifying power, began to advise, "We should flee while we can. I know your king is formidable after transforming, but continuing to battle like this is futile." However, before he could finish speaking, Blackie interrupted him, stating, "Who said our king can only transform once?" Upon hearing this, the Grand President's face was a picture of astonishment, as he had not anticipated that Zombie possessed a third form. Who could have imagined that Zombie actually had a third form? With just a lift of his hand, the limbs of the Zombie King were instantly severed. It turns out that just now, the Zombie King said that his strength was comparable to Zombie's, and wanted to cooperate with Zombie to destroy the world, and then split it equally. Upon hearing this, the Grand President's face was shocked, fearing that Zombie would agree to the Zombie King's terms. At this moment, Zombie spoke, "Only weaklings like you would blabber every day about destroying the world." At this point, Dawn and others in the distance were confused and had no idea what Zombie was talking about. Although the Zombie King was scolded and hated it to the teeth, he dared not rashly make a move. At this time, Zombie's eyes suddenly turned red. "It seems that if I don't give you a good lesson, you won't understand." In the next second, Zombie's grayish-brown skin began to fade, revealing the human skin underneath. Then he gathered his strength, and his high-quality clothes instantly shattered, revealing the solid abs underneath. Then he let out a roar to the sky, which confused Violet and the others. In the next second, Zombie transformed into his third form, and he was a handsome guy. Seeing this scene, Dawn and others were full of curses. "What the hell is this?" Zombie stood on the broken roof, and with just one glance at the Zombie King, the strong oppressive feeling was like a demon, instantly enveloping him. The Zombie King was shocked to see this. "What? How is this possible? At the same time, on Blackie's side, the Grand President fell silent after seeing Zombie's third form. Suddenly, Ah-Go slapped him in the face. "Wake up, idiot." With that, he lifted the Grand President towards the front. "Look carefully, this is our king. Our god." At this point, Zombie had completely shed the zombie's appearance and was almost the same as a normal human. Looking at Zombie, who was becoming more and more human, everyone opened their mouths in disbelief, and the Zombie King couldn't help feeling a surge of jealousy in his heart. Zombie took a step forward, and it immediately started to drizzle. At the same time, the Zombie King finally couldn't stand it anymore and roared. "Damn, what are you? Are you human or zombie?" Then he took the lead and attacked Zombie with all his might. However, just as his fist was about to touch Zombie, Zombie looked up at him, and the rain miraculously stopped in the air, as if time had stopped. Zombie merely raised his hand, and the rain began to flow backwards in an instant. The Zombie King was instantly cut off by the rain and his limbs flew out. At the same time, Violet and others also floated weightlessly into the sky, and the fish in the water experienced the feeling of flying for the first time. A few seconds later, Dawn and others fell back to the ground. The Zombie King also lay painfully on the sea surface, looking at Zombie in disbelief. At this point, Zombie looked at him expressionlessly. "You ask who I am? I am your father." Watching the huge whale crash straight into the skyscraper, Dawn was terrified and trembling. Violet was so shocked, she was practically stupefied. Is this a power that a zombie could possess? Turns out, Zombie's simple hand gesture had instantly created a massive storm vortex in the sky. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie and Bespectacled Man, who also witnessed this event, were dumbfounded. This had far exceeded their understanding. Bespectacled Man frantically asked, "Brother Faye, have you ever seen such a terrifying zombie?" The usually calm Professor Jamie was no longer composed, stuttering, "No, never." However, even when dismembered, the Zombie King refused to admit defeat. He rose up with a flip, shouting, "Regenerate." The next second, his severed limbs grew back. After his recovery, he arrogantly said to Zombie, "This is useless. I can't defeat you, but you can't defeat me either. As a Zombie King, I have an immortal body. Even if you cut me into countless pieces, I can still regenerate." Hearing this, Zombie snorted disdainfully. With a swing of his hand, the Zombie King was uncontrollably pulled towards him. Zombie grabbed him by the neck, looking at the Zombie King in his grip like a toy, his dead fish eyes full of contempt. "Do you misunderstand the concept of death? Do you think physical damage is the only way to destroy someone?" The Zombie King was taken aback. Just as he was about to retort, Zombie's eyes turned serious. As the Zombie King looked into those pupils, Zombie's memories quickly flooded his mind. In the sky above Earth, several massive aircraft carriers appeared. An alien in a red armor stood on the main ship. At his command, countless armored soldiers rushed towards Earth. This was their sixth attempt to destroy Earth's civilization, but even after more than 1,300 attacks, they still failed. They had met a formidable opponent. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the empty sea. He roared, and all the warships in space were destroyed almost simultaneously. At some point, Zombie had already arrived in outer space. After thousands of battles, he had unlocked his dark form. As the Zombie King screamed in pain, the scene returned to the present. In the Zombie King's mind, a pair of crimson eyes stared at him intently. Soon, the Zombie King stopped struggling, his limbs drooping weakly. At this point, he had been frightened unconscious by Zombie. The showdown between the two Zombie Kings finally drew to a close. In his fourth form, Zombie's eyes, which disdained everything, were deeply imprinted in the Zombie King's mind, causing his consciousness to dissipate and turning him into a soulless shell. In other words, he was scared to death by Zombie. Dawn and the others, who witnessed this scene, were utterly dumbfounded. What on earth just happened? Could it be over just like that? At this point, Zombie, having lost interest in the pathetic Zombie King, casually tossed him off the skyscraper. Watching the Zombie King fall and lie motionless on the ground, the Grand President expressed his confusion. Why is he suddenly quiet? Is he brewing some big move? At this time, Blackie on the side explained, "Don't worry, he probably had his consciousness dissipated from fear of the dark form of the king. Even gods would shudder a bit under that form. Upon hearing this, the Grand President was shocked. What did you say? He was actually scared to death. That's too outrageous. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie was also dumbfounded, standing still on the spot. The bespectacled man who came to his senses grabbed the professor, ready to make a run for it. Now that the defenses of coastal and air are gone, if we don't take the chance to leave now, we won't be able to. Just then, zombies suddenly appeared behind them. Seeing this, the bespectacled man was instantly scared into alertness, hastily pulling the professor away from zombies' location. Oh my god, we've never shown our faces, how could you know we exist? In response to his words, Zombie didn't answer, but stared at the professor with his dead fish eyes. Seeing this, the bespectacled man was frightened and sat down on the ground. What on earth do you want? At this moment, Zombie slowly said, I'm giving you two choices now. Are you going to surrender, or do you want to go down and have a couple of drinks with the zombie king you created? You only have 1 second to decide. After witnessing Zombie's terrifying power, who would dare to be clever again? The bespectacled man immediately knelt down with his underlings and surrendered. Though Professor Jamie was unwilling, he could only accept his fate. After all, even a god wouldn't stand a chance against Zombie's absolute power. So, Professor Jamie, who was originally planned to be executed on the spot, was captured alive by Zombie. After arresting the professor, Zombie sat on the ground in frustration. Dawn and Violet were puzzled. Zombie murmured to himself, transforming like that is really scary, I'm just a kind-hearted zombie. At this point, Violet ordered Dawn to check on Zombie, but Dawn flatly refused out of fear. You saw how terrifying he was after he transformed. Equally frightened, Violet pushed Dawn forward. As long as you complete the task, you can be Zombie's vice president when we get back. Upon hearing this, Dawn plucked up her courage and approached Zombie. Mr. Zombie, are you okay? We should head back. Just then, Zombie suddenly stood up, startling Dawn. What are you doing? Zombie replied innocently, didn't you say we're going back? I'm kind of hungry. Also, I want clothes that won't tear. Relieved that Zombie showed no aggression, Dawn asked, do you remember what you did just now? Zombie said he remembered, but it was a bit blurry. He then sighed, I don't have a sense of time, so I've probably dealt with many strange guys like this before, but they were all so weak that I don't remember. Meanwhile, in the convoy escorting Professor Jamie, the arrested professor was laughing in the car. The bespectacled man asked what had happened, and the professor, excited, said, I never imagined there would be a species as powerful as Zombie in the world. I must get his cells and create an even stronger species. Mr. Zombie, I'll take your genes. With this, the terrorist incident involving Jamie comes to an end. Zombie's actions have been unanimously approved by the upper echelons. He was officially appointed as the president of the Beyonders Academy, on the same level as Violet and the others, and also holds the management rights of a city. However, the city he manages must reach a population of 10 million within a specified number of years, otherwise he will be stripped of his presidency. When the higher-ups asked him which city he wanted to develop, Zombie scratched his head shyly and chose H City, where he had previously captured Professor Jamie. The higher-ups were speechless upon hearing this. H City was a deserted city with no inhabitants. Even if you want to raise chickens, you need eggs. How could he plan to develop a place without a single inhabitant? Despite persuasion, Zombie insisted on H City, and the higher-ups finally stamped his appointment letter for H City. At this moment, a blonde girl was furiously irritated. Where did the Beyonders Academy get this dumbass? He gave up a good city and insisted on an empty one. How will he develop it? Violet, who was in front of the computer, also felt speechless about Zombie. A few days later, the city hall managed by Zombie was officially completed, and his management army expanded from 1 to 4. From then on, Zombie turned the impossible into possible, creating a historic moment. That day, zombies of all ages, carrying large and small packages, flooded into H City, and the human army escorted them. A zombie mother held up her daughter with a smile that had not been seen for a long time. Thanks to the king for giving us such a grand new home. Zombie and his followers stood on the rooftop, watching this scene with a lot of emotion. After many years of effort, his dream was finally about to be realized. At this moment, Blackie stepped forward and reported, King, as per your request, all the citizens have been moved here. Zombie responded with a good, then shouted attention. In an instant, all the soldiers stood in attention, scaring a little zombie next to them. Mom, they won't hit us with smoking metal sticks, will they? Hearing this, a soldier loudly reassured, President Zombie's order is God's order, and his citizens are our citizens. We will safely escort you to your new home. Hearing this, the little zombie looked at the soldier with a strange expression. Seeing this scene, all the followers were genuinely happy, and Fur couldn't help shouting, "Great, we finally have a city of our own." Zombie paused, feeling a bit emotional. Sometimes, the continuation of a race doesn't necessarily rely on war. At this moment, Blackie suddenly thought of something. By the way, King, what do you plan to do with Varmint? He has been hanging there for several months. Hearing this, Zombie waved his hand, let him hang, it's fine. It turned out that Varmint, a missing person, had been hanging on the roof of the administrative building for several months. During this time, he was tearful all day long, regretting his past actions. King, please spare me. I don't want to turn into zombie jerky. I'll be obedient next time. Just as Zombie was helping the citizens move in, Violet on the other side was sent flying with a single punch. With a boom, the wall behind her instantly turned into dust. When she struggled to get up and look at what was in front of her, her face was full of disbelief. How is this possible? At this moment, Dawn looked at her playfully. She had actually activated her zombie form on her own. Seeing Dawn in front of her, who seemed like a completely different person from before, Violet was utterly astonished. At that moment, Dawn taunted, "Violet, our senior, the battle has just begun." Upon hearing this, Violet snorted coldly, no longer hiding her true strength, and disappeared instantly. When she reappeared, she was already behind Dawn. But just as she prepared to attack, Dawn's head suddenly spun 360 degrees, laughing heartily at Violet. Violet, startled by this scene, involuntarily let out a curse, hastily dropping her knife and jumping backward. Holy crap, can a human even do that? But just then, she suddenly widened her eyes. Dawn had raised a Gatling gun, spun around, and the ground beneath her shattered. She then started firing relentlessly at Violet, who did several backflips to increase the distance between them. Seeing this, Dawn laughed loudly, "Senior Violet, can I be the president now?" Violet, who was dodging bullets, had no time to respond. Seeing this, Dawn started pulling the trigger even more crazily, shell casings falling to the ground like rain. After a while, Violet managed to retrieve her dropped knife with several swift moves. She snorted coldly, "If you want to be president, show me all your strength now." With that, she launched herself at Dawn like a cannonball. Hearing this, Dawn roared, her body cells transforming instantly. Just then, Violet used a horizontal slash, jumped over Dawn, and tried to cut her Gatling gun into scrap metal. Seeing Violet holding back, Dawn teased, "Senior, you're not even trying to cut me, how am I supposed to use my full power?" Hearing this, Violet instantly got serious and closed in on Dawn. She swung her blade, instantly splitting Dawn's body in half. Violet thought she had accidentally killed Dawn and was nervous. She could have dodged, why didn't she? But the next moment, Dawn started laughing loudly, her sliced body healing instantly. Seeing this, Violet was shocked, what the hell is this? After a while, Dawn's body was back to normal. Violet quickly jumped back to create some distance again. This is too much, what the hell did Zombie do? At this point, Dawn asked Violet again, "Senior Violet, how about now? Can I be the president now?" As soon as her words fell, she was already in front of Violet. Violet was punched into the wall again, and Dawn was again in front of her. At this point, Violet, who had no way out, chose to surrender. As white mist rose from Dawn's body, she transformed back into her normal human form. At this point, she looked worriedly at Violet, apologizing repeatedly. Violet asked sternly, after being bitten by Zombie, "Did you turn into a zombie?" Dawn stated that she had a full body checkup yesterday, and all her cells were normal, and even her genetic chain had not changed. Hearing this, Violet was puzzled. Then what's with your 360-degree head turn and recovering from being chopped in half? Hearing this, Dawn also didn't know what was going on. She just felt that she could change whenever she wanted, and there was no discomfort. And if she was feeling low, a couple of shots of stimulant could make her even stronger, without any side effects. Hearing this answer, Violet was momentarily left speechless. Then she pushed Dawn away and prepared to find Zombie. Seeing the situation, Dawn asked her worriedly, "What's wrong?" All she left behind was a brief "mind your own business" before she quickly ran outside. At this moment, the assistant waiting outside stopped her and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to City H," she answered, then promptly boarded her private jet in a rush. Soon, the plane took off toward City H and arrived at the destination in less than half an hour. As soon as the plane landed, Violet left the assistant behind and immediately ran towards Zombie's City Hall. Meanwhile, inside the City Hall of Zombie, he was holding a meeting, assigning roles to his fellows. One was appointed as the district head of Manhwa, another as the police chief, and others as heads of civil affairs and industry and commerce. As for Blackie, upon hearing his name, he stood up straight. Zombie handed the document in his hand to Blackie, saying, "You'll be the head of the finance department. From now on, you'll be in charge of our money." Just then, Violet burst into the room. She was sweating profusely and panting heavily. Seeing her, Zombie immediately smiled and said, "So it's Violet. Do you have any instructions? I was just about to go find you to report on the situation." But Violet didn't answer him. Instead, she quickly ran towards him, grabbed his head, and shouted, "Open your mouth." Then she pressed his front teeth onto her arm. After that, she walked straight outside, leaving everyone in the room dumbfounded. When Violet left the building, the assistant ran over with the briefcase. But when he saw the bite marks on Violet's arm, he was instantly worried, fearing that Zombie had controlled her thoughts and made her do something indescribable. Upon hearing this, Violet definitively stated, "With this power of immortality, I'll do whatever he wants, even if it means I have to strip dance in the square." Upon hearing their conversation, Zombie felt completely baffled. After assigning roles to his fellows, Zombie's city began to gradually get back on track. Not only did they open a zombie clothing store and a zombie barber shop, but they even started offering zombie domestic services and zombie real estate. Incredibly, there were even zombie driving license tests, and the whole city became a paradise for zombies. Zombie also started to enjoy a brief, comfortable life. At this moment, in an office, a blonde girl was looking at Zombie's information and said, "I really don't know what the Beyonders Academy was thinking, letting such a weak and characterless person be the president." At this time, a subordinate interjected, "Inspector Chen, I heard from the Grand President of the Stainless Steel Academy that this zombie is indeed a real zombie, but I'm not sure if it's true." Upon hearing this, Inspector Chen said, "The academies often slander each other, it's nothing new. But I don't like this zombie. As a president, he has no personality." Then, Inspector Chen grabbed Zombie's information. "As for whether the Stainless Steel Academy president's claim that he's a zombie is true, we can go to City H and test him to find out." Meanwhile, the Beyonders Academy made a significant discovery in the Arctic. The president of the Archaeological Society, Dr. Strange, flew straight to the site via helicopter. Upon landing on a massive icebreaker ship, he hurriedly headed to the site. He learned from the person in charge that they unexpectedly found a mummified body of an ancient human frozen for 1,000 years, 500 meters deep in the ice while conducting a scientific survey. Hearing that it was an ancient human, Dr. Strange immediately got excited. If this was true, it would be one of the greatest discoveries in human civilization. Upon arriving at the site, he saw a crane slowly lifting a block of ice under the direction of the workers. Dr. Strange lit a cigarette, murmuring, "I hope this will help our research on ancient history." The experienced president of the Archaeological Society felt nervous for the first time in his life. As the crane slowly lifted, the ice block was hoisted out completely. Inside was a withered mummy. As the camera panned out, it turned out to be a female mummy, with nothing covering her body. Seeing this, Dr. Strange was speechless. How could the mummy be like this? Just then, two men slowly approached from behind. Suddenly, one of them covered the person in charge's mouth and bit his carotid artery. Seeing this, Dr. Strange asked in horror, "Who are you? What do you want to do?" All he got in response were the screams of the people on the ship. Moments later, Dr. Strange was kicked to the ground. One of them coldly said, use him for the sacrifice. Hearing this, two men pressed him to the ground, and his terrified screams echoed. A girl mocked, "It's just drawing some blood, no need to squeal like a pig." Another man, who clearly wasn't human, was staring seriously at the ice block. After placing the ice block on the ground, he directly injected Dr. Strange's blood into the female corpse. The corpse magically melted the ice and restored its full form in the blink of an eye. The girl kindly draped a cloak over her. Everyone then knelt in front of her, shouting, "Long live the Ghost Queen. May the Ghost Queen stay forever young." And this so-called Ghost Queen was a mature beauty with an unparalleled face. The woman asked grimly, "I only have one question, is that dumbass named Zombie from 1,000 years ago still alive?" Upon hearing the name Zombie, the subordinates immediately felt a touch of unease. When the subordinate came to his senses, he was drenched in sweat. He hastily replied, "Queen, since Zombie's last great battle with the humans, he has now mingled with the humans and even established his own group." Upon hearing this, the Ghost Queen shuddered unconsciously. Seeing this, the subordinate quickly steadied her, only to see her eyes become sharp in an instant. "Zombie, I will not lose to you this time." Meanwhile, Zombie, completely unaware of the events in the Arctic, was enjoying life with great satisfaction. A few days later, in the capital of the headquarter academy in Guangzhou province, all the heads of the academies had gathered. In front of them, in a lab, a man was roaring wildly. Violet and the others looked at the man whose face was filled with shock. "What is this thing? We've never seen it before. It doesn't look like a zombie either." The man now going wild was the leader of the archaeological team who had been bitten before. Being an ordinary human, he had suddenly become very powerful, injuring 2 academy presidents during his capture. Violet instantly thought of Zombie, who could also make ordinary people stronger. "It seems we have to call in the professionals." Soon, a car stopped in front of the main entrance. As the car door opened, Zombie's shining head stood out. As Zombie got out of the car, all the soldiers shouted in unison, "Greetings, President Zombie." This made Zombie feel a bit embarrassed. Soon, under the guidance of a soldier, Zombie entered the building. The presidents of the various academies looked at him with disdain. At this moment, a man proactively greeted Zombie, "Hello, I am President Ng from the Iron Club Academy. I heard that you caught Professor Jamie." Seeing this, Zombie also warmly greeted President Ng. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zombie headed towards the laboratory. Zombie was thrilled to shake hands with a human for the first time, but at this moment, President Ng showed a look of contempt on his face. "What a piece of garbage, he's just another sidekick." Someone sneered, "Look at him, like a chicken, how could the Beyonders Academy choose him as president?" Upon hearing this, the Grand President of the Stainless Steel Academy snuck away quietly. "A bunch of lifeless things, why did they invite him over?" He then hid in a corner shivering. "If I had known, would have stayed at home." Before long, Zombie reached the laboratory. The lab technicians asked him to identify the species. Upon hearing this, Zombie was dumbfounded. "I don't even know how old I am, you want me to look at this?" But when he saw the bite marks on the man's neck, it seemed like he had an idea. Seeing Zombie's expression, Violet and the others felt uneasy. But just then, the man suddenly turned his head to bite Zombie. However, the next second, he shivered all over. At this moment, Zombie turned dark instantly, revealing a mouthful of big white teeth. "Interesting, it's a blood race." The next second, he burst out with a strong aura, and the lab exploded instantly. The presidents of the academies were blown away. The man turned into a blood race was scared to the point of trembling, with tears streaming down his face. Zombie looked at him and said coldly, "I remember you guys were supposed to be extinct." Meanwhile, outside the lab, the President Ng who had previously mocked Zombie bumped hard into a pillar. Only the president of the Stainless Steel Academy, who hid in the corner, shaking with fear, murmured, "I told you guys, you're courting death." The President Ng, looking at the laboratory with shocked faces, then asked Violet and the others, "What just happened with President Zombie? He exploded out of nowhere. What the hell is going on?" Violet and Dawn, who knew the truth, could only pretend they hadn't heard. At that moment, Zombie was staring at a trembling vampire man on the bed. "Interesting, I thought I wiped you all out. But this is even better." He grabbed the man's neck, his face full of excitement. "Tell me, where is Little Red, who loves to drug me?" The man, terrified and in tears, pleaded, "I really don't know anything. I just turned into a vampire a few days ago after being bitten." Not getting the information he wanted, Zombie transformed back into his original form. Seeing Zombie come out of the lab, Violet and others immediately went up to ask him if he found anything. Zombie cautioned them, "Be careful these next few days, it's best if you don't go out." Hearing him say this, Violet and her team immediately became nervous. "What do you mean by blood tribe?" Hearing the word blood tribe, Zombie's face immediately became serious, standing still. Seeing his expression, Violet and others felt something was wrong. But the next moment, Zombie scratched his head, embarrassed. "Sorry, I can't remember." Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, followed by Violet's angry roar in the room. "Can your brain work properly when you transform?" Zombie gave an embarrassed apology to Violet, promising to remember next time. Meanwhile, the President Ing and his team whispered, "He is really a sidekick." But their words were heard by Zombie. When he turned his head to look at them, they were immediately scared into a cold sweat, not daring to meet Zombie's gaze. At the same time, next to a grand building and in a small alley filled with spider webs, the Ghost Queen, Little Red, was squatting in the corner, looking gloomy as she avoided the rain. Just then, a coin rolled towards them. It turned out that a passerby took them for beggars. Seeing the $1 coin, Lon Ling's eyes sparkled as he picked it up. Little Red felt humiliated and knocked her subordinate away. "You guys are in such a miserable state, why did you wake me up?" Hearing this, the girl next to him looked wronged. "Your Majesty, do you know what we've been through these past 1,000 years? When you fought Zombie, you were turned into a mummy and sealed in the North Pole. Afterward, he wiped out our clan. Lon Ling and I pretended to be dead on the ground to avoid his death hand. To avoid Zombie, we didn't dare to show our faces for 1,000 years, whether we saw zombies or humans, we had to take a detour. We've been hiding in this alley for who knows how many years. Look at Lon Ling, he's almost becoming a fool." After hearing her words, Little Red was so angry that she gnashed her teeth. She didn't expect her subordinates to be so miserable. But then, she helplessly said, "Even if you wake me up, it won't change anything. I can't beat Zombie now, I'm not even qualified to haircut him." At this time, Lon Ling said, "Your Majesty, you're wrong. The reason we woke you up is because we recently got some information. We found someone who can make you invincible." After saying that, he began to fumble for something in his arms. The girl next to him also said, "That person can indeed make you stronger." On hearing this, Little Red immediately became interested. Who is this person? And the person whom Lon Ling and the girl were talking about was none other than Professor Jamie, the creator of the new Zombie King, who had just been thrown into the dungeon by Zombie. However, as soon as they saw where Professor Jamie was being detained, they were instantly shocked by the sight. Right after Zombie walked out of the lab, completely forgetting what just happened, he was led by Violet and President Ing to the control room where they were holding Professor Jamie. At that moment, Zombie couldn't help but voice his doubt, why not just get rid of him? Violet explained, he's planted many spies around us that we need to root out. Also, we need to find and destroy all his anti-human research materials. Zombie raised another question, what if he escapes? Wouldn't all our efforts have been in vain? Hearing this, President Ing, as if he had heard a great joke, assured, he absolutely can't escape. Since you, President Zombie, caught him, I'll make an exception and take you to see the place. Soon, they took a helicopter to the private prison specifically built for Professor Jamie. This prison was dug into a mountain, going 3,000 meters deep. Even taking an elevator to the bottom took 30 minutes. With 1,500 levels and at least 100,000 troops, each level was equipped with heavy weapons like anti-aircraft guns and laser cannons, and every 100 levels, a president took turns guarding. With a proud face, President Ing said, what can he use to escape with this level of defense? And what's behind them is not some decoration, it's a giant bomb with 10,000 tons of TNT. If anyone tries to break out, it will explode instantly. Then, showing his big white teeth, he viciously added, if he dares to escape, we'll all die together. Even if God comes, he can only take away a corpse. Seeing such a crazy move by humans, Zombie was sweating with fear and quickly excused himself to escape from the underground fortress. Meanwhile, in the alley where Little Red and others were, the vampire hacker successfully hacked into the prison's cameras. But when they learned about the massive deployment of troops and the dangerous bomb, all three were dumbfounded. Subsequently, Little Red started cursing, "These damn humans, they're utterly disgusting." The scene shifts back to the prison. President Ng lights a cigarette, reminding Violet, "Forgot to tell you, Inspector Chen has gone to inspect Zombie's city. You'd better let your boyfriend know." Hearing this, Violet retorted irritably, "Get lost, you're his boyfriend, why are you telling me this?" President Ng turned around and murmured, "It was the Grand President of the Stainless Steel Academy who informed Inspector Chen that this person, Zombie, is actually a true zombie and has built a city of the dead. As for me, whether his name is Zombie or whether he is a zombie, it doesn't matter. What I recognize is strength alone." At that time, in the human city, with everyone's eyes on him and unaware of the approaching danger, Zombie was walking down the street with a smile. "The human city is so prosperous, I want to make my city just as lively." The devious Professor Jamie was secretly plotting to scheme again, scheming to use the corpse of the deceased Zombie King as a vessel for Zombie's potent genes. Earlier, Zombie, accompanied by Violet, had paid a visit to Professor Jamie's clandestine prison. Horrified by the inhumane operations, Zombie hastily excused himself under the guise of pressing matters and fled from the underground fortress in sheer panic. As he watched Zombie's retreating figure, Bespectacled Man wept inconsolably. He could never have envisioned that Zombie, this devil, would happen upon this place. Meanwhile, Professor Jamie, revealing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, declared, "Zombie, I must acquire your gene." Upon hearing this, the Bespectacled Man retorted, "Brother Fei, what are you talking about? We're on the brink of execution." Professor Jamie merely smiled in response, confident in the knowledge that the presidents wouldn't execute them until they had secured all research data. He had preemptively arranged for the information to be hidden before the war's onset, and even he didn't know its whereabouts. His face turned stern and said, "I'll make these fools regret sparing my life." However, Bespectacled Man remained anxious. Zombie is immensely powerful. Studying an individual stronger than him is an enormous challenge. Professor Jamie, exuding confidence, responded, "As long as a suitable body is available to house the zombie's genes, I can complete the research swiftly." Bespectacled Man sniffled and voiced another concern, "Forget about research for now. As ordinary people, we'll be fortunate just to escape from here." Professor Jamie maintained his composure in the face of this comment. At that very moment, a deliverman within the prison wheeled a dining table over. After a staff member clad in a white suit inspected it, a food delivery robot advanced towards Professor Jamie and extended an arm to feed him. Not only did Professor Jamie not resist, he began to savor the food slowly, an expression of pleasure on his face. Bespectacled Man was somewhat taken aback seeing Professor Jamie still having the appetite to eat under such circumstances. What he was unaware of was the miniature communicator in the food that was now lodged in Professor Jamie's teeth. The doctor then inquired, "Where is the corpse of the Zombie King being kept currently?" At that moment, the man in the white suit stood outside the door, a communicator attached to his collar. "Doctor, the Zombie King's corpse is in the mountain laboratory on the 200th floor, under the guard of 2 grand presidents," he reported. Professor Jamie sneered, "The vessel is there, all we need now are zombies' genes." Elsewhere, zombies roamed aimlessly on the streets. Suddenly, Violet's phone rang. It was a tip-off from the Grand President of the Stainless Steel Academy to Inspector Chen that Zombie was a zombie who had constructed a zombie city. Upon hearing this news, Inspector Chen immediately decided to head to H City to investigate the situation. Upon hearing about this, Violet was quick to call Zombie. "Zombie, this woman is not one to be trifled with. If she confirms these allegations, she won't hesitate to strip you of your presidential title." Zombie broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. "But, I'm actually human." He started, but was cut off by Violet's growl from the other end of the line. "Don't pretend with me. I know what's going on in your city. You can't fool me." With that, she hung up. Zombie was now in full-blown panic mode. "This is a disaster. I've only just assumed the presidency a few days ago. No, my citizens have barely had a couple of days of peace. As Zombie was caught up in his worries, a cosmetic store on the street suddenly caught his eye. Meanwhile, at the capital airport of Guangzhou province, Inspector Chen disembarked from the car and prepared to board a flight to H City. That spineless man doesn't deserve to be president. I will definitely find a reason to fire this zombie person. Meanwhile, in front of Zombie's city hall, a number of buses appeared as if from the sky, filling the entire plaza. As Blackie puzzled over this, Zombie descended from nowhere, appearing in front of the buses. Blackie, rushing over to Zombie, asked what was happening. Zombie explained, Inspector Chen is coming to inspect our city. You need to quickly have the citizens disguise themselves. If she discovers that we're zombies, she will reclaim our city. On hearing this, Blackie sprung into action, calling out to everyone, get moving, everyone. Go and tell the rest of the zombie citizens, if they don't want to go back to living under the bridge, they need to maintain a human-like facial expression. With that, each official took charge of a bus, flying off to their respective areas. The city of H was buzzing with activity. While the officials were distributing makeup, Blackie didn't waste any time and started applying his own. Ah Go, holding a lipstick, asked uncertainly, will this really work? Blackie responded, we'll just have to try. The king must have his reasons. Meanwhile, on the various streets of H City, volunteers were loudly calling out, under HTE order of His Majesty, if you don't want to go back to living under a bridge, come over here and claim a set. Eerie Zombie has a share. On hearing the calls, nearby mothers with children rushed over and immediately started applying makeup at the makeshift booths. But when a little boy saw his mom's makeover, his eyes almost popped out in shock. The mother, apart from her arm color differing from humans, looked just like a normal human being, and a stunningly beautiful young woman at that. When Ailang and Fur returned after distributing the makeup, Ailang was taken aback by the sight of Blackie and Ah Go. Blackie looked just like a white-collar worker, while Ah Go had simply slapped on some lipstick. But Ailang, who was a pet to begin with, and Fur had no choice, no amount of makeup could make them look human. So they could only end up as two pitiful watchdogs, being led by Blackie to greet Inspector Chen. However, just as they arrived at the airport, Inspector Chen and her entourage had already arrived in H City by train. She suspected that the news of the inspection had been leaked. In order to more easily uncover any misdoings by Zombie, they had set off early, planning to start their investigation from the common folk. At this point, one of her subordinates muttered, do you know why Inspector Chen dislikes Zombie? On hearing this, another person said, have you ever seen Inspector Chen look favorably on anyone? She is biased against everyone except the Lord Overseer. Hearing their conversation, Inspector Chen turned her head and said, I've heard everything you said. What's wrong with me having a bias? Ever since the Overseer delegated his authority away, it seems any Tom, Dick or Harry can be a president. In my eyes, only the Lord Overseer is truly formidable. Only someone with that kind of domineering and egotistical aura can be a leader, and only he can lead humanity towards a prosperous future. Meanwhile, Zombie, oblivious to the fact that Inspector Chen had arrived early, was blissfully enjoying a donut. As Inspector Chen had already commenced the investigation with his two subordinates, they were still debating whether the Lord Overseer's expedition would return soon. Meanwhile, Blackie and his companions at the airport were waiting in vain. They had no choice, it was the price of dealing with high-ranking officials. The scene transitions to Inspector Chen and her team. One subordinate spots a nearby store and decides to buy a pack of cigarettes. However, upon entering, he finds only egg-based food. When he inquires, the owner feigns ignorance, claiming to be deaf and mute, unable to see or hear anything. The subordinate wonders, how can a deaf-mute person speak? Outside, another subordinate questions a passerby, asking if President Zombie has ever oppressed the citizens. Upon hearing this, the citizen patted his chest and said, our great king treats us well. He not only provides us with shelter but also gives us free eggs to eat every month. As the subordinate prepares to ask more questions, the citizen's arm suddenly falls off. The spectacle leaves a bespectacled man aghast. Young man, how did your arm fall off? Unfazed, the citizen swiftly picks up his arm and departs. That's a prosthetic limb, don't worry about it. My mom is calling me home for dinner, so I have to go. Goodbye. Everyone is left in a state of shock. After a while, Inspector Chen, exasperated, stomped his foot, What a bunch of psychopaths. I never thought there'd be humans as foolish as zombies. Could this scoundrel zombie have built a city full of lunatics? Angrily, she declared she would have her subordinates record all these incidents as reasons for ousting Zombie. Meanwhile, Zombie was upstairs, chuckling to himself. The soldiers nearby were too terrified to approach. Ah Go asked what happened. The soldier replied, I'm not sure, but after President Zombie finished his meal, he's been talking nonsense and his body hasn't stopped shaking. Hearing this, Ah Go had a bad feeling. He grabbed the soldier's collar and demanded to know what they had fed the boss. Startled, the soldier quickly explained that President Zombie had said he was hungry, so he had prepared scrambled eggs with chili for him. Upon hearing this, Ah Go panicked. Oh no, the king can't eat that. It's like a stimulant to him. Once he eats it, he'll go berserk for a whole month. He immediately called Blackie. When Blackie heard the news, he was also perplexed. He had hidden all the chili peppers, so how were they found? Unable to do anything about the situation, he could only pray. At this moment, Ah Gon asked Blackie, the king won't harm Inspector Chen, will he? Blackie was equally uncertain. Meanwhile, at Inspector Chen's location, they were preparing to move to another place for further investigation when suddenly a large truck came hurling towards them. With a loud crash, it embedded itself in the ground, catapulting several of them into the air. Just as they were unsure of what had happened, another crash sounded. Zombie appeared, stomping the truck into a mangled heap of metal. He turned to Inspector Chen with a mischievous grin and said, So, shall I take you on a tour next? Responding with alarm, Inspector Chen asked, Who are you? Zombie replied with a teasing smile, Oh, have you forgotten me so quickly? I am the zombie you've been looking for. At this, several people reacted with disbelief. You're Zombie. I don't recall you looking like this. As he spoke, Zombie hopped off the bus, stating, The person you see now is me, unmasked. He then strode toward Inspector Chen, causing him to retreat a few steps unconsciously. Inspector Chen, you've come a long way, so I've brought some welcoming gifts. With a snap of his fingers, numerous citizens presented their offerings. These are fine canned chili eggs. Remember to take them when you return. And don't worry, we don't eat people. Inspector Chen stood with a shocked expression on her face as Zombie casually lifted her like a small chicken, looking off into the distance. There's nothing to see here. I'll take you somewhere exciting. With that, he leapt into the air, carrying Inspector Chen to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Two of her subordinates were stunned. My God, how can he jump so high? One exclaimed, while the other hailed a taxi, saying, Enough with your astonishment. Let's hurry and follow him. Simultaneously, Xiao He and the others also spotted Zombie and quickly sped off in his direction. At this moment, Inspector Chen could hardly maintain the confidence she exhibited upon arrival. All that remained were her screams. Soon, Zombie guided her to land atop a tall building, forcing her to look out across the cityscape. Take a good look. This is the city I manage, spanning over 2 million square kilometers. At this moment, Inspector Chen had no interest in looking at the city. All she wanted was for Zombie to let her go. But Zombie continued, Here, we have listed companies, high-ranking white-collar workers, an active construction industry, and new districts preparing for expansion. We have all sorts of occupations, and it's no exaggeration to say that we generate nearly $100 billion in tax revenue for Guangzhou province. With that, he leapt from the building. Inspector Chen screamed in terror, Zombie, I understand, please let me down. But Zombie ignored her, let's discuss law and order after revenue. We always follow traffic laws, and no one breaks the rules. Just as he finished speaking, a bus hurtled toward him due to brake failure. Without missing a beat, Zombie kicked the bus, saying, If there ever is someone who breaks the rules, he said, they get kicked out, literally. As the bus soared upward 100 stories, Inspector Chen's subordinates' jaws dropped in shock. Fortunately, Blackie arrived just in time to rescue the citizens. Unaware of this, Inspector Chen shouted, You just killed someone, do you understand? Zombie snorted dismissively, killing? Impossible. My men are competent, they won't let any citizen die in vain. Seeing Inspector Chen's team rushing over, Zombie casually tossed Chen into the arms of her subordinates. With that, he turned and walked away. I know why you're here. You're free to leave today. Even if you strip me of my presidency next, I assure you, I, Zombie, will rule this city. Anyone who dares stand in my way will face the consequences." Upon hearing this, the two subordinates were stunned, their mouths agape in shock. The scene immediately fell so silent that one could have heard a pin drop. A moment later, one subordinate, trembling, whispered, "Should we perhaps retreat for now? Is this really the kind of pressure a human being should exert?" Compared to the Lord Overseer, the zombie standing before us seems even more formidable. He hardly seems human at all. Who was the fool who previously called him timid and cowardly? I now want nothing more than to rush back and strangle that imbecile. Seeing their fearful demeanor, Zombie turned to leave before I change my mind. "I won't be responsible for your meals." But at that moment, Inspector Chen spoke up, calling out to Zombie, "Zombie, you've performed admirably. I acknowledge your ability to govern the city. But as a president, not only must you possess the ability to manage the city, but also the strength to defend it." At these words, Blackie and the others were visibly taken aback. Unperturbed, Inspector Chen continued, "Zombie, you have yet to demonstrate to me today that you possess the power to safeguard the city." But before she could finish her sentence, Zombie's subordinates swiftly closed in on her. Ah Go even went so far as to cover her mouth. Subsequently, they glanced at Zombie with fright etched across their faces, only to find his back turned to them, making it impossible to discern his reaction. In the following moment, Zombie turned around, an evil smile playing on his lips. "What, you wish to witness my true power? Very well, I'll grant your wish." Hearing this, Zombie's underlings couldn't help but shudder. Inspector Chen is courting death. She better not drag us into this. As they gazed up at the clear sky, they knew a storm was brewing. Before long, Zombie led Inspector Chen and the others to the seashore. The faces of Blackie and the rest were fraught with anxiety. At that moment, Inspector Chen approached Zombie and questioned, "Zombie, what are you implying? Why have you brought us here?" But catching a glimpse of Zombie's devilish reflection in the water, she swallowed his next words. At that moment, Ah Go, who was perspiring nervously at the side, cautioned, "Whatever happens next, you're on your own. We have no part in this." As Inspector Chen wore a puzzled expression, not comprehending Zombie's intentions, her subordinates suddenly noticed that a stone had started to levitate. "What's going on? How did the stone start to float?" In the following moment, Zombie tightly shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he had activated his third form. The three onlookers were instantaneously taken aback by the spectacle. What's happening to him?" At this moment, Zombie spoke quietly, "Don't you want to witness my power? Watch closely then." As his words echoed, the tumultuous sea calmed abruptly, the airborne rocks paused mid-flight. A chill crept up the spines of his two subordinates, disbelief etched onto their faces. How is this possible? In the next instant, Zombie launched himself into the air. The powerful shockwave directly sent the three of them flying, and the nearby seawater receded several meters. Ah Go managed to catch one of his men, while Inspector Chen was flung dozens of meters away. When they looked for Zombie again, he had vanished. "Where is President Zombie?" Ah Go produced a mini version of the Havel binoculars. "See for yourself." The weathered moon came into view first, followed by the distant Saturn, a staggering 1.3 billion kilometers away from Earth. As the lens zoomed in, Inspector Chen spotted Zombie on Saturn, his gaze fixed on her. Her face a mask of disbelief, Inspector Chen stammered, How is this possible?" Her subordinates curiously peered over, their shouts echoing, "Holy shit, this is insane. Is he even human?" Meanwhile, on Saturn, Zombie stretched out his palms, morphing them into hooked claws. With a violent backward pull, a fifth of Earth's seawater ascended towards the sky. Gathering his strength, Zombie unleashed a fierce punch towards Earth, triggering the seawater to return to the planet, forming a 100-meter-high tsunami. The sight left Blackie and the others petrified. Ah Go promptly thrust his fist into the ground, using his body as a shield against the incoming waves. Simultaneously, tremors reached the headquarters of Guangzhou province, knocking Violet and Dawn to the ground. The sight that met their eyes had them screaming in shock. A tsunami stretching for thousands of miles was barreling towards the city. Despite activating the Level 1 emergency response program, Guangzhou province couldn't hold back the raging tsunami. Suddenly, a loud thud resonated from the tsunami's center. It was Zombie, having returned from Saturn. "So, are you satisfied with my abilities? Am I qualified to protect this city?" Looking at such a terrifying zombie, Inspector Chen was shocked and speechless. After Zombie stopped using his powers, Inspector Chen quickly hailed a taxi and fled from H City. She hurriedly took a cab and fled H City. Looking at the fleeing Inspector Chen, Zombie was all smiles. Ah Go said with some sympathy, "Have we gone too far? I guess Inspector Chen has left behind a not-so-small psychological shadow. It's impossible for her to take back the city now." Just like this, the investigative trio that came in with great vigor, went back like a dog with its tail between its legs, having been deeply convinced by Zombie's terrifying strength. After going back, Inspector Chen was even more mentally deranged and took a default attitude towards the city managed by Zombie. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the underground prison where Professor Jamie was held, the corpse of the Zombie King was lying quietly in the laboratory. And it was guarded by a Grand President-level character. Just as they were lamenting how Zombie was able to kill such a terrifying species, behind them, a scientific researcher in a white coat was modulating something. And this person was the same spy who had secretly bugged Professor Jamie by delivering food to him earlier. At this moment, Professor Jamie was teaching him to make a solution called CHR-47 through the bug. And as long as this solution is fused with the corpse of the Zombie King, it can recover again even if the consciousness dissipates. After the spy hides the solution in his white coat, he directly injects the solution into the corpse of the new necromancer while the president is getting ready to go out on patrol and the doctor lets his guard down a little. The president and the doctor who saw this scene were shocked at the sight. The president then rushed to subdue the spy with a sprint, after which he loudly questioned, "What kind of person are you? What have you done to the Zombie King's body?" But just then, the Zombie King suddenly opened its eyes. In the next second, a violent explosion occurred in the laboratory. Subsequently, the sound of the invasion alarm rang throughout the prison. At this moment, Professor Jamie revealed a sly smile, "Looks like my plan worked." Only to see that the originally dead Zombie King had actually resurrected. At this time, Professor Jamie ordered, "Kill them all and take me out. I can make you as powerful as Zombie." With that, the Zombie King began wreaking havoc inside the prison in a rescue attempt. Meanwhile, an airplane was rapidly approaching from outside the prison. It turned out that just 31 minutes earlier, the Ghost Queen and her followers had hijacked an airplane. They used the passengers as leverage, forcing the captain to follow their designated route. It seemed that a 100-mile radius around Professor Jamie's prison was heavily fortified with warning barriers. The only way to approach the prison was via their current method. At this point, one of the Ghost Queen's minions questioned, "The humans have installed a self-destruct device on Professor Jamie, should we devise a battle plan?" On hearing this, the Ghost Queen scoffed. "How could I be your queen if I can't even neutralize this simple human trick?" She commanded her followers to stick to the plan. One of them stepped forward, kicked open the hatch, and jumped out. They were preparing to mount a forceful attack on the prison to rescue Professor Jamie. When the prison guards discovered the hijacking, they were stunned. How could anyone be so audacious? 30 presidents are guarding this place. In response, President Ng hastily ordered a defensive formation. Upon hearing his orders, the soldiers began firing frantically at the intruders. But the invaders nimbly dodged the bullet storm, causing chaos above the prison. The Ghost Queen watched the mayhem and sneered, "The best response to recklessness is to be even more reckless." At that moment, the Grand Presidents, situated 500 meters underground, looked up with shock, unable to comprehend what was happening for a moment. And 3,000 meters below them, the recently resurrected Zombie King made his move. With a resounding bang, the president in charge of guarding him was thrown against the wall, immediately losing his strength. The Zombie King paid him no mind and marched straight into the room where Professor Jamie was held. "In all honesty, both you and Zombie are people I hate. I'd be pleased if either of you were to die." Bespectacled man was taken aback by this. That's not how the script goes. Professor Jamie, however, merely snorted at the comment. "You got cocky after fighting Zombie, thinking you're invincible except for him? You must remember, I created you. I can resurrect you, and I can just as easily end your life. Trying to play mind games with me? You're still too naive." Realizing his strategy had been seen through, the Zombie King felt a pang of panic. He believed every word that Professor Jamie said was true. At this point, the doctor spoke again. However, you don't have to worry. Once you help me achieve my dream, I will end my own life. The Zombie King chuckled. Indeed, when you humans go mad, you're far more terrifying than any other creature. Is it true that you can make me as powerful as Zombie? As long as you can get me out of here, not only can I make you as powerful as Zombie, but I can also make you surpass him. The scene shifts back to the conflict on the ground. In the face of the Ghost Queen and her minions' relentless assault, President Ng hastily marshals his forces for defense. Noticing the unusual circumstances from their location 500 meters underground, Grand President's gang Qin wasted no time in providing their support. The Ghost Queen glanced down at them, her nose wrinkling with a cold snort. Disdain was etched across her features. She then turned to Lan Ling and the rest, instructing, "Stand back all of you, I'll handle them." Her entrance immediately instilled a sense of threat in the Grand Presidents. "Who exactly are you all?" Instead of responding, the Ghost Queen took a step forward, declaring chillingly, "Two options, hand over Professor Jamie or face death." Upon hearing this, President Ng surged forward with his stick. Grand President's gang and Qin transformed into their most powerful forms, flanking him on both sides, and launched a united offensive against the Ghost Queen. What a collection of ignorant small fry. Let me show you my power. With a thunderous boom, President Qin's severed arm was the first to plummet 3,000 meters underground. Then, the three major presidents also fell, all losing their combat strength. They were even unaware of what had just transpired. The soldiers who witnessed this scene were instantaneously dumbfounded. Their guns swung to point at the Ghost Queen. The Ghost Queen looked visibly taken aback at the sight. "What is this?" In the immediate following second, the soldiers pulled their triggers, releasing a wild hail of bullets towards the Ghost Queen. However, the bullets that struck her body promptly morphed into clumps of iron, leaving even her eyes unscathed. The Ghost Queen stood unmoved, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. So this is the extent of human technology. With a tremendous explosion, the base fell momentarily silent. Concurrently, in the room where Professor Jamie was being held captive, the Zombie King managed to rescue Professor Jamie from the giant bomb. Bespectacled man queried, "Didn't they agree it would explode if we got closer? Why are we unharmed?" Professor Jamie clarified, "No device is foolproof. There's a 2-second window for the detonator after the power is cut off." Bespectacled man, clinging to the professor's ear, cautioned, "The Zombie King is already powerful, do you really want to make him stronger? I fear it may negatively affect his personality." On hearing this, Professor Jamie expressed his resignation, "We have no other option, there's no better vessel than him." As they stepped out of the room, the sight before them left the Zombie King bewildered. All around them, people lay scattered on the ground. Even the formidable Grand Presidents they had previously encountered had lost their combat prowess. As they struggled to comprehend the situation, the Ghost Queen stepped out from the shadows. "Greetings, Professor Jamie. A zombie that has been pummeled and crushed by Zombie's second form is hardly a suitable vessel for you." Upon hearing her words, Professor Jamie and the others instantly surmised that she too was aware of Zombie's additional forms. The Zombie King regarded her with a hostile gaze, but the Ghost Queen paid him no heed and proposed, "I can offer my body for your research, what do you think?" Hearing this, the Zombie King let out a scornful laugh. "Hee, interesting. Are you suggesting you're stronger than I am?" The Ghost Queen, surrounded by an aura of blood mist, retorted disdainfully, "To me, you're nothing more than trash. You can test it out if you don't believe me." The Zombie King, feeling belittled, was instantly enraged. He threw a punch at the Ghost Queen, but she easily sidestepped his attack. Simultaneously, she began to gather strength in her own fist for a counterattack. A loud bang echoed as the Zombie King took a solid punch to the face. Just when Lan Ling and the rest thought that the Ghost Queen had mellowed after being frozen for 1,000 years, her demeanor swiftly changed in the next second. An immense force erupted from the Ghost Queen's body. The Zombie King was sent flying like a cannonball, smashing directly into the stone wall behind him. He didn't stop until he reached the room where Professor Jamie had previously been imprisoned. Witnessing this scene, both the Grand President and Professor Jamie wore expressions of disbelief. At this moment, the zombie king was grinding his teeth in anger. Damn it, who would have thought such a power existed? It's comparable to zombies. He glanced at the nuclear bomb beside him, then clenched his fists, apparently ready to detonate the nuclear bomb. Whether it's zombie or you, I'll wipe you all out. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, he slammed his fist onto the nuclear bomb. Subjected to an external force, the nuclear bomb was immediately engulfed in flames and looked ready to explode. But just at that moment, the Ghost Queen calmly raised her palm and forcefully pushed downwards. The nuclear bomb, which was on the verge of exploding, abruptly returned to its original state. The crowd was in shock. How is this possible? At that moment, a sudden powerful force of gravity flattened the nuclear bomb into a discus, and the zombie king was instantly pinned to the ground. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. At this moment, the Grand President and the others looked at the Ghost Queen in terror. With such strength, how did you dare to claim the title of king? Then, with a casual wave of her arm, the zombie king was abruptly pulled towards her and held by the throat. Do you remember how zombie killed you before? At these words, the zombie king froze. Then, he looked at the Ghost Queen with a terrified expression. He saw her deadly gaze fixed on him. In an instant, he felt as insignificant as a mole cricket in front of the Ghost Queen. The feeling was strikingly similar to the one zombie had given him. You are the same as zombie, both products of the last civilization. As the zombie king let out a wretched scream, his arms went limp just like the last time. Know your place, the Ghost Queen casually tossed the zombie king onto the ground. Just like that, the newly resurrected zombie king was killed once again. Upon hearing this, Professor Jamie was initially taken aback. Then, a satisfied smile spread across his face. Ah, zombie, I've finally found a more suitable vessel. Enjoy the rest of your time. Meanwhile, inside the municipal building where Zombie worked, Violet was hastily making her way towards Zombie's office. Seeing this, Ah Go rushed to intercept her, insisting it was not the right time to see the king. Violet retorted loudly, "What are you stopping me for? I have urgent business with your boss. Show me the way, now." Ah Go replied helplessly, "It's too dangerous to see the king at this moment." Violet, puzzled and oblivious to his implication, pushed open the door to Zombie's office. Upon seeing Zombie in his secondary form, cradling a glass of red wine and smiling at her, she was taken aback. "Why are you in this form?" she asked. Zombie, with a smile, responded, "Sometimes it's quite pleasant to live differently." "So, what brings you here?" Violet then remembered why she had come. But when she told Zombie about Professor Jamie's escape, he was unfazed and said he already knew. "Your bunch of trash stand no chance against Little Red," he commented. Violet was astounded. "It happened less than 10 minutes ago, how could you know?" she asked. Zombie explained, "I could sense Little Red activating her bloodline power." Upon hearing it was bloodline power, Violet was initially shocked, then resolved to relay this information back. However, just as she prepared to leave, Zombie pulled her into his arms. "Now that you're here, don't rush off. How about a candlelight dinner, followed by a tour of my city?" At the mention of a city tour, Violet panicked and tried to free herself from Zombie's grip. "Your idea of a city tour? Don't think I don't know what you did to Inspector Chen. Don't even think about it." Seeing Zombie still looking at her teasingly, she quickly mentioned the tense situation, intending to escape the zombie's clutches. Just then, Zombie spoke up, "Don't you want to understand how to use my bloodline power?" Hearing this, Violet froze before turning to look at Zombie, her face a picture of shock. Since her last bite from Zombie, her power hadn't increased at all, so she decided to stay. "Alright, for the sake of power, I'll accompany you on this date," she said reluctantly. Meanwhile, at a hospital in Guangzhou province, several high-ranking officials hurriedly arrived. The doctor noticed that the President Qin seemed to have something to say and leaned in to listen. All he could make out from the frail voice was, "Call the department head." Meanwhile, Professor Jamie and his team arrived at the secret base. Immediately, Professor Jamie began a comprehensive analysis of the Ghost Queen. Upon seeing the bizarre data, he couldn't contain his excitement, exclaiming that it defied all scientific principles. At this point, Lon Ling expressed his concern, "If the zombie's genes are unusable, don't blindly continue your research and damage our king's body." Hearing this, the bespectacled man confidently reassured him, "Don't worry. Professor Jamie's research is at the pinnacle of all human beings. Professor Jamie then added, Zombie has successfully transformed other humans before, and while your great king isn't human, I can handle it. Now, the only issue is acquiring Zombie's genes. Upon hearing this, Lon Ling and the others broke out in a cold sweat. You're not suggesting we extract the genes directly from the zombie, are you? Professor Jamie laughed, don't worry, I'm not foolish enough to send you all to your deaths. Only then did Lon Ling and the others breathe a sigh of relief. At this point, the girl asked with uncertainty, so how do we obtain the zombie's genes? It's not like he's going to voluntarily hand them over. The Ghost Queen also looked at Professor Jamie in confusion upon hearing this. The bespectacled man chuckled, then pulled out a vial of green blood from his pocket. It turned out they had already obtained the zombie's genes well in advance. Damn, how did you guys manage that? Professor Jamie explained while adjusting the formula. A girl had previously been exposed to the zombie's genes. During her examination to confirm whether she turned into a zombie, our spy managed to draw a vial of her blood. The bespectacled man added, having a spy can be quite handy at times. Hearing this, Lon Ling and his companion were rendered speechless for a moment. Humans truly are cunning and devious creatures. Meanwhile, at a 5-star restaurant in H City, Violet and Zombie were enjoying a candlelit dinner. So this is how I can use your powers. Are there any side effects? What if I can't revert back? Zombie simply giggled, choosing not to answer. As Violet was about to repeat her question, she realized that Zombie had already transformed back into his original form. Seeing this, Violet became instantly livid. Could you at least answer my question before changing back? I sacrificed something important for this date with you, and you're ignoring me. Change back immediately. Zombie refused him flatly, you came here willingly. I never said I required your company. Hearing this, Violet shouted at the waiter, where are your chili peppers? Give me 2 pounds. The waiter hurriedly explained, our city's chili peppers have all been destroyed by Department Head Blackie. 2 months later, Lon Chi once again visited the Grand President Chin at the hospital. The Grand President asked weakly, I requested you to summon the department head back earlier, has that been done? Lon Chi reassured him, don't worry, I sent a red emergency satellite message as soon as I received the news. Though, it's astounding that with all your manpower and voice-activated nukes, the doctor was still rescued by a woman. Hearing this, the Grand President expressed his helplessness, the enemy this time is different, it feels like she's from a different era altogether. Despite the nuclear bomb being detonated, I have no idea how she managed to suppress it. Taking in the Grand President's words, Lon Chi grew serious, I hope the department head will return soon. Meanwhile, in an archaeological site of an ancient underground civilization, the department head was directing his team in their exploration. As they examined the myriad artifacts far surpassing the contemporary civilization, a shared sense of awe filled their hearts. It appeared as though a catastrophic conflict had once ravaged this place. How else could such an advanced civilization have vanished? At that moment, a team member received an urgent message from Guangzhou province and promptly relayed the news of Professor Jamie's capture and subsequent escape to the department head. However, the department head didn't have the time to pay him any mind, as his attention was wholly focused on a corpse. Upon scanning the body, the department head noted over 150 fractures scattered across it, as if some monstrous entity had crushed it. At this point, the team member chimed in, it seems our journey wasn't in vain, we've finally unearthed something of value. Yet, the department head replied, somewhat despondently, the reason this body has preserved so well over a millennium is that all its human tissue has been incinerated. It's little more than a hollow shell now, bereft of any significant scientific value. With that, he began to turn away, ready to inquire about the news from Guangzhou province. A team member reported, the Beyonders Academy managed to find a president with considerable skill, who succeeded in capturing Professor Jamie. However, Jamie was subsequently rescued, resulting in severe injuries to most of the presidents and leaving our headquarters critically low on combat power. Upon hearing this, the department head promptly ordered a return to Guangzhou province. Just as they were preparing to leave, another team member discovered an object in the dust. Brushing it off revealed a badge inscribed with ancient characters. Simultaneously, a rumbling sound resonated from below, and several small orbs flew out from the surroundings. Instantaneously, a holographic figure appeared behind the ancient remains. Excellent, for the first time in 1,000 years, I see a human with such robust physique, he proclaimed. The team was taken aback. Is this some kind of animated corpses? The department head, however, calmly explained, there's no need to panic, this is merely a holographic projection. This elder has manifested likely because he has some unfulfilled desire. I wonder how we, the younger generation, can assist. At this, the projected figure in the green robe slowly spoke, if you vow to defend human civilization to the death, I can grant you strength beyond your current capabilities. The department head, slightly taken aback, responded, protecting human civilization is my utmost duty. I came here to gather information about your ancient society and to understand the circumstances of its downfall. Upon hearing this, a screen materialized behind the green-robed figure, our downfall was due to this man. As he finished his sentence, the portrait of Zombie appeared on the screen. It transpired that 1,000 years ago, Earth was vastly different from its current state, divided into 2 continents. Back then, Earth was divided into 7 continents and 8 oceans, with hundreds of nations experiencing an unparalleled era of prosperity. To protect Earth more effectively, humanity came together, pooling resources to establish an interstellar civilization. They not only achieved interstellar travel, but also reached unprecedented technological heights. They were so advanced that alien technology seemed trivial in comparison, and the terrestrial beasts were the least of their concerns. Despite their sophisticated civilization, they failed to eliminate this zombie depicted before them. Upon hearing this, the department head and the others were taken aback in disbelief. They could never have fathomed that the entity responsible for the annihilation of human civilization was this seemingly adorable, somewhat cute-looking zombie before them. The subordinate standing by was skeptical that this ancient person before them was trying to fool them, given that the guy didn't look the least bit threatening. But as soon as he voiced his doubts, the department head immediately shot him down. Over the years, mankind has built so many academies to combat zombies. Although we've always managed to keep them at bay, we've never been able to eradicate them. You really think an ancient person would joke about something like this? And have you noticed? Since the day we were born, it seems like zombies have always existed. At this, the subordinate hesitantly replied, so, it's because of this guy. The department head didn't answer him and instead turned to the virtual human, your advanced civilization was destroyed by this creature. What do we have now to fight against it? The virtual human stated, I embedded my memories into an AI before my demise, in the hope that future generations would find this place. Back then, we focused solely on technological development, but your generation has taken a different path. It seems that body cultivation can also reach incredible heights, and it is you who have shown me this hope. Upon finishing, the large gate behind him slowly opened, and an object flew out from within. In no time, Thanos' glove appeared before everyone's eyes, with your strong bodies, honed through your cultivation, and our ancient wisdom, you can certainly defeat it. Remember, no matter what groups appear in the world, zombies are the greatest enemy of humankind. With that, the image of the ancient person faded away. After ordering a subordinate to secure the glove, the department head bowed deeply towards the remains of the ancient person, rest assured, ancestor. Even if it costs me my life, I will slay this zombie myself. Having said this, he ordered everyone to leave with their gear. At this point, one of the subordinates asked, should we start searching for the zombie from the video? Hearing this, the department head replied helplessly, the world is so vast, finding one specific zombie is like looking for a needle in a haystack. It's no easy task. Give my orders, we return to headquarters first to deal with Professor Jamie's issue. The scene switches to Violet, who receives a message that the department head is returning, zombie, the department head is coming back. Notify all the officers to assemble for a meeting. You should go too. Hearing this, the zombie looked completely baffled, the department head? Never heard of him. Meanwhile, in the secret underground base, Professor Jamie was intently staring at the petri dish in front of him. Suddenly, he began to laugh manically, it's a success, the Queen's body has successfully integrated Zombie's genes. At this moment, inside the petri dish, the vampire queen was immersed and absorbing the potion modified by Zombie's genes. Outside, however, Lon Ling was squatting on the ground, looking anything but happy. He was worriedly looking at a coin in his hand. The vampires were now dirt poor, and as the chief steward of the vampires, he couldn't support his clan even if he worked 20 jobs a day. This last coin was one he had begged for. Thinking about his plight, he couldn't help but shed tears. Just then, a subordinate leaned over and whispered in his ear, "Brother Lon Ling, we have hands and feet, why not get a side job?" Upon further inquiry, Lon Ling discovered that the side job this guy was referring to was robbing a bank. It turned out that he had passed by a bank earlier and noticed that everyone inside moved slowly, just like the sloths in Zootopia. So he suggested that they rob the bank together. With their speed, they could finish the job in 10 seconds, without anyone noticing. Upon hearing his proposition, Lon Ling suddenly became interested. "Alright, for our vampire brethren, I will accompany you on this heist." Meanwhile, at the headquarters of Guangzhou Province Academy, a subordinate reported to the department head, "Department head, all the presidents have arrived. We can start the meeting now." Hearing this, the department head immediately put on his helmet. With his command, a row of black cars slowly set off. At the same time, when Zombie and Violet came to the headquarters for the meeting, a bank in his hometown, City H, was being targeted by a few petty thieves. Lon Ling was seen squatting on the street, looking impatient. "You are dilly-dallying. I really don't know what big things you guys can accomplish." As soon as his words fell, a van stopped in front of him. Seeing this, Lon Ling quickly signaled his subordinates to start their operation. Once they got in the car, Lon Ling and his team immediately grabbed their gear. To ensure the plan went off without a hitch, Lon Ling confirmed once more, "How's the preparation? Any oversights?" At this point, Brother Chicken had assured, "Brother Lon Ling, you can rest easy. We've investigated thoroughly. This is the time when there's the least amount of people, we're professionals at robbing banks." With that, the disguised group got out of the van and headed straight into the bank. What they didn't notice, however, was the glaringly bright words "Zombie People's Bank" atop the building. One could only wonder if they would still have the courage to proceed if they knew. As soon as they entered the building, they confidently started firing, and in the blink of an eye, they had control over everyone in the scene. When Lon Ling saw the money, he couldn't help but grin, hastening to stuff it into his suitcase. Meanwhile, at Department Head Blackie's financial building, Blackie was sipping coffee while listening to a financial report from a subordinate. "Department Head Blackie, the financial report for February has been compiled, and the revenue for this month has reached 435.6 billion. Upon hearing this, Blackie was quite satisfied. But as the most reliable subordinate of the zombies, he wouldn't tolerate any oversights in finance, so he gestured for his subordinate to tally the numbers once more. Just as the subordinate promised to finish as soon as possible, Blackie suddenly noticed something unusual at the bank. It turned out that after Lon Ling and his team had finished robbing the bank, they casually dropped a smoke grenade while escaping. At this moment, a soldier rushed to Blackie to report the situation. When Blackie learned that the bank had been robbed, he was momentarily startled. As Lon Ling and his crew drove towards the outskirts of the city, Lon Ling looked at the banknotes in his hand, contemplating how he wouldn't have to live a hard life anymore. A soul-shaking voice echoed in his ear, "Lon Ling, you are quite bold." Upon hearing this, Lon Ling looked back, annoyed. But when he saw Blackie standing on the rooftop staring at him, Lon Ling immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Damn, how did he get here?" He then grabbed the collar of his subordinate. "You big idiot, what bank did you have me rob?" The subordinate looked completely bewildered. "I don't know either, I can't read." At this point, another subordinate with a dictionary chimed in, "I think the bank we robbed is called Zombie People's Bank." Upon hearing this, Lon Ling nearly fainted, his eyes rolling back. He then sneakily glanced back, only to be terrified to the point where his facial features began to distort. At this moment, Blackie had already switched to battle mode. "Dare to rob my bank, I won't let you off this time." Do you have any idea how serious the consequences of angering Blackie are? He simply punched towards the building, and cars within a few kilometers were instantly sent flying into the air. Lon Ling was directly punched out of sight by him. Just now, Lon Ling and his gang had robbed Zombie People's Bank. Blackie, as the department head of finance, was immediately furious upon learning about this. He instantly set his sights on the vehicle where Lon Ling and his gang were. When Lon Ling saw that it was Blackie who was chasing them, he was so scared that he almost fainted. He then yelled at his men, "Drive fast, shake him off. That guy is the most mysterious subordinate zombie accepted 800 years ago." However, Before he could finish his words, he heard Blackie angrily say, "I don't know what you and your queen want to do. If you want to live, give me the money back now." With that, he jumped into the air and punched down on the building below. The powerful force instantly spread downwards through the building. The next second, all vehicles within a few kilometers were floating up. Seeing this scene, Lon Ling and his gang were immediately startled. "This is too exaggerated, boss. The little money we stole is not enough for you to repair these cars." Seeing that Blackie was staring at them, Lon Ling knew this was not the way to go. So he gritted his teeth and jumped onto the roof of the car. "You guys split up and run, go back and tell the queen we're in trouble. I'll hold him off here. We both serve as the head stewards. I'm curious to see just how strong you really are." But as soon as his voice fell, Blackie punched him in the face. "To be on par with me, you're not worthy." With a loud bang, Lon Ling was blasted into the sky by Blackie. The other two who witnessed this scene were stunned. "My gosh, is this guy insanely strong?" Meanwhile, at the headquarters in Guangzhou province, all the bigwigs at the president level had gathered. It didn't take long for the department head to arrive as well. "I've already received the news of Professor Jamie's escape. However, before that, there's something more important I need to discuss with everyone." After saying this, he signaled his subordinates to begin. They pressed a button and instantly a platform rose, carrying the golden glove. Upon seeing the glove, all the presidents revealed puzzled expressions. "What is this?" At this point, the department head explained, "I discovered this glove while exploring ancient ruins. It can be regarded as the crystallization of ancient technology." Hearing this, all the presidents were taken aback. They didn't expect this unassuming glove to be a product of ancient technology. At this point, President Ng exclaimed with excitement, "With this ancient technology, can't we easily deal with Professor Jamie and that strange woman?" However, the department head expressed at this moment, "There's no need to use this thing to deal with Jamie and the others. We need to use this to deal with a more terrifying monster." According to the description in the ancient people's residual images, there is a terrifying monster on our Earth. The ancient civilization was exterminated by this monster. Upon hearing this, the several presidents were shocked. Violet asked incredulously, "Department head, you're not joking, are you? Is there really such a terrifying creature on Earth that can even exterminate ancient people?" Hearing this, the department head confirmed with a serious face, "I've seen what that monster looks like. Although it looks completely harmless, the ancient people said it's an extremely dangerous existence." Violet asked the department head in shock, "Do you know where this monster is now?" The department head expressed helplessly, "I don't know where he is now. The ancient people didn't provide much description about him." After sharing a photo of the monster, he disappeared completely. Just then, Zombie looked up curiously and asked, "Did the ancient people teach you how to use this thing?" Hearing this, the department head replied, "The ancient people didn't say, but it doesn't look difficult. It should be worn on the hand, and then you press the button in the middle. So we need to find this monster as soon as possible and then use the glove to get rid of him." Upon hearing this, Zombie also agreed with the department head's words. But just then, the department head seemed to suddenly think of something, and immediately he lowered his head to take a closer look at Zombie. Seeing this, Zombie was confused. "What's wrong, department head? Is there something on my face?" The department head blurted out a curse word, and then reached for the golden glove. Seeing this, the several presidents were utterly dumbfounded. Before they could figure out what was going on, a figure suddenly shot in from outside. With a loud bang, the figure directly hit the headquarters building and crashed all the way into the conference room. Dust filled the conference room immediately. As the dust settled, the department head already had the glove in his hand. At this time, Violet and Lon Chi were surprised to find that the one who crashed in was a person, and he was Lon Ling, who had previously been punched and sent flying by Blackie. While everyone was still trying to understand what happened, another figure quickly rushed over. With a thud, Blackie also chased after them. Seeing that Lon Ling had been punched into the building by him, Blackie still had a face full of anger. "Hurry up and give me my money back." At this moment, Lon Ling was regretting deeply, thinking, "I'm probably going to be screwed by my subordinates this time." At this time, Violet also noticed Blackie outside. "Isn't this Zombie's subordinate? How could he appear here?" Zombie was also puzzled when he saw Blackie. Did something happen at home? Why would Blackie suddenly lose control? Just then, the department head subordinate reminded everyone, I didn't detect human breath on this guy, he's a zombie. As the headquarters of humans, it was surprising to be attacked so blatantly by a zombie, which made the presidents feel disgraced. They swarmed towards Blackie. President Ng angrily said, Stinky zombie, you are too arrogant, do you know where this is? Upon hearing this, Blackie ferociously replied, I don't care where this is, if you dare to stop that kid from giving back the money, I will destroy this place right now. Saying that, he kicked directly at President Ying's face, followed by a punch to President Qin's stomach. In the blink of an eye, several presidents were knocked out by him. President Ng, like Lan Ling, was directly punched into the conference room. Lying on the ground, President Gang helplessly said, What is this thing? Why are we always the ones to get hit? We are also presidents, why do we always play this role? Dawn was also startled by this scene. This one is stronger than the one with the chainsaws, they are not on the same level at all. Meanwhile, Lan Ling and President Ng, in the same position, were embedded in the wall, looking utterly despondent. Just then, Blackie suddenly jumped into the air, emitting a large amount of black substance from his body. If you dare to stop me, then all of you will die. Dawn just wanted to touch what the black thing was, but Violet on the side hurriedly stopped him. As everyone was unsure of what to do, Zombie suddenly teleported to Blackie's front. With a bang, Blackie was solidly hit by a punch from Zombie. Instantly, the madness in Blackie's eyes disappeared, and the powerful shock wave sent Violet and the others flying out. Lan Chi was even unlucky enough to hit the wall. Seeing Zombie's combat power, a subordinate exclaimed in shock, Department head, this president is so strong. At this time, the department head began to put on the glove. I didn't expect this guy to be more powerful than I imagined. Presidents are like ants in front of him. It seems that what the ancient said is true. Meanwhile, Zombie took Blackie to the rooftop. Blackie was startled when he saw Zombie, and quickly knelt down, expressing his ignorance that Zombie was also here. However, Zombie didn't mean to blame him, just said lightly, you can't kill them. This is the president's headquarters, our city was given by them. Just then, Zombie felt a surge of energy approaching. The department head had also put on the glove, and suddenly a powerful energy surged into his body. But at this moment, the sun suddenly seemed to have been bitten off by something, and in just the time it took to breathe, it was again mostly covered. Seeing this, Violet and the others thought the department head had caused a solar eclipse, but the department head said that he didn't do it. As they were talking, the sun had been completely covered. The citizens in the city were also incredulous, what's going on? How could the solar eclipse happen so quickly? At this time, the presidents also felt something was amiss and looked up at the sky suspiciously. Just then, the vampire queen suddenly appeared in the sky. It turned out that she had rushed over as soon as she heard that Lan Ling was in danger. After absorbing Zombie's genes, I feel like I'm invincible now. The presidents recognized her at a glance, it's her. She's the one who saved Professor Jamie. As soon as his words fell, several more figures rushed over. It turned out to be the red-haired girl leading the others of the Blood Clan. Seeing them, Lan Ling immediately shed tears of grievance, you guys, come and save me. Hearing this, the red-haired girl immediately ordered the rescue of Lan Ling. But before they could get close to Lan Ling, they were choked by the department head's neck and then thrown out of the building. Seeing her subordinate being bullied by a human, the queen immediately looked at the department head with anger. Seeing this, the department head quickly ordered his subordinate, it will be chaotic here in a while, you lead the citizens to evacuate the entire city, leave this to me to deal with. The queen, hearing this, looked disdainful, human, I advise you to mind your own business. But before she could finish her words, she was hit in the face by the department head's punch. The queen snorted, and then immediately returned a kick. Seeing the two fighting back and forth, Violet and the others were shocked, they just started fighting like that? Is this woman that powerful? Just then, Zombie and the others also saw the vampire queen. Blackie immediately suggested if they should go and help, but Zombie interrupted him, let them fight, it's none of our business. The department head appeared unscathed before everyone. He stood up and said to the queen, I'll deal with you first, then I'll handle Zombie. The queen scoffed, big talk. You think with your little ability you can take on Zombie? Upon hearing this, Lan Chi and the rest were puzzled, what does this have to do with Zombie? Meanwhile, Blackie and Zombie, who were watching the scene unfold, were also confused. Has the department head lost his mind? Just then, the department head began to use the power of his glove. As the button was activated, a powerful energy started to gather towards the glove. Seeing this, the queen wasted no time and swiftly charged towards the department head, saying, "I'll deal with you first, then I'll settle the score with Zombie." Soon, the two figures hurtled towards each other. Just as they were about to collide, the queen clenched her fist. On the other side, the department head gathered all his power onto his glove and launched a full-force attack against the queen. With a loud bang, the two collided directly. The powerful impact sent Dawn and the others flying. Just then, with a crack, the glove that condensed the crystallization of ancient technology was deformed by the queen's punch. Immediately after, the vampire queen exerted her power again, and the department head screamed as he was blasted into a building, penetrating it completely. The queen snorted disdainfully, "And you dared to brag about confronting Zombie." Upon hearing this, the department head felt deeply humiliated. As he removed his glove, he grumbled, "What a piece of garbage ancient technology. Had I known this, I would have done it myself." The queen responded, "Among all the humans I've met, you have the strongest physique. If you were born 1,000 years ago, with this kind of technology, it's uncertain who would have been the victor. But it's a pity." With that, she flashed in front of the department head, preparing to deliver the final blow. But at this moment, Violet suddenly appeared behind the queen with a knife. With a swish, she used a wide-range killing move, Red Blade. Fortunately, the vampire queen reacted in time and dodged the attack. She looked at Violet in disbelief. How is her ability stronger than that department head's? At this point, Violet placed the knife on her shoulder and said, "Seems like you've got the wrong person. Your opponent is me." With that, she activated the power of her zombie bloodline. Upon witnessing this, Lan Chi and the queen were shocked. How is this possible? Meanwhile, the red-haired girl was preparing to rescue the Lan Ling while everyone was distracted. But just then, Dawn suddenly appeared and pinned her on a rooftop. She had also activated her zombie form. Seeing this, the queen's expression turned serious. "What's your relationship with Zombie?" Dawn turned her head and scoffed, "Don't be so arrogant. Also, you should worry about yourself for now." Just then, Violet took a step forward. "So you're the vampire queen? I would like to see what you're made of." Seeing this, the department head was utterly baffled. "Violet, what's happening today?" Lan Chi and the others were looking at Violet in shock. Something's off with Violet. Is she usually this strong? In the momentary silence on the battlefield, the red-haired girl suddenly shouted at Dawn, "Damn it, don't underestimate me." With that, she broke free from Dawn's control and created distance between them with a few backflips. Seeing her prey escape, Dawn was surprisingly excited and playful. The red-haired girl was annoyed and said, "I'm not like those weaklings you can easily manipulate. If I don't show my strength, will you think I'm a pushover?" Hearing this, Dawn playfully replied, "Then prove it to me with your strength." As soon as she finished speaking, the red-haired girl suddenly rushed forward. But in the next second, Dawn cleanly landed a kick on her chin. The vampire girl looked at her with disbelief all over her face. At this moment, Dawn suddenly lay on the ground and teased, "Is this your strength? It's nothing special." With that, she shot out and delivered a simple and brutal punch to the airborne vampire girl. The others who witnessed this were shocked. Is Dawn really that powerful? At this time, the vampire girl on the battlefield was so angry that she almost bit her molars. Unwilling to admit defeat, she slashed across her palm, using blood to form several clones, and rushed towards Dawn. But in the next second, Dawn directly kicked her real body, and the clones instantly dissipated. How is this possible? Is this person really a human? Meanwhile, the vampire queen on the other side also launched an attack on Violet. Violet swung her blade, creating a flurry of blade shadows that effortlessly dissolved the queen's attack. The powerful force radiated from her, spreading across the entire city in the blink of an eye. The headquarters thousands of meters away could feel the intense vibration. Seeing this, the president couldn't believe his eyes. Wait, is Violet really that powerful? She's unbelievable. Why does this state feel so much like that guy? However, the queen seemed interested upon seeing this. So you have been enhanced by Zombie. But it's a pity, you're no match for me now. The one I'm looking for is Zombie, to wash away the humiliation he brought me 1,000 years ago. Having said that, she slowly closed her eyes. When she opened them again, her pupils had transformed. I've been waiting for this moment for 1,000 years. My own strength is more than enough to crush you, let alone me now. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Feeling the Queen's aura at this moment, the presidents and the others were shocked. Violet, however, stood in place unaffected. You're right, my own strength is not as good as yours, even with stimulants, I can't beat you. But, if you're saying that you're going to use it to defeat that mindless guy, I don't agree with that. How about I show you something fun right now? Hearing this, the Queen looked puzzled. Fun? What do you mean? Violet placed her hand on her face, then looked at the Queen with a smile. Have you heard of the second form?
Bankai.
As these words were spoken, Violet's skin began to flake off. Following that, she started to laugh uproariously, indicating that she was feeling fantastic. Seeing this scene, the others, including Lan Chi, were completely dumbfounded. Has this woman gone mad? What is she trying to do? The vampire queen on the battlefield was equally baffled. Just then, Violet swept her hand back, and in an instant, a terrifying energy spread out from her body. The presidents hurriedly shielded themselves with their hands. As this energy dissipated, the vampire queen's pupils dilated instantly. Violet had completed her transformation, not only radiating a terrifying energy but also undergoing a change in appearance. Her delicate face had disappeared, replaced by a skull mask. Seeing this, the presidents almost dropped their jaws to the ground. The Queen was also full of disbelief. Why can this person use this kind of power? Blackie was also dumbfounded, on the roof, seeing Violet in this form. Zombie, who was watching the show, had a calm look on his face. I didn't expect Violet to master my power so quickly. At this point, the vampire queen's mouth could have fit a light bulb. How? How is this possible? How did she transform into this form? On the entire battlefield, only Dawn was excited to see this form. Just then, the vampire queen suddenly started to freak out. I can't believe this is happening, Zombie, I really underestimated you. You keep disrupting my plans over and over again. But before she could finish her sentence, Violet interrupted. Do you have time to lament life at this point? I don't think there's any need to waste any more time. Hearing this, the Queen instantly transformed her blood into a sword, then in a flash appeared above Violet. You're right, only the weak talk too much. With that, she spun her body in the air and then fiercely slashed down at Violet. Violet immediately held her blade across her chest, swiftly sliding her hand over the blade. Astonishingly, she instantly sharpened the blade with her own blood and swiftly swung a red blade at the Queen. With a swoosh, before the Queen could even react, a blood mark appeared on her forehead. Immediately afterward, Violet swung her sword again and in a blink of an eye, her body crossed with the Queen's and swung countless blades. With a bang, the Queen's body suddenly exploded, turning into a sky full of blood that rained down. The presidents who saw this scene were so shocked they couldn't speak. The vampire girl and Lan Ling shed tears of pain. At this moment, a subordinate of the department head reported, with that attack just now, President Violet has destroyed all of that woman's cells. Hearing this, the Grand President Qin was extremely shocked. Are you kidding me? Has Violet become this strong? Lan Chi, who had always been at odds with Violet, was full of jealousy. What exactly did Zombie do to this woman? Just as everyone was surprised, Violet slowly turned her head. You're not that frail yet, are you? Do you still want to make a sneak attack? As soon as her words fell, the blood mist in the sky began to condense, and the blood that had originally fallen on the ground began to float into the air. Violet stood in place, quietly watching all of this unfold. Soon, the flesh and bones that the Queen had lost reformed, and in just the blink of an eye, the vampire queen appeared in front of Violet, unscathed. The presidents looked on in shock. Are these two women even human? At this moment, Zombie on the other side sensed that Litter Red seemed ready to really take action. So he hurriedly jumped off the building with Blackie, planning to change positions and continue watching the show. At the same time, Violet on the battlefield began to speak. That clueless guy said, "You're a 1,000-year-old creature. Indeed, I can't comprehend you by normal standards." The department head was taken aback at these words. What? Has she also lived for 1,000 years like Zombie? Just then, his golden glove on his arm suddenly reacted. At this moment, Zombie came to the headquarters with Blackie, warning everyone, it's dangerous here, hurry up and leave. Seeing Zombie, Lan Chi was instantly furious. Zombie, you bastard, what have you done to Violet? Saying this, he chased after Zombie. Seeing Zombie, the queen's face instantly turned gloomy. With a wave of her hand, the sky was immediately covered with dark clouds and a huge vortex began to form in an instant. Violet was also secretly shocked to see this scene. I didn't expect that she, like Zombie, could trigger celestial phenomena. At this moment, the queen coldly looked at Violet. I'll take care of you first. Hearing this, Violet immediately assumed a battle stance. Let's see if you can do that. At this point, Zombie had already brought Blackie to a safe place, and Lan Chi and the presidents quickly followed. But just as they were preparing to question Zombie, there was a loud bang, and Violet charged at the queen. Seeing this, the queen swiftly swung several swords. In an instant, the building where Zombie and the others had just stood was hit by the sword energy, and with a bang, it was cut into pieces. The collapsing building fell straight towards Violet. Just as Violet raised her hand to split the building in two, the queen quickly approached her. In a rush, she hurriedly swung her sword to block the queen's blood blade, but was punched in the face by the queen the next second. Violet adjusted her body with the momentum and assumed an attacking posture. Then she made a fierce flip and swung a blade at the queen. Seeing her operation, Lan Chi and others were petrified in an instant. Zombie couldn't help but comment in his heart, it seems that not only do I have violent tendencies after transforming. Violet's blade not only dispersed the dark clouds in the sky instantly, but even the Guangzhou province was split in two. But the blade strike didn't cause any damage to the queen. When she turned her head and saw the destructive power of this strike, her expression immediately became serious. I didn't expect this guy could break through my attack. At this moment, Zombie, who was watching the show, was full of praise for Violet's attack. Lan Chi on the side was shocked, it's ridiculous, can't she be killed like this? Meanwhile, on the other side, the department head who found that his glove was reacting wanted to take it off immediately, but no matter what method he used, he just couldn't remove it. At this moment, Violet landed on a building, but before she could steady herself, the vampire queen appeared in front of her in a flash. Violet didn't even have time to react before she was kicked and sent flying again. Following that, the queen gathered her energy in mid-air and with a swoosh, she chased after Violet. Then, another palm struck Violet. There was a loud bang as Violet hit hard against the building and was then rebounded. But the next second, with a plop, a sword directly pierced her body. I admit that you're strong, but even if you've activated your second form, what can you do to me? The presidents were scared silly at this sight, and Lan Chi also couldn't close his mouth in shock. How is this possible? Was Violet just killed like that? But the next second, Violet suddenly moved. She slowly pulled her own blade from her body and landed directly in front of the queen. You're right, I still can't hurt you, but you can't hurt me either. Seeing that Violet also had an immortal body, Lan Chi rushed to Zombie like a madman. Zombie, give it to me quickly, I want it too. Don't think I don't know what you've done to Violet. But Zombie directly refused her. No, it's too violent. While Lan Chi was being relentless with Zombie, the department head on the other side suddenly experienced something unusual. Damn it, what's going on with this glove? Just then, a voice rang in his mind, haha, your body now belongs to me. After saying that, a surge of energy drilled into the department head's body from the glove, followed by a large amount of golden substance floating out of the glove. Seeing this, the department head was immediately panicked. Damn it, how is this possible? Who are you? The next second, the ancient man who had given the department head the glove appeared in his mind. Following this, with a bang, a powerful and ancient energy shot up to the sky. As everyone was wondering what had happened, a giant golden figure appeared in the sky above the earth. He had 1 foot on the earth and slapped his palm down towards the Guangzhou province. Ha ha ha, I've been revived. Seeing this, the presidents and the others wore expressions of shock. What is that thing? Seeing the giant shadow appearing in the sky above Guangzhou province, the fleeing citizens of Guangzhou province were utterly despondent. My God, is this the end of the world? With a bang, the giant hand slammed down, instantly shattering the buildings. Lan Chi and the others were immediately thrown out. Zombie, seeing this, quickly moved through the rubble to them. He punched the President Qin in the stomach, slapped the president in the face, and then grabbed Lon Chi's collar, rescuing them in a matter of seconds. But just then, there was a sudden roar from behind him, and a giant hand reached out towards him instantly, directly gripping him in its palm. At this moment, a golden mech standing 10,000 meters tall was hovering above the earth. Looking at the giant object in front of them, Violet and the Queen temporarily stopped fighting. At this point, they noticed the department head standing on top of the mech, roaring in frustration. "What do you want to do?" "I'm sorry, Junior, I used you. Your sacrifice is worth it for the sake of humanity." With that, the golden substance completely swallowed the department head. The people who were saved looked bewildered. This is really off the charts. What on earth is going on? Soon, the department head was completely controlled by the Ancient One, his body changing and being completely covered by the yellow mech. Seeing this, the presidents and the others felt a terrifying energy emanating from the mech. But just then, Violet noticed something in the hand of the mech. It was Zombie, who had managed to break free from the giant mech's hand. The planes flying below the mech looked like miniature models. "Mom, what's that? It's so big, and there's a person standing on his fingertip." Seeing this, Violet and the Queen both attacked the Ancient One at the same time, but their attacks were easily blocked by a light shield. With a whoosh, their bodies were instantly controlled by the lines sprayed out by the giant mech. "Damned, don't interfere with my quest for revenge against Zombie." Hearing this, the Ancient One mocked, "We've spent centuries studying just Zombie's genes, and you're using him as a stimulant to attack me. It's simply overestimating yourselves." At this point, under the pressure of the giant mech, Zombie directly activated his second form. He chuckled, grabbed the mech's finger, and began to spin like a top. As he spun, the mech's finger also began to spin, followed by a cracking sound from the mech's arm, which then also began to spin. Breaking free from control, Zombie quickly rushed upwards. "Watch me twist your head off." The Ancient One above also noticed the anomaly, and with a bang, he controlled his other hand to slap Zombie. "It's been 1,000 years, and I finally have a body to my liking. Come on, Zombie, what are you waiting for? Show your true form and fight with me." Hearing this, Zombie suddenly exerted his strength to lift the mech's palm. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." The next second, Zombie changed form again, and those disdainful dead fish eyes once again appeared before everyone. He threw a punch, instantly blasting the mech's hand away. Seeing Zombie's form, the Queen was visibly taken aback. Just then, the mech slapped down at Zombie again. The Ancient One, seeing Zombie's form, said discontentedly, "Zombie, are you looking down on me by taking this form? You damned monster." Hearing this, Lon Chi looked bewildered. "Zombie has become his most powerful form, how is it looking down on you?" Just then, Zombie again swung his fist, knocking away the mech's arm. The Ancient One, seeing this, snorted coldly. A mechanical sound was heard, and suddenly a row of small ancient mechs appeared on the head of the giant mech. The presidents, seeing this, was directly dumbfounded. Is this ancient technology? I feel like I'm garbage in front of them. While they were feeling this, Zombie had already killed his way into the group of mechs, scrapping a mech with every move. At this moment, he was like a god of death. In the blink of an eye, he tore the mechs in front of him into scrap metal. But soon another group of mechs came up. Zombie knew these mechs were just small fry, so he charged his fist and charged directly at them. He threw a punch, instantly annihilating the group of mechs, and his powerful force even blasted away half of the giant mech's body. Seeing this, the Ancient One collided his fists together and said coldly, "Looks like I still couldn't make you use your full strength. Are you still looking down on me? What about this?" As his words ended, a few more giant mechs landed on Earth. The presidents were even more dumbfounded at this sight. He actually summoned so many mechs, isn't this a little too much? At this point, the mechs surrounded Zombie in the middle. "Zombie, I've seen you on that last night before the end, this isn't your true form." Zombie was visibly taken aback by these words. Just as he was distracted, the Ancient One controlled the mech and suddenly punched at Zombie. The powerful force instantly whipped up a level 15 hurricane in Guangzhou province. Zombie, who didn't have time to dodge, was directly hit, and with a whoosh, he was blasted away. With a bang echoing from the moon, Zombie was actually punched all the way to the moon. After rolling around on the surface of the moon a few times, Zombie heavily crashed into the ground. At this time, the look in Zombie's eyes towards the ancient mech gradually became cold. Just then, seeing the destruction of Guangzhou province, the department head began to resist the ancient one in his consciousness. Look at what you've done to Guangzhou province. Do you absolutely have to kill Zombie? Shut up, Zombie must die. With that said, he suddenly charged up, and the ancient mech actually jumped all the way to the moon, its huge body occupying a fifth of the moon's surface. With a boom, the giant mech's arm instantly swung at the area where Zombie was. But just then, a streak of light flew out from his fingertip. Not only was Zombie unscathed, but he also quickly approached the giant mech. Next, he leaped to the chest of the mech, clenched his fist, and slammed it. With a bang, the mech's body shattered in response, the chest and above turned into mechanical dust, and it fell to the ground with a boom. The ancient one who saw this scene were about to make a move, but were stopped by the department head. After returning, I looked at Zombie's files. Since he became the president, he's not as evil as you said. The city he manages is even better than the ones we humans manage, not only generating tax revenue for us, but also bringing us good development. The citizens he manages have also never harmed humans, and he has helped us humans several times, not just stopping a huge air disaster with his bare hands, but also rescuing our young ones from fires. He even frequently helps elderly people cross the road. If he's never harmed humans, why can't he coexist with us? Upon hearing this, the ancient one angrily told the department head to shut up. Who doesn't want to live in peace? But look at this guy, does he look like he can live peacefully with us? Originally, zombies were just a weak group on Earth, and our ordinary weapons could eliminate them. But we have no idea where Zombie came from, and we have no way to deal with him. It's as if our lives and deaths are in his hands, at the mercy of his emotions. To put it bluntly, all the creatures on Earth are nothing but ants in his eyes. Therefore, we can't allow such a powerful creature to exist. With that, the Ancient One once again gathered energy, then with a wave of his hand, he threw the energy towards the moon. As the golden energy came into contact with the giant mech, its body began to regenerate quickly. In no time, it turned into an ancient warrior mech holding a giant sword, and behind him were several other warrior mechs also holding giant swords. Zombie, you must disappear from this world today. Divine punishment. With a boom, all the warrior mechs stabbed their giant swords into the moon at the same time, attempting to destroy the moon along with Zombie. At the same time, the Ancient One's body burst with powerful energy, trying to control Zombie's actions. But just then, Zombie's hair suddenly changed. Power. Sometimes, bigger isn't always better. Just as the Ancient One was puzzled, Zombie casually snapped his fingers. In an instant, the bodies of the warrior mechs shattered, and the huge golden sword broke in response. The terrifying energy spread around from Zombie's core, even affecting Lan Chi and the others on Earth. This place is no longer safe. All the presidents, please assist the citizens of Guangzhou province to leave here as soon as possible. Just as all the presidents started their actions, Zombie teleported in front of the Ancient One. He punched him in the face, sending him crashing down to the ground like a meteor. With a boom, the Ancient One heavily crashed into the sea, and Zombie returned to Earth along with him. The moment he landed, his hands plunged into the ground, causing a huge crack to spread out instantly. At this moment, the Ancient One was filled with frustration. He hadn't expected that Zombie could completely overpower him in this form. Meanwhile, in Guangzhou province, Lan Chi and the others were helping the citizens evacuate. Just as Lan Chi was running with a baby in his arms, she suddenly noticed cracks appearing on the ground beneath him. He turned to look and saw Zombie, hands pressed against the ground, making a crackling sound. As Zombie continued to exert force, a crack began to spread in an instant. Suddenly, the entire Guangzhou province started to shake violently, as if a magnitude 20 earthquake was happening. Under Zombie's continuous efforts, the crack grew larger and larger. With a roar, a bottomless crack appeared, running through the entire Guangzhou province. With the continuous rumbling sound, the crack spread all the way to the distant mountains, and eventually, the earth was split in two by Zombie. Seeing the scene before them, the presidents were incredibly shocked. Lan Chi slipped and accidentally fell into the crack. Fortunately, the President Ing grabbed her hand in time and saved her. This zombie is too terrifying. This isn't something a carbon-based life form could do. At the same time, the ancient one who had been punched into the deep sea by Zombie also surfaced. With a whoosh, Zombie immediately appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach. The power of this punch sent the Ancient One all the way to the South Pole. While the Ancient One was coughing violently, he said to the department head, "Junior, do you see it? This is the destructive power of this monster." Just then, the Ancient One was surprised to find that the tsunami that was heading towards the city suddenly stopped. Zombie was standing on top of it, staring at him with cold eyes. His appearance had changed again, and he had grown long hair that reached his buttocks. Seeing this, the department head was as if struck by lightning. What kind of creature is this guy? Violet, seeing Zombie at this moment, was also shocked. The vampire queen was also taken aback. This is Zombie. How come I have never seen him look like this before? Upon seeing Zombie's appearance at this moment, the Ancient One laughed excitedly. "Yes, it's this face. That's the exact face I saw right before everything was destroyed." With that, he flew into the high sky. "Zombie, I have finally forced you into this form." Hearing the Ancient One's death-courting words, Blackie could only think that this guy had gone mad. He turned and sprinted towards the distance. This Ancient One is definitely going to die. It's not good to stay here, I need to get away quickly. At this moment, the Ancient One in the sky, using the department head's life as a price, condensed a terrifying power of thunder and lightning in an instant. "Junior, your body might suffer a bit. Sorry." But just then, Zombie merely raised his hand, and in an instant, the Ancient One was sent flying, and the energy ring that was forming behind him instantly shattered. Following this, Zombie suddenly clenched his fist. In an instant, the Ancient One's golden mech turned into a lump of iron, and even his soul was erased along with it. With a boom, the terrifying explosion energy rushed straight into the sky, and the Ancient One's golden mech shattered like glass. Until the end, he couldn't understand, why can't I defeat Zombie even when I've become like this? As the Ancient One was eliminated, the department head appeared in front of everyone with a hole in his chest. Clearly he was as dead as one could be. Lan Chi and the others had faces full of despair. How could this be? The department head was our strongest human force. At this moment, Blackie reminded Zombie, "My lord, the department head cannot die, otherwise all your previous efforts will be in vain." Upon hearing this, Zombie raised his hand and shot a drop of fresh blood towards the department head's body. In an instant, the genes in the department head's body changed, and the missing flesh from the department head's chest began to rapidly repair at a speed visible to the naked eye. His heart also started to thump and beat again. The presidents, upon seeing this, were utterly shocked. The vampire queen was equally astounded. So it can even be like this. Violet felt a wave of emotion in her heart. "Zombie, just how many more tricks do you have up your sleeve?" Soon, the department head's consciousness returned, and he looked at his own body in disbelief. At this moment, he finally understood that Zombie was not someone they could defeat. He also understood why the Ancient One wanted to eliminate him at all costs, because this man was simply a monster. They were afraid of Zombie, so they chose to eliminate him. At this moment, the entire battlefield was dead silent. Everyone was afraid to accidentally anger Zombie. Just then, a bang broke the brief silence. Violet burst forth and appeared in front of Zombie, but when she looked at Zombie, she found that he had returned to his previous silly appearance. "How is it, Violet? Is my bloodline power useful?" Upon hearing Zombie's words, Violet relaxed and deactivated her second form. Subsequently, she loudly reprimanded, "If you had said earlier that you could have killed him in an instant, why did you bother tearing open the rift? Now, thanks to you, our home is completely destroyed." Hearing this, Zombie said somewhat sheepishly, "Didn't I just not want to scare others?" The vampire queen was left speechless by these words. With that, the incident with the Ancient One came to an end. Due to Zombie's actions, the entire southern continent shifted more than 100 kilometers, affecting the Earth's climate and forming the deepest ocean trench on Earth. 2 months later, as several cities in the province had been destroyed, Zombie's Architecture Association took full responsibility for the city's reconstruction work. At this time, in the department head's office, he was looking at Zombie's information, deep in thought. After learning why the Ancient One wanted to eliminate Zombie, the department head also dismissed the idea of being Zombie's enemy. So, he called over Inspector Chen and instructed her to go to the market and select several bags of excellent eggs. As the department head, it was time for him to pay a visit to the newly appointed president of H City. Meanwhile, on the other side, the second phase of the Vampire New City project was also in full swing. Lon Ling was on the construction site urging the progress of the project. "You guys are hired by me with money, so get moving." When the redhead girl asked Lon Ling where the money came from, he instantly broke out in a cold sweat. At the same time, in H City, Ah Go asked Blackie why he lent money to their sworn enemy. The king said that we should stay obedient and not fight, so as to not let Lon Ling always covet the money in my bank. It's easier to lend it to them. With a high interest rate of 20%, they'll have to work for us for at least 300 years. Hearing this, Ah Go and the others were left speechless. This guy is so black-hearted. Some rejoice while others mourn. At this time, the vampire queen was curled up in her room in a daze. She never could have imagined that Zombie could transform again. When she was initially sealed, she had only seen Zombie's second form. She didn't expect that when she drugged Zombie and launched a sneak attack, she had only witnessed a small part of his power. Seeing Zombie in his new form, like a god of killing, she, who has always been strong, shed tears of unwillingness when she knew that she could never defeat Zombie in this lifetime. With this, the second season of Mr.Zombie comes to an end. However, at this point, in the previously underground ruins, a man suddenly appears in front of the remains of the Ancient One, and the person who came was none other than Professor Jamie. "Zombie, our business is not over yet. As long as I'm not dead, I will definitely erase you from this world." After his victory over the Ancient One, Zombie finally achieved his dream. Not only did he have his own city, but he was also recognized by the Beyonders Academies, taking over the position of President Chin and becoming the new Grand President of the Academy. Now was the day when the Academy officially appointed Zombie as the Grand President. At this time, in a room, an alarm clock rang, but the next second, the alarm clock was smashed by a slap. Then, the faint snoring of Zombie echoed in the room. After some time, Zombie finally woke up from his sleep. He opened the fridge to see various canned eggs. Zombie casually grabbed a raw egg and swallowed it. At this time, a lifetime of images continuously appeared in his mind. First, he was in school one day, and suddenly turned into a zombie. Then he mindlessly wandered around with his kind, until one day, a group of humans brandishing firearm began to slaughter zombies. To avoid being turned into a perpetual machine, he joined the iron-pumping army, living on protein powder and exercise. Eventually, he became invincible and learned to use the power of the zombie bloodline, able to transform into different forms for battle. His first form was cute and a bit silly, the second form was handsome but a complete battle maniac, the third form embodied the strong and silent type, and the fourth form, which was like a Super Saiyan transformation. It was in this form that Zombie destroyed the previous human civilization. Since then, Zombie began to tire of war. For peace, he chose to help humans, solving many problems for them in the process. Whether it was the Zombie King or the Ancient One, he was slowly changing human perceptions of zombies. In the end, he achieved his dream and got his own city. But things didn't seem to be going as he expected, because the power he demonstrated began to make humans afraid of him. Just as Zombie was considering what to do next, the doorbell rang. He opened the door to find Violet standing outside. Violet said angrily, "Zombie, what the hell are you doing? What kind of leader are you? All the presidents have been waiting for you for 2 hours." Hearing this, Zombie said he would be right there and then closed the door. The scene shifted to the Beyonders Academies, where Lan Chi was passionately giving a speech on stage, with a huge banner behind her appointing Zombie as the Grand President. "We are in a dangerous era, with countless opportunities and challenges. We have witnessed the growth of the Academy, and now Zombie will lead our Academy to prosperity. Please welcome our new Grand President, Zombie." Hearing this, Zombie walked guiltily towards the stage. The presidents down below all stood up straight and shouted, "Welcome, Grand President," and then bowed deeply to Zombie. Seeing this, Zombie awkwardly said, Good morning, everyone. You must be hungry. I brought you some eggs." Hearing this, the people below were speechless. Some people even spoke up for President Chin. "President Chin, with this kind of IQ, how can he possibly replace you?" Hearing this, President Chin only said one thing, "You better shut up. If you can beat him, you can be the Grand President." Meanwhile, in the department head's office, the Inspector Chen ran in flustered. "It's not good, department head, things have gotten serious. This is a direct call from the national president." Hearing this, the department head immediately stood up. What happened? How could it have alarmed the national president? He quickly picked up the phone to understand what had happened. After hearing the orders from the other end of the phone, the department head immediately assured with solemnity that he would accomplish the task, and then hung up. At this moment, Inspector Chen asked in panic, "What did the president instruct?" Hearing this, the department head explained, "It's about the ancients, probably the whole world knows about it now." In disbelief, Inspector Chen responded, "How could this be? We had clearly locked down this matter." Hearing this, the department head threw the phone aside. "The matter has blown up so much that the other side of the earth knows about it. How could we possibly have contained it?" Upon hearing this, Inspector Chen immediately checked his phone. Indeed, there was news everywhere about the intense battle happening in the south and suspected appearances of the ancients. The department head turned to Inspector Chen and said, "The exchange meeting is about to start, and many issues are intertwined and hard to resolve. Have you prepared the eggs I asked you to bring for our visit to Zombie?" Inspector Chen immediately took out 2 bags of eggs, stating that they had been prepared long ago. Soon, the department head, carrying 2 bags of eggs, arrived at Zombie's front door, thinking to himself, "Since I've made him the Grand President, there shouldn't be any problem with me coming over to congratulate him." He then rang the doorbell. But the one who opened the door was an old acquaintance, Violet. Violet, dressed in a maid outfit, stood dumbfounded at the door. Seeing this, the department immediately blurted out, "You're Violet? With this outfit, have you and Zombie already?" Hearing this, Violet immediately explained, "Department head, you've misunderstood. It's not what you think." Just then, Lan Chi, also dressed as a maid, greeted, "It's the department head. Why are you coming over just now?" Seeing this, the department head was as if struck by lightning. "Even though Zombie has just been promoted to Grand President, but you guys are going too wild." With that, he turned and left, stating that he would return to headquarters and report this incident to the relevant departments. Hearing this, Lan Chi was stunned at first, then screamed in realization. Both she and Violet promptly explained, "Department head, you've misunderstood. We are here to attend the bastard zombies promotion party. We are dressed like this because we lost a game." Hearing this, the department head expressed his doubts, "Is what you said true? I've never seen you dressed like this for a meeting." Violet blushed, "If you don't believe it, you can go in and see for yourself." With that, she opened the door. What came into view was Dawn, also dressed as a maid, and Zombie in pajamas with a note stuck on his face. Across from him was the former Grand President with a serious face, "Zombie, when it comes to cards, you're no match for me." As he spoke, he drew a card from Zombie's hand, causing him to scream out loud. Just then, there was a sudden pop sound. President Ng had set off a salute. Behind him, the banner read, "Zombie, the Grand President, has issued his first executive order. Anyone who fails to participate in the team-building activities will be dismissed from public office." As the department head was watching everything unfold, his brain seemed to have crashed. Suddenly, a bunch of fruits and vegetables flew over. With a few swish sounds, President Gang sheathed his blade, and the fruits and vegetables turned into numerous pieces, falling neatly into the dish. "Everyone, here is the sushi you ordered." But when President Gang saw the department head standing at the door, their eyes met, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Department head, it's not what you think. This is not my character design, Zombie forced me to do this." Hearing this, the department head coughed dryly to alleviate the awkwardness. Then, he said solemnly to everyone, "Since everyone is here, I don't have to call a meeting. I have a very urgent matter to discuss with everyone." He then shared the news of the nation's president. Hearing this, Zombie asked the department head in confusion, "Aren't you the leader of humanity?" As the department head was about to answer, President Gang brought him a plate of vegetable salad with an embarrassed expression. "Department head, let's talk while we eat." Hearing this, the department head raised his hand to remove his helmet. Zombie and the others stared intently at the department head, eager to see his true face. But in the next second, the department head only removed the armor covering his mouth. "This region has many provinces, and I am merely the provincial head of Guangzhou province." However, when he noticed Zombie and the others staring intently at him, he immediately asked, what's the matter? Hearing this, Zombie and the others quickly turned their heads away, indicating it was nothing. Subsequently, Zombie learned from the department head that this world consisted of two major continents, divided into two countries, Country A and Country B. The place where they were located was Country A. Country A has a federal system, while Country B is a monarchy. Both countries wish to change the other and thereby unite all of humanity. A long time ago, the two countries cooperated for a short period to eradicate zombies, but the rest of the time, they appeared to be cooperative while actually engaging in constant strife. Later on, under the guise of peace, they established a friendly exchange meeting that spanned generations, which in reality was just a way to flex their muscles. If it were not for the president's exceptional wisdom, we would have already been unified. At this point, Zombie, with a puzzled face, asked, "What is this exchange meeting?" Violet explained, "The so-called exchange meeting is a global school sports exchange, which you can also think of as a worldwide military exercise. It's held every 4 years, but almost every time, the other side wins the championship, and we lose miserably." Hearing this, Zombie was even more bewildered. What? It sounds utterly pointless. At that moment, Lan Chi, with a sense of lament, said, "In the last event, just in the zombie eradication competition, one state from their side killed nearly 10 million zombies. We can't possibly compare with them." Hearing this, Zombie was startled. How does a sports exchange even relate to zombies? Lan Chi gave Zombie a glance and said, "Zombie, as the head of the society, you must also put in effort this time. You must strive for our honor." Hearing this, Zombie immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Does this girl really think I'm human? I'm the dignified king of zombies, and they expect me to kill zombies. At this moment, the department head spoke, "Zombie, rest assured, this time we are the ones setting the questions, and we won't do something like that." Upon hearing this, Zombie felt somewhat relieved. As for the whole monarchy and federal system, he didn't understand it at all. Meanwhile, on the other side of the world, a pair of slender legs appeared in the office of the capital of Country B. On the desk, there lay photographs of the destruction of the moon. A man with his back to the camera spoke, "The photographs on the table have been sent over from Country A, take a look." Two girls, identical in appearance, approached the table and picked up the photographs. But as they saw the contents, they were taken aback. This is actually ancient technology. Exactly, the intelligence department suspects that they have mastered such technology. Should Country A acquire this power, it would be extremely disadvantageous for our country. The president of Country A will be coming over for a visit next month. I want you to join the event, and investigate this clearly. You are my most capable subordinates. As for your sister joining the anti-government forces, the king has some opinions about it. If you handle this matter well, I will intercede on your sister's behalf with the royal family." Hearing this, the two sisters immediately agreed, "Your Excellency the Prime Department Head, please be assured, we will certainly accomplish the mission." Meanwhile, on the other side, Professor Jamie found the remains of Ancient One and brought them to his secret research base. He intended to revive the Ancient One with the CHR-47 solution. At this moment, Mushroom Head was nervously staring at the computer, indicating that device number 1 was fully powered. Another assistant also reported that device number 2 and 3 was powered up. Glancing at the Ancient One remained sitting in the lab, Mushroom Head said to Professor Jamie, "Everything is ready, we can begin." Then, with some uncertainty, he asked Professor Jamie, "This Ancient One's corpse has been dried into a specimen over millennia, can we really bring him back to life?" Upon hearing this, Professor Jamie confidently responded, "There's nothing in biology that I can't accomplish." Then, he signaled everyone to start. Hearing the command, an assistant promptly pulled down the electrical switch. Instantly, the laboratory was flooded with blinding white light, dazzling Mushroom Head and the others so much that they could barely keep their eyes open. At that moment, Mushroom Head once again expressed his uncertainty. Can the Ancient One really be revived? If we can actually bring back such a powerful figure, it would truly be a medical miracle. As the CHR-47 solution was administered, the Ancient One's body emitted a series of crackling noises. As the electric current continued to be injected into the Ancient One's body, copious amounts of white gas began to drift out from within. Just when Professor Jamie and his team thought the experiment was about to fail, a faint coughing sound from the Ancient One suddenly filled the laboratory. Hearing this, Mushroom Head immediately grew excited. But before he could enjoy his excitement for more than 2 seconds, he saw a bald middle-aged man sitting in the laboratory. Holy shit, what's going on here? Where's the Ancient One? Where did he go? Saying this, he rushed into the laboratory and grabbed the uncle by the neck to ask, where did the Ancient One go? Seeing the situation, the uncle hurriedly clarified that he himself was that Ancient One, and he pleaded with Mushroom Head not to kill him. Bullshit. The Ancient One had such an impressive demeanor before, and now you're telling me you look like this? Upon hearing this, the uncle replied with a look of grievance, I'm just a programmer, with no combat power. As a mecha designer, is it wrong to design oneself to be a bit more handsome? Hearing this, Professor Jamie outside was speechless. He hadn't expected that after all this effort, what they revived was such a thing. Having said that, he turned to leave, but the Ancient One called out to him, are you just going to walk away? Won't you come in and chat with me? Hearing this, Professor Jamie was visibly taken aback, then turned around and walked back. Mushroom Head was confused by Professor Jamie's reaction. What's there to talk about with this guy? Speak up, what do you want to talk about with me? Upon hearing this, the Ancient One expressed a desire to collaborate with Professor Jamie to confront their common enemy, Zombie. Professor Jamie, hearing this, turned and was ready to leave. You have already been defeated by Zombie. I thought you were a vessel stronger than a vampire, but it turns out you're just a weakling. I need to continue my research, so do not disturb me. Hearing this, the Ancient One said, 1,000 years ago, we had already studied Zombie's genes. Your method simply won't work. What's terrifying about Zombie isn't his great strength, but rather his fearsome, unknown ability to endlessly elevate his power level. Now, we can be considered the 2 smartest people in the world. You possess powerful biological knowledge and hold the genes of Zombie, while I have unparalleled technology, as well as the method to utilize Zombie's genes. Why don't we create a brand new Zombie? I wonder if you are interested in this proposal. Upon hearing these words, Professor Jamie and his team were instantly startled. After pondering for a brief moment, Professor Jamie eventually agreed to the Ancient One's plan. Subsequently, the two clasped their hands tightly together. At this moment, in Zombie's home, the department head finally disclosed the purpose of his visit. It turns out that the nation's president was to attend an exchange meeting in Country B. As soon as he learned of Zombie's accomplishment in single-handedly vanquishing the ancient human, he immediately called the department head, instructing him to take full charge of the security arrangements for the meeting. Therefore, the department head arrived at Zombie's residence with 2 bags of eggs and informed him that the nation's president was visiting Country B and had specifically requested Zombie to serve as his personal bodyguard. Upon hearing this, Violet was furious and retorted, "Department head, have you lost your mind? You actually dare to let this guy be the bodyguard for the nation's president? Who knows if he might end up killing the nation's president?" Hearing this, Zombie pointed at himself and gave an embarrassed smile. Then, the department head spoke again, "The overseas visit is imminent, and I have no other choice. The situation there isn't peaceful. They are now aware of the ancient human incident, and I'm afraid there might be dangers." After the department head's explanation, Violet and Lon Chi fell silent. After all, no one present could defeat Zombie. Seeing that there were no further objections, the department head affirmed the decision. The nation's president will choose experts from each province for his guard detail. Zombie, have you not always wished to enter the upper echelons of humanity? As long as the nation's president issues a direct command, no one will question your identity. However, your identity must not be revealed for now. After all, a zombie in upper management would be quite the sensational news. The department head then issued an order: starting today, all society heads in Guangzhou province are to follow Zombie's dispatch. To be cautious, you may bring 2 trusted individuals with you. Do your best and don't disgrace our Guangzhou province. Before long, inside Zombie's administrative building, all of Zombie's underlings gathered, except for Varman, who was still hanging there. The department head allowed me to take 2 trusted followers to serve as bodyguards for the nation's president. Who wants to come with me? Upon hearing this, Blackie and the others exchanged glances. Then Blackie was the first to speak up: "The year-end tax audit is coming, and I don't have the time." Ah Go and Ah Gon also stated that there was a lot of public order to be maintained, and they couldn't make the time either. Just when I thought Varmint was finally about to regain his freedom, Fur and Ah Lang excitedly stepped forward. Your Majesty, we're very free, we can go with you. Let those humans see how reliable we are. I wonder if Varmint, upon learning of this, would feel like sawing these two brothers. Zombie looked pleased with their enthusiasm, but to their surprise, in the next second, he took out a dog leash and tied up Fur and Ah Lang. At this moment, Fur and Ah Lang were filled with regret. Had they known, they would not have come out even if they were beaten to death. At this time, Violet and Lan Chi walked over. While Violet looked at Zombie leading the two underlings with a face full of dismay, Lan Chi, seeing them for the first time, became intrigued. She squatted down and started to train Ah Lang as if he were a dog. Ah Lang was immediately provoked. How dare you treat me like a dog? Believe it or not, I'll bite you to death right now. Lan Chi was startled by the response. How can a dog talk? At that moment, Violet stepped forward to explain, they are Zombie's underlings. Then, she addressed Zombie, the nation's president wants to see you, come with me. By the time they arrived at the presidential building, several masters from other provinces were already there. Upon seeing Zombie, their faces were filled with disdain. You took so long to arrive, I thought Guangzhou province had given up on the mission. I really don't understand why your academy replaced Chief Qin with a nobody like you to lead. In fact, I alone can beat 10 weaklings like you. Someone like you, I could take down 10 with a single punch. Witnessing this scene, Violet felt a headache coming on. While the masters from other provinces were utterly shocked, how can this guy be so strong? Hearing this, Lan Chi snorted coldly, if he were to show his full strength, he could scare you all to death. Soon, Zombie was summoned to the president's office. Upon meeting the nation's president, Zombie couldn't help but feel nervous. The nation's president then spoke. The department head from Guangzhou said you are very strong, fully capable of serving as a bodyguard. So, I would like to ask you, in the event of danger, how would you ensure my safety? Hearing this, Zombie scratched his head, there's no such thing as danger. To them, I am the most dangerous one. Upon hearing this, the nation's president burst into laughter. No wonder the department head praised you so much. Your words are filled with absolute confidence. I believe in you. Before long, Zombie and his team took a plane and arrived over the territory of Country B. At the same time, in the ruins of a city in Country B, an extremely beautiful woman was gazing at the airplane, lost in thought. Just then, a subordinate approached, interrupting her thoughts. Boss, here is the equipment you requested. The Zombie Legion is also ready. The woman turned to look at the newcomer, seeing a zombie wearing a mask, with a burly stature similar to that of Ah Go. The woman, after donning her equipment, said to the zombie, Ah sure, good job, thank you for your hard work. Leave the rest to me. Afterwards, she walked to the edge of the building, gazing at a group of young zombies frolicking below, and murmured, the world is so beautiful, why must humanity engage in endless conflict? As she made her appearance, the zombies below immediately focused their attention on her, and then lined up neatly beneath the ruins. Brothers, I'm sure everyone has already heard that the president of Country A is coming over. Our mission is to kill that dog. Many don't understand why I would do this. It's actually quite simple, I just want humans and zombies to coexist peacefully. I admit that since the zombie outbreak, they have caused considerable trouble to humanity. But as early as 100 years ago, humans have developed methods to control zombies. In the face of human technology, zombies are no longer a match for humans. So why do they still insist on developing military weapons and aim to eliminate all zombies? It's all a conspiracy. For this reason, countries A and B have intentionally hidden the fact that even zombies can possess their own consciousness. The eradication of zombies is just an excuse for their internal strife. Under the guise of eliminating zombies, how many innocent and uninformed humans have been forced into separation from their families, and how many zombies have died under their guns? In order to allow humans to coexist peacefully with zombies, we must usurp Country A and B and overturn the existing order. Upon hearing her words, the zombies below immediately became agitated, shouting in unison, usurp Country A and B and unify the entire world. Meanwhile, Zombie, the bodyguard of the nation's president, was still blissfully unaware, enjoying the good times on the plane. At the same time, the capital airport of Country B was already packed with people. Numerous media outlets had started live broadcasts early on, as the exchange meeting between the two nations had become a focal point of global attention. Even ordinary primary school students were paying special attention to this event. Shortly after, a special plane arrived over the capital city of Country B. As everyone's eyes were on the plane, the pair of sisters previously seen in the Prime Minister's office appeared on the ground. Let's put aside the investigation of ancient humans for now. The most important thing is to ensure security. We can't allow the president of country A to get hurt the moment he lands. Hearing this, the younger sister asked in confusion, "Are you saying our sister will take action directly?" Exactly, knowing our sister's temperament, she would wish the plane were blown up before it even lands. Meanwhile, on the streets of Country B, a man with a parted hairstyle whispered to Ashur, "All the preparations are ready. We will send the president of Country A to hell." But no sooner had he spoken than Ashur's heart began to race, and the next second he collapsed to his knees. Seeing this, the center-parted man quickly asked if Ashur felt unwell. Ashur fiercely looked up at the plane flying overhead, for on that plane, he sensed an aura that was both familiar and terrifying. However, for the sake of the assassination operation, he suppressed his physical discomfort and issued the order to proceed as planned. Soon, the private jet carrying Zombie landed at the capital airport of Country B. All the officials of Country B hurried forward to greet them. The reporters present also moved closer, ready to capture this historic moment. But as the airplane's cabin door slowly opened, the first person to emerge was not the president of Country A, but a stern-faced zombie, dressed in a suit. Seeing this, Ashur instantly became panic-stricken, grabbed the walkie-talkie, and shouted, "Danger! Everyone stop immediately." Upon hearing this, the blonde zombie who was preparing to snipe immediately ceased his actions. "What's going on? Why do I suddenly feel a chill down my spine?" Meanwhile, the big sister, high up in a skyscraper, also sensed the danger. Hearing the words of the blonde zombie, she realized that the situation was not simple, and quickly ordered the zombie legion, "Everyone, cease your actions. This guy is not the president of Country A." At this time, the image of Zombie appearing on the private jet had already been broadcast live to the entire world by the local media. Thus, Zombie's appearance was exposed to the public for the first time. Upon seeing Zombie, everyone had an expression of shock. However, at this moment, Zombie was adjusting his suit, thinking that his previous clothes were more suitable for him. At the same time, on the other side, the twin sisters were stunned upon seeing Zombie. "Who is this guy? Why does he give me a strange feeling?" Upon hearing this, the younger sister took out the president's entourage list and explained, "It seems he is the president's head bodyguard, Zombie." At that moment, the department head inside the plane praised Zombie, "Zombie, well done. This is the effect we wanted. Let's see who dares to take a shot now." Upon hearing this, Violet immediately expressed her anger, "Department head, you've changed. You actually let your subordinate take bullets for you." The department head, however, responded indifferently, "He can't be killed anyway, so what's there to fear?" Afterwards, he began directing Zombie to observe the surroundings and ensure that when the president emerges, the sniper's line of sight is blocked by Zombie. After all this, Zombie said speechlessly, "I can catch your missiles, and dodging bullets is nothing. Is it necessary to make such a fuss?" Hearing this, the department head replied helplessly, "Just endure it. His body isn't as strong as ours." After ensuring there was no danger, the nation's president finally emerged from the private jet, smiling and greeting the media from Country B. Seeing this, the embassy head hurriedly stepped forward to say, "This is the governor of Haughty State, who is fully in charge of the reception task. President, you must be weary from your journey. As it is getting late, please proceed to the hotel to rest, and we shall commence the visitation schedule tomorrow." Just as Violet stepped out of the plane ready to go to the hotel with Zombie, Zombie suddenly sensed something. At the same time, the big sister tensed up abruptly. What the heck was the sense of oppression just now? Am I imagining things? At that moment, within the surveillance room, the twin sisters who noticed that the big sister had not made a move were taken aback. Strange, according to the big sister's temperament, she shouldn't miss such an excellent opportunity for assassination. Since she has abandoned the assassination, let's start our mission. I have already installed listening devices in the vehicle we arranged. Over the 7 days of their visit, as soon as they mention ancient people, we will know immediately. What they didn't expect was that the president of country had directly rejected the vehicle they had prepared, taking Zombie with him towards the limousine he had arranged in advance. Simultaneously, the department head on the plane cut off communication with Zombie, and as he manipulated his laptop to disrupt the signals, he explained to Chin, Country A has Professor Jamie, who causes us headaches, and Country B has an underground organization that they cannot resolve. We must ensure that there are no mishaps. Nevertheless, the sisters, completely unaware of this, continued to discuss the upcoming security work. After all, their big sister was not someone to be trifled with. During the last exchange meeting, Violet and Lan Chi were beaten and injured. They were no match for their big sister. But just then, a staff member urgently called out to them, the president of Country A did not take the vehicle we prepared, but instead got into another limousine. Upon hearing this, the younger sister quickly inquired the airport staff about which car the president had taken, but the other party did not respond at all. At this moment, the staff member indicated, it seems they brought devices that jam communications, we've lost contact. Hearing this, the sister was so furious that she slapped the table, what are these guys up to? Aren't they just asking for trouble? Subsequently, the two sisters hurriedly dashed towards the direction of the motorcade. However, what they did not anticipate was that at this moment, Zombie and the others had split into two cars. One took a concealed route with Zombie protecting the president heading to the hotel, while the other, with Violet and Lan Chi, followed the original route to draw their attention. Meanwhile, at the same time, on top of a high-rise building, the big sister, who was in a daze, received a communication from the blonde zombie, boss, what should we do now? Do we continue with the assassination plan? Upon hearing this, the big sister immediately told him, among them, there is one who is behaving very strangely. I order you to temporarily, but before she could finish, the signal cut out. The blonde zombie didn't know whether to proceed or not for a moment. After a while, in a fit of rage, he kicked away the sniper rifle and then directly pulled out a blade. It's just killing a weak human, why hesitate? With eye strength, I can just go for it, right? Don't worry, boss, I'll come back to report my achievements to you after I've killed them all. Meanwhile, in the limousine carrying the president, just as Zombie was seriously observing the road ahead, the nation's president sitting in the back suddenly spoke up, Mr. Zombie, you are a zombie, right? Zombie was visibly taken aback upon hearing this, but before he could respond, the nation's president continued to ask, you will protect me properly, right? Upon hearing this, Zombie calmly assured, don't worry, with me here, no one can touch a hair on your head. Hearing this, the nation's president laughed heartily, interesting, then I need not worry. However, I have one more question. You wouldn't one day, on a whim, decide to destroy us and then rule the world, would you? Zombie responded, rest assured, I have absolutely no interest in ruling the world. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, the driver next to them was already sweating bullets. Oh my, who would have thought that the nation's president is being protected by a zombie? At this moment, on the other side, the big sister received a message that they could no longer contact Ah Shao. Ah Shur and the others speculated that the motorcade might have jammed the communications, and it's likely that Ah Shao had gone to hijack the vehicle. Meanwhile, on a street in Country B, a convoy of vehicles approached a hotel nearby. At that moment, Violet and Lan Chi in the car suddenly sensed something, so they really can't wait any longer to make a move, huh? Suddenly, the blonde zombie charged swiftly towards the convoy, you all stay right here for me. With a thunderous explosion, everyone in the convoy was instantly blown away. Violet and Lan Chi, having sensed the danger in advance, were not hurt. As they looked towards the center of the explosion, they saw a figure with a dagger and crimson eyes standing there. Upon seeing the appearance of the newcomer clearly, they both exclaimed in shock, what? What kind of monster is this? At that moment, another boom echoed from a nearby building. The twins had noticed the anomaly here and arrived just in time. Seeing a Shao in the midst of the scene, they were utterly astonished. How could this dangerous guy appear here? At that point, Ah Shao gathered his strength and leaped out of the pit. Foreigners from the other side of the world, now you shall witness the power of our country's zombies. As he finished speaking, puffs of corpse gas began to emanate from his mouth. Lan Chi, seeing this, was shocked. What? This guy is a zombie too? The sister thought to herself with concern, this guy is a zombie boss under our big sister, not easy to deal with. As she was pondering, Ah Xiao produced a stream of black substance from his hand. It turned out to be corpse oil, a substance found in the bodies of zombies. He then flung the corpse oil at Violet and the others. Next, he ignited a lighter. In just an instant, the corpse oil turned into a raging fire heading straight for Violet and her group. As the boom sounded, the entire street instantly became a sea of flames. Upon seeing this, the younger sister hurriedly shouted to them, "Don't touch the flames, they are inextinguishable." Hearing this, Violet looked at the two with a shocked expression. "Snow? Rain? Why are you two here?" However, Lan Chi didn't take their words to heart and snorted coldly, "Just a zombie. Watch me split him in half in a moment." Meanwhile, on the other side, the big sister commanded Ah Shi and the others, "You must find Ah Xiao and bring him back before he causes widespread destruction, or it will give Country B's president a reason to capture us." Upon hearing this, Ah Shi assured her that the task would be completed. He then said to the center-parted man, "No need to support me, I am much better now." But just as he finished speaking, a car passed in front of him, and it was the limousine escorting the president of Country A by Zombie. At the same time, on another front, Lan Chi threw her long sword and launched an attack on Ah Xiao. She leapt high into the air. "Damn zombie, wait until I slash you and see how you can still be arrogant." But what she didn't notice was that Ah Xiao secretly took out something and threw it at Lan Chi. Before Lan Chi could react, the object was already before her eyes. Then, with a bang, it exploded, and suddenly the area was engulfed in thick smoke. Just as Lan Chi was blinded by the smoke and coughing violently, a sound of swoosh was heard as a blade of knife chi whizzed past Lan Chi's head. Immediately after, Ah Xiao landed a punch on Lan Chi's chin and another punch sent her flying. Violet and the others were greatly shocked by this scene. At this moment, Ah Xiao spoke again. Next, witnessing Lan Chi lying in a pool of blood, her life hanging in the balance, Violet was momentarily at a loss. The twins, seeing this, hurried over. As they used their weapons to prevent Ah Xiao from attacking again, one of them quickly moved in front of Violet and said, "With your level of strength, you dare to attack. Hurry and take Lan Chi for rescue, perhaps she can still survive." As they spoke, both drew their long swords and expressed with resignation, "In the end, we're still facing Big Sister with swords drawn. We don't want to kill you, you better leave quickly." But Ah Xiao, pointing at the two sisters, roared angrily, "If it weren't for the fact that you are our boss's own sisters, I would have chopped you into pieces. Fine, today I will help our boss teach you a lesson." As he spoke, he slashed his wrist with a dagger, and suddenly a large amount of corpse oil dripped from his wrist, encircling him. Just as the others were puzzled about his intentions, he lit a lighter and threw it down. Instantly, the corpse oil at his feet was ignited and devoured by the flames. While Violet was shocked and thought this guy had gone mad, the next second, he absorbed all the surrounding flames. In an instant, he transformed into a ghost rider. Witnessing this scene, the twins were utterly incredulous, exclaiming, "Holy shit, this has gone too far. He can still transform." Yet Violet, standing behind them, showed no surprise at all. The moment she saw Ah Xiao transform, her face instantly darkened. At this moment, Ah Xiao said with pride, "How is it? You've never seen anything like this before, right? Just because you were favored by Big Sister for a while, did really think you're invincible?" As Snow turned to tell Violet to take Lan Chi and run, she was astonished to see the skin on Violet's face begin to peel off the moment she raised her hand. She was preparing to activate her bloodline power. Right then, Lan Chi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly said, "Violet, step back for me." The next second, her body abruptly leapt up. Witnessing this scene, disbelief was written all over the faces of the twins and Ah Xiao. Then Lan Chi said to Violet, "You already took all the limelight last time. It's my turn now." Having said that, she instantly activated her bloodline power. The twins were shocked, exclaiming, "What? What is this thing?" But Lan Chi paid them no mind and continued to Violet, "He's mine, don't interfere. Let me also experience how addictive our great chief's genes are." Hearing this, Violet reluctantly sheathed her knife. "All right, then be quick. Don't waste our time." At this point, the twins couldn't help but ask, "Are you guys human or zombies?" Meanwhile, Ah Xiao was completely baffled. "What's going on? Why do I feel a sense of kinship with them?" However, before he could figure it out, Lan Chi, holding her long sword, asked, What are you waiting for? Didn't you say you were going to kill us all? On hearing this, Ah Xiao angrily attacked Lan Qi. You're just bluffing, what's there to be arrogant about? With a loud boom, a terrifying flame burst forth on the street. Immediately after, Ah Xiao struck towards the flame with his palm, and the flame instantly rushed towards Lan Qi. But just as the flames were about to touch Lan Qi, she suddenly inhaled sharply towards the fire, and in an instant, the terrifying flames were swallowed into her stomach. Snow was dumbfounded at this sight. What kind of bizarre move is this? She actually ate the flames. Ah Xiao, witnessing this scene, exclaimed that it was interesting. At that moment, with a thud, Lan Qi instantly appeared in front of Ah Xiao and kicked him, sending him flying. Ah Xiao's face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This can't possibly be the strength of a human kick. Just as Ah Xiao steadied himself to counterattack, a furious voice from Big Sister came through the earpiece. Ah Xiao, I order you to come back immediately. But how could Ah Xiao retreat just after taking a kick? Annoyed, he shouted into the earpiece, I'm busy right now, don't bother me. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Country B, Zombie had safely escorted the nation's president to this location. At that moment, the department head restored communication and called Zombie, indicating that Violet and Lan Qi seemed to have run into trouble and asked him to go and see what was happening. The hotel was their territory, so the president was safe. After hanging up, Zombie had a look of helplessness. Okay, then I'm going. At the same time, elsewhere, Lan Qi was caught up in her memories. It turns out that the zombie gene within her was obtained through Dawn. After eliminating the ancient people, while Dawn was healing and examining her body, Lan Qi secretly drew Dawn's blood, planning to inject it into herself. Upon discovering this, Dawn hurriedly persuaded her not to be impulsive, indicating that Zombie's gene hadn't been fully studied and it was unknown whether problems would arise later. However, after witnessing the formidable power of Violet's second form, Lan Qi was not content to be outdone by Violet. Therefore, without any hesitation, she injected the serum with Zombie's gene into her body. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of anger arose in her mind. The scene returns to the present, where Lan Qi, although she had unlocked the ability to transform just like Violet, is gradually being consumed by her anger. Violet, noticing her abnormal state, hurriedly reminded her to control the anger in her heart. However, at that moment, Ah Xiao provoked Lan Qi, saying, I didn't expect the people of Country A to turn into a zombie. Let's have some fun now. After saying that, flames surged behind him, ready to unleash an even greater blaze to burn Lan Qi to ashes. The twins' faces changed instantly upon seeing this. But at that moment, Lan Qi suddenly breathed out a ball of fire. Let's add more fuel to the fire, returning the flames you gave earlier. After speaking, she spat out all the flames she had previously consumed, spraying them towards Ah Xiao. Ah Xiao and the twins were in disbelief. How is this possible? Can this thing actually spit back out? In an instant, the raging flames engulfed Ah Xiao. While he was still trying to understand what was happening, there was a swish sound, and Lan Qi jumped above him. Then, with a bang, Ah Xiao was instantly smashed down by Lan Qi's punch. The powerful force created a deep crater in the ground. At this moment, Lan Qi was on the verge of losing control, laughing wildly to the sky. This feeling is absolutely fantastic. Hearing this, Ah Xiao was so enraged that he cursed, damn it. What the hell are you? Just then, Violet said to Lan Qi, you must control your emotions quickly. If this continues, you will go completely insane and lose your mind. While Snow was confused and didn't understand what was happening upon hearing this, Lan Qi suddenly bared her fangs and, drooling black saliva, I'll gobble to him up. Hearing this, the twins were visibly shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. At that moment, Lan Qi made an inhuman noise and then twisted her body as she walked towards Ah Xiao. Seeing this, Ah Xiao also began to panic. Seriously, who the hell is the zombie here? Just as he was about to attack again, a voice from the headset interrupted, Ah Xiao, I order you to stop the mission and retreat immediately. Something terrible is coming your way. As soon as the boss finished speaking, a speck of light swiftly approached. Indeed, Zombie had arrived. But before Zombie could land, a loud boom erupted from the ground, and thick smoke enveloped the entire street. Suddenly, Ah Goe appeared behind Ah Xiao. Ah Xiao, hurry up and follow me, it's almost too late to leave. Hearing this, Ah Xiao retorted unwillingly, we haven't decided the winner yet. But before he could finish, Ague forcefully took him away. Decide the winner? If you stay one more second, your life will be over. At that moment, Lan Chi suddenly stomped on the ground and roared, none of you will escape. The next second, she directly unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Xiao and Ague. In an instant, the ground shook, and several attacks flew towards Xiao and Ague. Seeing this ferocious assault, Xiao became immediately panicked. Damn, what is this? At that time, Ague quickly turned around, attempting to block with his hands. With a boom, a building was instantly sliced in half, and Ague, with a face of disbelief, had half of his body blown away. Witnessing the scene before them, the twins were utterly shocked. What is this terrifying attack? Could it be the latest technology developed by Country A? At this moment, the shockwave from the explosion sent they flying. When they got up, they saw the building that had been cut in half was toppling towards them. Oh no, there's no time to dodge. Violet beside them was also powerless, as the residual power is even stronger than she expected. Just as the twins closed their eyes, bracing for death, they heard a loud boom, and the collapsing building suddenly split in the middle. When they opened their eyes and looked, they saw a man standing before them. Looking up at the building that had been split in two, disbelief was written all over the twins' faces. What just happened? At this point, Snow scrutinized the man in front of her, thinking, this outfit looks so familiar, as if I've seen it somewhere before. Just then, Zombie turned his head and looked at them indifferently. He had now entered his third form. As soon as they saw Zombie in his handsome third form, they immediately became infatuated. Their eyes were fixed on Zombie, afraid to miss any detail. However, at that moment, Lan Chi suddenly went berserk. Seeing this, Zombie's eyes became sharp. He then raised his palm towards Lan Chi, and in a flash, an invisible force enveloped her, restraining all her abilities to move. The next second, with a crack, Lan Chi's mask shattered like glass. Zombie instantly neutralized her second form. The twins were shocked at this scene. How is this possible? Meanwhile, Zombie looked towards Violet as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Violet hurriedly reverted from her second form. The twins, noticing Violet's action and turning to look at Zombie, saw that he had once again reverted to his silly and cute appearance. At this moment, Violet stepped forward to support Lan Chi, saying, didn't I tell you to control your emotions? Look what happened now. Lan Chi explained, Zombie's genes are too powerful, and I got a bit too excited for a moment. Witnessing all this, the twins' minds went blank. Rain rubbed her eyes uncertainly and said, did I go blind just now? I clearly saw a handsome guy approaching. Hearing this, Snow also admitted she saw the same thing. In other words, we must have seen the same thing, right? Could this be some kind of illusion? Or is it because we've been single for too long? After saying this, Rain felt embarrassed, while Snow stared at Zombie, wondering who he really was. At this moment, Zombie looked at Violet and Lan Chi, gave them a few instructions, and then left with them without looking back. Rain, you've been studying Country A for so long, have you ever heard of such a person appearing there? No, I've never heard of it. Damn, they must have mastered the power of ancient technology, otherwise, how could their strength have increased so much? Now we are no match for them at all. As they were making wild guesses, Rain's phone rang. Boss, you can come back now. The president from Country A has arrived at the hotel. Hearing this, the twins looked annoyed, not expecting that after such a long preparation, they had been played by the other party. Then Rain instructed her subordinate, quickly investigate the president's top bodyguard, I want to know all his detailed information. Meanwhile, two figures landed on a building somewhere. It was Ague dragging Xiao who had fled here. Ague, what are you doing? I haven't settled the score with that chick just now. Shut up. If I hadn't saved you, you'd probably be a dried-up corpse by now. We've missed the best chance to assassinate because of that mysterious guy. Moreover, I've sensed two unfamiliar presences. Two powerful zombie bosses have invaded our territory. Upon hearing this, Xiao calmed down and his expression gradually turned solemn. Soon after, another plane arrived in Country B. At this time, in the pet transport compartment of the plane, Fur and Alang were locked in cages, their faces ashen. It wasn't long before Violet and Lan Chi arrived at the airport by car. At this moment, Alang had reached the pinnacle of anger. Lan Chi stepped forward quickly, placing a collar on him, and whispered in his ear, you'd better keep a low profile. If you get exposed, see how your boss will deal with you. Upon hearing this, Alang immediately thought of Varmint, who was still hanging from the building, and was scared into a cold sweat. Angering the boss would be terrible. With this thought, he started barking frantically into the sky, tears streaming down his face. At this point, the twins came forward and joked, "Your pets look really special." Violet replied with a guilty conscience, "They do look a bit unusual. But if they go crazy, they might be even crazier than that blonde zombie we just dealt with." Hearing this, the twins simultaneously looked at Alang, thinking, could this guy also transform? At that moment, Violet stepped forward and took Snow's hand. "Thank you for accompanying us on this trip. The meeting starts in 2 days, and I hope our cooperation on security will be pleasant." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Violet and Lan Chi, along with Fur and Alang, headed towards the exit of the airport. At that moment, Snow muttered as she watched their retreating figures, "Those women are very shrewd. There's no way for us to get them to expose the source of Tear power. Has the professional you hired arrived? Don't worry, he should have reached headquarters by now. Just wait for the show in 2 days." Thus, the president of Country A commenced a 7-day visitation meeting. He first inspected the commercial model of Country B and signed substantial trade orders. Then, he visited several companies with top-notch technology and met with the Queen of Country B. Towards the end of the trip, the leaders of both countries also held a roundtable meeting for in-depth exchanges. During these days of the visit, Zombie and Violet were closely following and monitoring the security work throughout. Meanwhile, in a surveillance room, the twins were intently observing Zombie, deep in thought. What secrets does this guy hold? He can clearly turn into a handsome man, so why does he choose to look like this? As they pondered without understanding, a man walked in. "The Prime Minister has sent me to assist with your work." Seeing the newcomer, Snow expressed her dissatisfaction. "Why are you only coming now?" Indeed, the newcomer was the professional they had mentioned earlier, Department Head Chui, who possessed special abilities. Department Head Chui spoke arrogantly, "Tell me, whose memories do you want me to extract?" Rain turned her head to look at Zombie on the big screen. "That's him. We haven't found out anything before, and now the visit is about to end. We must hurry to get his information. We've never heard of such a person in Country A before. If he can be the top bodyguard of the president of Country A, he must have secrets we don't know about. But I'm sure this guy is definitely related to ancient people." Department Head Chui chuckled, then pulled out a strange thing from his pocket. "Don't worry, there's nothing in my field of expertise that I can't handle." After saying that, he pressed a button on the device, and with a bang, his body was instantly enveloped in white smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Department Head Chui, who had been standing there, had now transformed into the president of Country A. Witnessing this scene, the twins shared a knowing smile. "Perfect. I'll leave it up to you then." Meanwhile, Zombie and Violet had also finished their day's protection task and were now at leisure. Violet casually handed a bottle of cola to Zombie. "You know, sometimes I wonder, just how long have you been alive? 800 years, 1,000 years, or 2,000 years?" Zombie pondered hard before responding, "I don't know. I forgot." Hearing this answer, Violet casually tossed the drink into the trash bin. "It's pointless asking anyway. You don't even know how old you are. I'm going to sleep." Meanwhile, in a corner, Osher and the center-parted man were lurking furtively. "Osher, are you sure we had to come here? If we get caught, we're done for. I just wanted to see who exactly it was that I saw that day. I'm sure he wasn't human." Having said that, he tiptoed a glance towards Zombie. But with just a glimpse of Zombie's back, he was petrified on the spot, not daring to breathe out loud, because at that moment, he felt like a demon watching him closely, and a kind of suppression from the bloodline swept over him rapidly. Seeing this, Osher grabbed the center-parted man and ran away. "This guy is too terrifying, we have to get out of here fast." Upon hearing this, the center-parted man was shocked. Even Osher is scared like this. Just how strong is that guy? Shortly after Osher and he had left, Zombie's phone rang. The voice of Violet came through the phone, indicating that the nation's president needed to see him and asked him to go to room 14 immediately. So, after hanging up, Zombie promptly went to room 14. However, he didn't know that the person sitting there was not the real president, but the department head Chui in disguise. Meanwhile, on the other side, just as Violet was about to enter the room, she was stopped by Lan Chi, who who said that the nation's president was looking for them. However, when they tried to contact Zombie over the phone, they found they couldn't reach him at all. It turned out that the person who had called Zombie was not Violet, but Snow, who had used a voice changer to impersonate her. After luring Zombie to the fake president's room, she immediately cut off the hotel's communications. Consequently, unable to contact Zombie, Violet and Lan Chi went straight to the president's room. "President, is there something urgent that you needed us for?" asked Violet. The president, somewhat embarrassedly, replied, "Well, actually, I want to take a piss. After all, we are in Country B, and we must be cautious about everything." Hearing this, Violet and Lan Chi were instantly petrified. Nevertheless, they still escorted the president to the restroom. But they just waited outside the restroom door. "We're not neglecting our duty, are we? After all, this is our territory, nothing should go wrong, right?" Little did they know, at that moment, Osher and the center-parted man were also inside the restroom. "Osher, we've been preparing for the assassination for so long, but with that terrifying guy protecting the president, do we stand no chance now?" Hearing this, Osher didn't know what to do for a moment. "Let's wait and see, there might still be a chance." While they were talking, the president walked in whistling and stood next to Osher. When he caught sight of Osher's lower half, he couldn't help but remark, "Whoa, not bad, brother." Osher and the center-parted man could not believe their eyes when they saw who it was. The next second, with a loud bang, a hole was blown in the building. Osher jumped out, carrying the president on his shoulder. "It's like finding something you've searched for far and wide without any effort. We really hit the jackpot." Meanwhile, Violet and Lan Chi, waiting outside the restroom, also heard the commotion. "What's all this noise about? What on earth is the nation's president doing in there?" Concerned for the safety of the nation's president, they peered into the men's restroom through the door. The scene inside immediately startled them. The restroom wall was damaged, and the president was nowhere to be seen. Violet and Lan Chi panicked instantly. The president has been kidnapped. Subsequently, an alarm sounded throughout the hotel. Violet immediately ordered to access the hotel's entire surveillance footage, determined to find the president before the media caught wind of it. At the same time, they sent a message to the authorities of Country B, "Our president has encountered trouble on your soil, send help." After doing all this, they tried to contact Zombie again but still couldn't reach him. "Damn, why can't we contact him at such a crucial time?" Just then, as Lan Chi was about to transform and search, Violet abruptly stopped her. "Have you forgotten how you lost control a few days ago? Without Zombie, you could end up killing everyone here. Even I can't guarantee that I can control that power. I'm afraid that I might even be the one who would put the president's life in danger when we find him. So unless absolutely necessary, try to use this power sparingly." While the two of them were uncertain about what to do next, Violet suddenly thought of Fur and Alang, who were locked in a cage. She approached the cage with the key, asking if they could find the president through his personal belongings. Watching Fur and Alang rummaging through the president's room, Lan Chi said with uncertainty, "They aren't dogs, can they really find him?" However, no sooner had she spoken than Fur grabbed Alang's collar. "Rest assured, leave it to us." While Violet and Lan Chi were baffled, not knowing what he was planning, Fur flung Alang out with a swing of his hand. With a booming sound, Alang's body crashed through the hotel and flew out, filling the room with dust and making it impossible to keep one's eyes open. At that moment, Fur burst into an excited laughter. "Now, we are free." Saying this, he began to crouch and gather strength, then suddenly kicked off the ground. Instantly, he shot forward like a cannonball, chasing after Alang. Seeing this, Violet and Lan Chi were immediately dumbfounded. What are these two doing? How is this any less risky than our transformation? Meanwhile, on the other side, Osher and his group were running desperately with the nation's president. Just then, a figure rapidly closed in on them from behind. When Osher and his group felt the presence and turned to look back, they saw Alang was already behind them. "Brother, if you don't want to die, leave the person behind." At first startled when called brother, Osher quickly became panicked upon realization, "Damn, this is Country A's zombie boss. Is Country A actually raising zombie bosses?" With that, they hastened their run towards the headquarters. Just then, Fur caught up. "You're dead." Meanwhile, on the other side, Violet and Lan Chi were beginning to regret letting them out. "What do we do now? They won't stir up any trouble, right?" Worrying that these two might cause trouble, they immediately gave chase. Thus, 6 figures sped through the night. Soon, Asher and his group rushed to the headquarters. Witnessing this scene, Ashao and the others were puzzled. Asher, what's wrong with you? But when they saw the nation's president carried on Asher's shoulder, they were immediately shocked. Wait, is that the president of country A? Before they could inquire further, Asher urgently shouted, don't just stand there, 2 troublemakers are chasing after us. No sooner had he finished speaking, Fur and Alang quickly followed in pursuit. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from Fur and Alang, the zombies of Country B were utterly astounded. Meanwhile, Fur and Alang, seeing themselves surrounded by foreign zombies, were also dumbfounded. They hadn't realized that they had unwittingly chased their targets right to their home base. Regaining their composure, Alang declared, as long as you hand over the person, we can avoid a war. Agoe heard this and chuckled, the 2 human nations haven't even started fighting, yet have we started first. Tell me, as leaders of the zombies, why do you choose to help humans? Alang responded with a chuckle as well, you have the nerve to say that when you're also staying with humans. However, Agoe expressed that they just worked for the future survival for the zombie community. Hearing this, Alang let out another chuckle and then began to share his own origins. It turns out, he wasn't a dog in the first half of his life, but rather a beneficial bird, a crow. After the zombie outbreak, his daily task was to clear corpses and trash, reducing the risk of disease transmission amongst humans. Although he became infected and turned into a zombie bird, he never harmed a single human. But somehow, they became pests in the eyes of humans, embodiments of terror and evil. Yet even so, he held no hatred towards humans. Instead, he envied their ability to walk upright and yearned to become like them, a higher being with consciousness and intelligence. However, reality is cruel. Having become a zombie bird, he was eventually struck by a human with a gun. At that moment, the appearance of a man changed his life forever, and this man was Zombie, who would later become the king of zombies. Zombie found the dying Alang amidst the ruins. He placed Alang, who had lost his lower body and wings but was still alive, in the palm of his hand. Remember, Alang, hatred and destruction cannot solve any problems. We must learn to coexist peacefully with humans. At this point, Alang proudly stated, the truth has proven that our plan is the greater one. Only by coexisting peacefully with humans can our kind survive better. But upon hearing this, Agoe chuckled, it seems we cannot come to an agreement, so war it is then. However, just at that moment, Violet and Lan Chi also arrived. Seeing them, Ashao immediately transformed and said, Agoe, why waste words with them? This is not their turf. Did they really think our zombies of Country B are pushovers? Seeing this, white steam began to emanate from Alang's body. Then, to the astonishment of Violet and Lan Chi, the skin on his face started to peel away, revealing a human appearance. It turns out that when Zombie had saved him, he had casually injected his own genes into Alang. Afterwards, not only did Fur regrow his wings and lower body, but through his own efforts, he also transformed into a humanoid creature. Since your plans are completely at odds with our key, there's no point in further discussion. Let the battle begin. Violet and Lan Chi were utterly shocked. What's going on? Wasn't this guy a dog before? Seeing this, Ashao was visibly annoyed. You wingless bird, you can actually disguise yourself as a human. As he said this, he used his burning ability on Alang. In an instant, a sea of fire formed in front of him. Subsequently, with a whoosh, the sea of fire instantly transformed into a pillar of fire, shooting towards Alang. Violet and Lan Chi quickly warned him, be careful. Just as the flames were about to engulf Alang, he casually waved his hand, and the terrifying wind pressure instantly turned the pillar of fire into a fiery tornado. Even Lan Chi and Violet behind him were affected. Seeing this, Violet hurriedly said to Lan Chi, let's leave this to the two of them, let's go find the nation's president. While they were talking, Ashao flashed in front of Alang, but before he could even make a move, Alang punched him in the stomach. He didn't even see Alang's actions clearly before he was instantly blasted hundreds of meters away. The onlookers were incredibly shocked. How is this possible? Is this his real attack power? Before they could figure out what was happening, Alang leaped high into the air and swung a claw in Ashao's direction. The buildings along the path were destroyed in an instant, and the zombies on the ground were all blown away in an instant. When Agoe turned his head to look at Ashao, he saw 3 distinct wounds appear on his body, already rendering him incapable of fighting. At this point, Agoe couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, because judging from Alang's current show of strength, none among them was his match. He then shouted, "Zombies of Country B, listen up, everyone attack together, drive these two out." With that, he took the lead in flinging a dagger at Alang, followed by dozens more flying towards him. However, as soon as these daggers made contact with Alang's body, they shattered instantly, not inflicting the slightest damage on him. Seeing this, Agoe gathered his strength and charged at Alang. With a loud boom, Agoe, with his daggers broken, was sent flying backward, while Alang remained unscathed, not even moving an inch from his original spot. Meanwhile, on the other side, Violet and Lan Chi found the president. Seeing this, Ashur hurriedly carried the president and ran backward. Agoe, upon seeing this, quickly ordered, "Quick, stop them." No sooner had his words fallen than countless zombies swarmed towards Violet and Lan Chi. However, at that moment, Fur had appeared silently above them. Following a series of hissing roars, a pair of wings sprouted from Fur's back. Then, an arm hundreds of meters long extended out, and with a thunderous noise, countless buildings were instantly reduced to rubble. In the blink of an eye, Fur transformed into a gigantic monster with wings. Seeing this, Violet and Lan Chi were instantly dumbfounded. Holy crap, what on earth is this? How come each of Zombie's underlings is more terrifying than the last? Moments later, Fur's transformation was complete, and he had become a terrifying monster with 2 pairs of wings and a height reaching a kilometer. Seeing this, Agoe was instantly dumbstruck. Oh my god, is that an ancient aberrant species? At the same moment, Violet and Lan Chi were also completely taken aback. What the heck? I thought you guys weren't a threat. That's why I let you out. How is this different from our transformation? You're not allowed to harm the nation's president. Hearing this, Fur quickly halted, fearful of accidentally crushing the nation's president. Meanwhile, Ashur had already fled some distance with the president. When he looked back, his jaw dropped in shock. Legendary level aberrant species. He then handed the president over to the center-parted man, saying, "Give the president to Big Sis, and also activate the consciousness enhancement device so we can become stronger. Otherwise, we'll be at the mercy of the zombies from Country B. Even if it costs us our lives, we won't stand a chance against these two guys." Just then, with a whoosh, Alang directly leaped onto Fur's head. Faced with these two terrifying beings, Agoe was at a loss for what to do. Damn it, how can there be monsters from ancient times in this era? They are definitely not ordinary zombie bosses. Meanwhile, the center-parted man carried the nation's president to headquarters. When the big sister learned about the situation, she immediately scolded him. "Why didn't you just kill him? Why bring him back to me? There's no time to explain. Agoe and Ashur are in danger. I need to help them quickly." He then rushed to the control room and urgently contacted Ashur to ask how much to increase the consciousness level. If they increased it too much, they would revert to being mindless zombies. But Ashur was beyond caring at that point. "Just turn it on, or we're all dead." The moment the center-parted man gritted his teeth and pressed the button, Agoe on the battlefield suddenly became frenzied. All the zombies of Country B seemed as if they had been injected with adrenaline, shrieking and charging explosively towards Alang and Fur. Alang, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but exclaim, "I didn't expect they had a trick up their sleeve, to be able to integrate with human technology. Whatever technology it is, it doesn't concern us, we only obey one person." After saying this, Fur launched a punch towards the oncoming zombies. The terrifying force instantly destroyed half the city, and the zombies were all annihilated by this single blow. Witnessing this scene, Violet and Lan Chi were immensely shocked, and the center-parted man's jaw dropped to the ground. "I didn't expect that even with the consciousness enhancement device, the entire army is annihilated with just one strike." Seeing this, Agoe was enraged to the extreme. He bent down to gather his strength and then hurled a punch towards Alang. Unexpectedly, Alang spun around and grasped his wrist. Then, with a sudden turn, he smashed him towards the ground. Agoe was immediately smashed to the ground, as a mouthful of corpse oil was sprayed out. Meanwhile, Ashur also rushed back to the scene. He blasted toward Fur and at the same time commanded the center-parted man to maximize the consciousness-enhancing energy. As the energy flooded into Ashur's brain, in the next second, Ashur instantly completed his transformation, turning into a monster with a height of a kilometer, just like Fur. At that moment, Fur, seeing Asher, who had transformed just like himself, was taken aback. I didn't expect that we are the same race. But no sooner had he spoken than Asher suddenly accelerated and rammed headfirst into him. At the same time, on the other side, while Alang was distracted by this scene, Agoe suddenly leapt up fiercely. Clenching his fists, he shouted, "Clearly, you are very powerful. Why did you choose to help humanity, when we are obviously the same race and species?" Hearing this, Alang also clenched his fists. "I cannot answer your question. The only order I received was to bring back the nation's president." Saying this, he launched a punch at an extremely fast speed onto Agoe's face, instantly sending him flying. At this moment, Agoe couldn't understand. Clearly, we are all for the continuation of our race, so why are there different stances? What exactly did we do wrong? Meanwhile, on the other side, Asher was still pushing Fur back. "You foreign zombies, get out of our territory, you're not welcome here." However, even though he exerted all his strength, Fur remained completely unmoved. "If you don't hand over the human president, I guarantee that all of you will die here." With that, he grabbed Asher's neck in one swift motion, and with his other hand, he started to gather strength. A blood-red energy instantly began to concentrate in his palm. Then, with a booming sound, Asher was struck by the red energy and was sent flying. The center-parted man witnessed this scene with shock on his face. "I didn't expect our strongest, Asher, to be defeated so easily." At that moment, Fur stepped forward and yanked up Asher. "Now you understand the gap between our strengths, right? Next, I won't be showing any mercy." At this time, Violet and Lan Chi looked towards Fur with shocked faces. "This guy is too strong. The zombie from Country B is no match at all." However, at that moment, Asher chuckled. "I didn't expect that with such strength, you willingly serve as humans' lapdogs. Why don't you, with the power to destroy, choose to annihilate all of humanity?" Upon hearing this, Fur candidly said, "Why wouldn't I want to destroy all of humanity?" He then shared his backstory. It turns out that a long time ago, when Fur was still a zombie baby of the alien family, the aliens, to avoid conflicts with humans, hid themselves in a dilapidated city. At that time, they not only had their own territory but were also self-sufficient, living a life isolated from the world. Although the conditions were difficult, they were content. However, one day, humans discovered them and brought a large number of mecha warriors. Using what they called high-tech weapons, they directly destroyed Fur's homeland. Simply because of the saying, "Those not of our kind must be exterminated." The entire alien race perished in battle, not a single one spared. Fur's mother, in order to protect him from the human pursuit, hid him under some ruins. At that time, Fur, hiding in the ruins, was trembling with fear, not understanding why humans were bent on total annihilation. In his eyes, humans were demons, devils. When he witnessed his mother die at the hands of humans, his hatred for mankind surpassed that of any creature, and he swore to make humanity pay for their deeds. Just then, a human suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave and discovered Fur hiding in the ruins. Just when Fur thought he was about to die there, with a sudden bang, that human was taken out with a punch. The one who had come to his rescue was Zombie, who had activated the fourth form. Zombie's arrival once again brought hope to him. The gears of fate completely shifted because of Zombie. He saw Zombie alone, confronting the entire human army. In just a moment, Zombie had annihilated the human ground forces. To completely eliminate Zombie, humans even activated all available weapons. Countless nuclear missiles were launched at him, but with a mere gesture from Zombie, the sea shifted, instantly creating a tsunami tens of thousands of meters high. The myriad of missiles were intercepted by the waters in an instant, and then the tsunami, undiminished, surged towards the warships. In just a fleeting moment, the majority of the warships were sunk. At that moment, a warship activated an electromagnetic orbital cannon. With a booming sound, the ray that terrified countless zombies sped towards Zombie. Zombie glanced indifferently, and then his body was solidly hit by the ray. The powerful energy instantly exploded, forming a mushroom cloud that reached tens of thousands of meters high. Just when humanity thought they had successfully eradicated Zombie, the next second he reappeared completely unharmed. The laser weapon, which could vaporize zombie cells and was feared by countless zombies, was utterly ineffective against him. Just then, a figure appeared in front of Zombie. They had sent out the strongest mechanical warrior. But in the blink of an eye, their prized warrior was turned into scrap metal by Zombie. At this moment, Fur saw on the faces of humans the same expressions he had seen on the faces of his tribesmen: disbelief, shock, and above all, fear. He was fortunate to have survived this battle, but other creatures were not so lucky. With the end of the battle, Zombie had destroyed not only the entire human civilization but also all life on Earth. The battle caused the seas to dry up, most creatures to be vaporized, even the Earth's tectonic plates shifted, reducing the hundreds of continents to just 2 major landmasses. Fur knew that Zombie could go this far, there must be immense hatred for humanity in his heart. But when he looked at Zombie, Zombie gazed at the wasteland that the planet had become, deviate of all life, silent as death, and there was no joy of successful revenge on his face. Instead, his eyes revealed a helpless loneliness. Just then, Zombie reverted to his original form, then silently donned his clothes and turned to leave. And Fur cautiously followed him. Moments later, Zombie seemed to discover something. Squatting beside a pile of ruins, he said, "I didn't expect any creature to have survived." Indeed, beneath the rubble was Alang, who had lost the lower half of his body in his wings. Seeing Zombie being so gentle with a bird and even naming it, Fur gathered his courage and chased after Zombie. From that point on, he became Zombie's follower. It was from that time on that Zombie realized a truth: hatred and destruction can't solve any problems. As long as we pose no threat to humans, perhaps we can all coexist. This is the world Zombie originally wanted. Do you now understand? Our boss's plan is to create a world that coexists with humans. Just as Violet and Lan Chi looked on in disbelief, Fur waved his hand casually, flinging Asher onto a nearby building. At that moment, Asher retorted in dissatisfaction, "Nonsense. There's no one that powerful in this world." Meanwhile, in the room of the fake president, Department Head Chui, who was impersonating the president, was shouting for help, sweating profusely. This was because he hypnotized Zombie and saw some of his memories of destroying human civilization. The next second, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his appearance instantly reverted back. The twins in the surveillance room were shocked. "You idiot, why did you suddenly change back? What exactly did you see?" However, at this moment, Department Head Chui was terribly frightened. He said intermittently, He killed all our ancestors." The twins were immediately alarmed. "What nonsense are you talking about? Speak clearly." Then, they rushed out of the room towards the fake president's room. After all, it was more important to save the person first. Quickly, they got Department Head Chui out and pushed him towards the emergency room. "You can't die now. If you're going to die, at least finish what you were saying first." As everyone left, Zombie woke up from his stupor. "Where's the president? What happened? Did I fall asleep just now?" At that moment, his phone finally rang. The department head on the other end spoke urgently, "I've finally reached you. The president has been kidnapped." Hearing this, Zombie looked confused and said, "How is that possible? I was just with the president. What are you talking about? The president was kidnapped half an hour ago." Zombie became even more baffled upon hearing this, but still used his abilities to sense his surroundings. Then, with a bang, he burst through the hotel and shot off in a direction. At that moment, in the emergency room, the doctor came out and said to the twins, "The situation is not optimistic." Snow stepped forward anxiously, "Never mind the rest, it's fine as long as he can talk. I'm sorry, but your request is a bit much. It's a miracle that he's even in a vegetative state." The twins were stunned upon hearing this. What on earth did he see that was so terrifying? The scene shifts back to Asher. Asher, with his severely injured body, slowly got up. "If there really is the zombie you're talking about, then why are we still living so hard? You said he destroyed humanity, so why are there still humans alive?" Fur responded, "You'll have to ask humanity for that answer. Can we have the president back now?" But unexpectedly, Asher suddenly stood up. "If you want us to hand over the president, you'll have to step over our dead bodies." Upon hearing his words, all the zombies in Country B immediately went berserk. Lan Chi and Violet began to panic at this scene. "This is bad, they've all gone mad." However, Fur remained calm and stated, "I've already given you a chance." After saying that, he let out a roar, and a blood-red energy orb immediately formed in the air. "If that's the case, then all of you can disappear from this world together." Feeling the terrifying energy, everyone's faces were filled with shock. Lan Chi and Violet hurriedly intervened, "Stop fighting. Have you forgotten what we're here for? Just when Asher thought he was certainly going to die, suddenly a hand reached out. The next second, the terrifying energy that Fur had gathered was instantly frozen in place. Agoe, witnessing this scene, was in utter disbelief. How is this possible? At this moment, Asher's eyes widened as he felt the powerful aura emanating from the man standing before him. Indeed, it was our protagonist, Zombie. Zombie raised his hand towards Fur and said, "Stop." At the same time, the zombies rushing towards Alang on the ground also sensed this overwhelming pressure. The next second, they couldn't help but tremble all over, looking at Zombie with faces full of terror, not daring to take another step forward. At this moment, Asher, looking at the small figure standing before his nose, didn't dare to let out even the slightest noise or breath, as beads of sweat the size of beans continuously slid down his cheeks. Just then, Zombie looked down and said, "Are you preparing to take me on? You've certainly grown bolder lately." Seeing his appearance, all the zombies immediately panicked, and then they knelt down in unison, bow to the king. Lan Chi was shocked at this scene, it's suddenly so quiet. At that time, Fur said to Asher, "How about that? This is our boss. Now you've seen him." Just as Zombie turned his head to look at Asher, he felt a strong suppression of bloodlines from Zombie. Is he the same as us? Or is he our progenitor? At that moment, Zombie asked Asher, "Where is the nation's president now?" Hearing this, Asher immediately stammered in response, He's on the underground level, in a command center to the left of the main gate." No sooner had he spoken than Zombie vanished from the spot with a whoosh. As soon as he left, Agoe collapsed to the ground, too terrifying. Facing those two guys was nothing compared to the pressure of him alone. Meanwhile, on the underground level, the Bis Sis was pointing a gun at the nation's president, ready to finish him off. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, the nation's president suddenly spoke up, interrupting her. "You're the leader of Country B's rebel force, right? You have made quite a name for yourself. You must be a great visionary." Hearing the president's compliment, the big sis was taken aback for a moment. "Do you think flattering me will save you from this predicament? That's utterly delusional. Now you can rest in peace." At that moment, the president spoke again. "I have information on ancient human technology, don't you want to know about it?" Upon hearing ancient humans, the Bis Sis's interest was piqued. She ripped off the president's hood. "You better tell the truth, deceiving me will get you nowhere, and my patience is limited. You must have heard that our country A has discovered the ruins of ancient humans. Although we only defeated one of them, their ancient technology still exists. The reason Country B delayed my visit is to extract information about the ancient ruins from me. Instead of going to great lengths to incite strife between the two countries, why not spare me? I will tell you about the ancient humans, and then you can acquire the power of the ancients. Isn't it better to take matters into your own hands?" Hearing this, the Bis Sis finally realized, "You dare to play tricks with me. Release you, so that you have time to prepare to eliminate us? Go to hell." With that, she pulled the trigger. But with a bang, the bullet did not hit the president. The Bis Sis was subdued by a few zombies that rushed over. "What are you doing? I raised you, gave you consciousness, why are you stopping me?" As soon as she finished speaking, a figure appeared before her. Indeed, it was Zombie. The Bis Sis's face was full of disbelief upon seeing Zombie there. "Damn it! Unhand me! Who are you?" However, Zombie did not respond to her question. "I never expected that the ruler of the zombies in Country B would be a human girl, quite interesting. If I wanted to rule the zombies in Country B, it would take just minutes to get it done. But rest assured, I have no interest in this leadership role. I'm just here to take the nation's president back." Hearing Zombie's words, the big sis was immediately shocked. At this moment, the nation's president spoke up, "Mr. Zombie, sorry to have troubled you, let's head back." Hearing this, the big sis immediately yelled at her subordinates, "Release me. If you don't stop them now, we'll truly lose our chance." But then she realized that her subordinates seemed not to hear her at all. Why didn't they react? Could they all be controlled? Why isn't the consciousness-enhancing device working? At that moment, Zombie turned and commanded the zombies, "Release her after we have left. We are civilized zombies, do not randomly commit massacres." Having said that, under the big sis's astonished gaze, Zombie left the underground base with the nation's president. Seeing Zombie bringing back the president safe and sound, Violet and Lan Chi hurriedly greeted him. "President, are you okay? You almost scared us to death." Ha, I feel better than ever. I didn't expect that something like this would happen when I just wanted to take a piss. I'll just take it as coming out for a tour. Hearing this, Violet and Lan Chi's faces were streaked with helplessness. Meanwhile, Zombie stood behind, thinking to himself, 1 second the nation's president was chatting with me, and the next he's ended up so far away. Could it be that the president has some special superpower? Right, humans can't be underestimated. Just like that, Country A's president's tour of the zombies' headquarters ended in one day, with Zombie personally escorting him back to the hotel. At this moment, Alang turned to look at the zombies of Country B. It's a good thing the president is unharmed. You all just dodged a bullet. With that, Fur and Alang walked back towards the hotel. Agoe and the others could only watch helplessly, not daring to intervene. These guys were simply too strong. After the zombie headquarters excursion, the president of Country A commenced his final day of visitation. Following profound interactions with the citizens of Country B, this visit finally drew to a close. Due to the previous unexpected incident, Zombie, accompanied by Alang and Fur, kept a 24-hour watch on the president until they boarded the plane returning to Country A. Meanwhile, in a room, the twins slumped to the floor, their faces etched with dejection as they watched the departing airplane. It's all over now, our mission to gather information about ancient people has completely failed. The scene shifts to 1 month later. On this day, Violet and Lan Chi arrived at the training ground, where Violet had already unlocked the power of her bloodline and was explaining to Lan Chi the method to control it. Upon hearing this, Lan Chi instantly switched to her second form. Enough, let's get started, I can't wait anymore. With that, she rushed towards Violet with a swish. Seeing this, Violet's foot stomped the ground fiercely, and soon the room filled with the sounds of thumping from their combat. Dawn, witnessing the scene, quickly said to her subordinates nearby, hurry up and start. At that moment, Lan Chi's emotions once again surged with excitement. This feeling is too satisfying. Seeing this, Dawn quickly reminded her to control her emotions, then hurriedly instructed her subordinates to gather the combat data from before and after their transformations. In this way, the data from Violet and Lan Chi's transformations were thoroughly collected. As the two continuously enhanced their combat strength, it wasn't long before Violet landed a high kick that sent Lan Chi flying. Just as Violet was about to kick towards Lan Chi again, Lan Chi suddenly ducked to evade her attack, and with a 360-degree spin, she managed to kick Violet away instead. Then, she quickly backflipped to increase the distance between them. Seeing this, Dawn hurriedly cautioned them, stop fighting. We've already collected all the data. However, no sooner had Dawn finished speaking than Violet accelerated towards Lan Chi once again. Simultaneously, Lan Chi charged forward as well. Both of them were clearly losing control of their emotions, engaging in close combat with neither willing to back down. Shortly after, with the sound of a loud thud, they struck each other's bodies and both were sent flying backwards. Once Violet stabilized her stance, she found herself next to her sword and promptly grasped it in her hand. Seeing this, Lan Chi immediately drew her own sword. Just as Dawn, looking shocked, was about to intervene once again, Lan Chi suddenly leaped high with a swoosh, raising the long sword in her hand and slashing down towards Violet. Accompanied by a thunderous boom, the entire training ground shook, and even the ordinary people outside thought there had been an earthquake. Seeing this, Dawn hastily signaled the staff to release a tranquilizer. In an instant, a large amount of tranquilizer was injected into the training ground. As the dust settled, the figures of Violet and Lan Chi appeared once again before Dawn and the others. As Dawn once again reminded them to stop, they simultaneously attacked each other again. With another boom, they clashed fiercely. But as the smoke cleared, both of them reverted back from their transformed states. At that moment, the broken pieces of each other's swords were seen piercing their chests. Dawn, holding their data, said, your strength after transformation is more than 20 times stronger than before. It seems that the ability post-transformation is related to the original strength. If we both transformed, I wouldn't stand a chance against either of you. Hearing this, both were surprised at the extent to which their strength had increased. At this point, Dawn spoke again, you have just pierced each other's hearts, but you were able to heal even without being transformed. I can't do that. So, strictly speaking, you are no longer human now. Hearing this, Lan Chi said in disbelief, is this the price we pay for our power? With this terrifying rate of recovery, what exactly are we? We have consciousness and physical bodies, of course we're human. We're different from those unconscious monsters, Violet replied calmly. That might be true, but I'm worried. Alright, there's nothing to worry about. What you should be most concerned with now is to quickly develop a device that can control our emotions. The meeting is about to begin, and I don't want to end up slaughtering the attendees because we lose control. One day, after concluding his visit to Country B, Zombie decided to treat himself and cook his favorite dish, fried eggs. Just as he was about to enjoy his meal, the doorbell of his room suddenly rang. Zombie showed an annoyed expression, but when he opened the door, he saw Violet with a serious face saying, "The nation's president has summoned you for an urgent matter. You need to come with me right away." Meanwhile, at another location, a figure in a white lab coat appeared in a secret research base, and he was none other than Professor Jamie, who had been missing for some time. At this moment, he was looking at the Ancient One being with a smile on his face. Mushroom Head approached with confusion and asked, "What are you doing? Don't you specialize in making mechanical suits? Why are you involved in biological research now?" Hearing this, the Ancient One being explained, "This is a liquid metal made using nanotechnology. The metal materials currently on Earth are too inferior, they cannot support the technological empire I intend to build. This liquid metal can flow freely in space. It can even transform its shape based on your thoughts. Breaking this kind of alloy is as hard as smashing an entire planet. Most importantly, once synthesized, just a gram can be self-replicated infinitely." What? That's too exaggerated. This is way too advanced compared to us. Was it really like this back in ancient times? It's hard to imagine just how advanced your technology must have been. The Ancient One being sighed helplessly upon hearing this. It's precisely because we were too advanced that we did everything through AI machines, and as a result, we lived like waste. Despite having maxed out all our technological combat capabilities, we still couldn't defeat the monster, Zombie. Hearing this, Mushroom Head said uncertainly, "If he's that strong, can we really defeat him? By the way, how exactly did you create a creature like Zombie? Who told you Zombie was a creature from our era? He is a zombie that evolved from the earliest era of humans. His existence on Earth is far older than we can imagine." What? How is that possible? Was there a human civilization before yours? Mushroom Head asked in surprise. Hearing this, not only did the Ancient One being confirm Mushroom Head's guess, but he also slowly began to recount the history he knew. It turns out that his civilization, like most others, began with an agrarian society. But then one day, a farmer suddenly turned into a zombie, and a massive outbreak ensued. Over the course of time, they developed weapons and began to fight the zombies with conventional arms. However, in order to completely annihilate the zombies, they did not develop physical strength, but evolved along a different path. They devoted all their energy to the development of technology. After thousands of years of development, their technology made a qualitative leap. But during this process, they discovered a shocking secret. The reason why humans turned into zombies is that the virus has always been a part of human genetics, not external changed. While researching human origins, they discovered something even more terrifying. They found that zombie had been present throughout the entire human civilization, being the most sinister variant to have evolved from the original humans. Moreover, humanity's understanding of zombie was extremely limited. As they delved deeper into the study of human genetics, they discovered that there had been 6 generations of human civilizations above them, and the rise and fall, as well as the destruction, of each civilization was intricately linked to zombie. It could be said that zombie may have destroyed more than just one civilization. Mushroom Head was startled upon hearing these words. Professor Jamie asked with a serious expression, "According to what you're saying, isn't zombie much older than we imagined?" "That's right," the Ancient One being affirmed, "we don't know exactly how long he has lived. When we learned of his existence, we were also extremely frightened. He could be described as Earth's bug. In order to eliminate him, we expedited our technological development. With our surveillance, wherever he went, we ensured that no humans appeared within a radius of 500 kilometers. Those years, we studied his habits, his genetics, and pushed the boundaries of technology to the extreme. We thought that no matter how powerful he was still a carbon-based life form. But in the end, we underestimated his strength. He destroyed an entire civilization in the blink of an eye. In the last second before our civilization vanished, my colleagues and I buried human fertilized cells underground, which allowed humanity to continue. Professor Jamie immediately became so angry that he started to shake all over. You say you buried fertilized cells underground. Are you suggesting our generation was synthesized from your embryos? Hearing this, Mushroom Head suddenly felt the urge to vomit. The Ancient One realized something was amiss and quickly explained, "Don't get agitated, they weren't all mine. We merely cultivated several hundred males and females and let them reproduce freely. After thousands of years of reproduction, the genetic chains have long since changed. The emergence of a genius like you is the best proof of this. This is also the greatest aspect of us humans." Professor Jamie couldn't be bothered to argue any further. Zombie's clone has been completed. Come and take a look. With that, he led the Ancient One to a room. There, a greenish, shriveled zombie sat upright in the lab. Upon seeing this scene, Mushroom Head couldn't help but say, "Why does Zombie's clone look like this? This is still a semi-finished product, merely a body created by fusing Zombie's genes. Next, it's your turn to endow him with consciousness." Upon hearing this, the Ancient One being took out the previously prepared liquid metal. As long as this metal is injected into his body, we can obtain a mechanical version of Zombie. With the enhancement of the strongest metal, his physical body could be said to be immortal. Moreover, coupled with the fusion of Zombie's genes, his strength would be on par with the real Zombie. Just then, Mushroom Head suddenly interrupted. "What we're creating is a copy of Zombie, right? The current Zombie only wants to coexist peacefully with humans. What if the clone we create shares the same thoughts as the current Zombie? Wouldn't we be killed by him in an instant?" Professor Jamie looked at the Ancient One. "It's not impossible, so we definitely cannot give him the same mentality that Zombie has now. I can't be sure either, because we know too little about Zombie. So, to be on the safe side, we can only endow him with the mentality of Zombie from my era." Hearing this, Mushroom Head said, "What was he like in your era? If he ends up shaking hands and making peace with Zombie, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? I don't know what he was thinking at that time, I just know that whenever he saw a human, he would begin a huge massacre." After hearing the Ancient One's words, Mushroom Head was immediately startled. "Doesn't this mean we're doomed?" Professor Jamie stated firmly, "There's no need to care what it think. As long as it can be created, we will leave the rest to fate." Meanwhile, on the other side, several aircraft carriers and warships were neatly lined up on the surface of the sea. Looking at everything before him, Zombie was completely baffled. "Violet, why did you bring me here? Shouldn't I be going to his office if the nation's president wants to meet me?" As soon as he finished speaking, the distant warship sounded its horn and began to sail towards them. Once the warship docked at the shore, the nation's president ran towards Zombie happily. "Chief Zombie, you've finally come. I've missed you so much." As he spoke, he approached Zombie and gave him a hug. Then, he whispered in Zombie's ear, "To thank you for saving me, I've prepared a surprise for you. Tell me, what do you want? Women, money, I can satisfy you with either. If you don't like those, I have other things. Violet and Lon Chi, if you want them, they are also available." While Zombie was still looking confused, the president suddenly pointed at the aircraft carrier ahead and said, "I see that Chief Zombie is not someone preoccupied with romantic affairs, so I've decided to gift you a navy. It includes not just 4 aircraft carriers, but also 60 other various warships. From today onwards, you'll be our upgraded version of a chief. From now on, the fate of nearly half of humanity in Country A is in your hands, so don't let them die." While Violet was feeling envious, wondering why the nation's president trusted this guy so much, Zombie let out an "oh ho." Seeing this, Violet said irritably, "What do you mean, oh ho?" Apart from the department head, the other chiefs can only manage some medium to large cities and a portion of the army, but they don't get this kind of treatment at all. At that moment, the nation's president waved his hand towards the soldiers nearby. Instantly, all the soldiers stood at attention and shouted in unison, "Good morning, Chief Zombie." At the same time, the military band began to play. "Chief Zombie, these soldiers are the best I've managed to requisition from various ministers, all to facilitate your future training of naval officers." As soon as the president finished speaking, streamers rose with the salute of the ceremonial cannon, and before the eyes of all, Zombie was officially promoted to become the foremost individual beneath the nation's president. Meanwhile, in a certain sea area, an aircraft carrier was stationary on the surface of the water. The big sister looked ahead and said, "Put away your pride. The purpose of hiring you was not so that you could come here and feast at your leisure." Upon hearing this, the Blood Tribe Queen snorted in disdain. Just as she was about to lose her temper, Lon Ling quickly whispered to stop her. Then, with a flattering expression, he said to the big sister, May I ask what exactly you have summoned us here for?" The exchange meeting between Country A and Country B is about to begin, and they will be competing in strength at sea. I want you to infiltrate their ranks, find a way to create discord, and make them fight amongst themselves. Can you do that? Hearing this, Lon Ling immediately nodded. "We can do that. May I inquire how much you are willing to pay?" "I will give you 3,000 tons of gold as a reward." "Now, have your queen put away that expression." Hearing about the substantial payment, Lon Ling's eyes immediately lit up. He hurriedly persuaded the queen, "Queen, you must stay calm now. Have you forgotten the exorbitant loan with a 40% interest rate that scoundrel Blackheat gave us? We'll be paying it off for centuries." Upon hearing this, the queen walked towards the big sister. Ah Shao hurriedly stepped in front of the big sister. "We are allergic to ancient creatures. It's best you keep a distance of more than 5 meters from our boss." "What? Are you afraid I might eat your boss?" The queen responded sarcastically. At that moment, the big sister asked Ah Shao and Ah Gui to step aside. The queen approached the big sister and said, "Human girl, no matter what you want to do, as of now, there's only one person who can defeat me. If you're looking for my help, that will come at an extra cost." "Fine, as long as you can incite a civil war among them, the price is negotiable," the big sister replied with a firm and alluring voice. Thus, the poor Blood Tribe Queen, in order to pay off the usurious loan, had to swallow her pride and accept the commission. A few days later, the exchange meeting between Country A and Country B officially commenced. Even though the exchange meeting lasted for over a century, the media of both countries reported on it promptly. To better showcase the exchange to the public, both countries carried out live broadcasts around the world. This exchange meeting will take place at sea, with objectives including the capture of islands and the demonstration of military strength to the civilian population. At this moment, on a small island, the chiefs from Country A and Country B have gathered together. In preparation for tomorrow's exchange meeting, they have organized a volleyball exhibition match for today. Currently, the beach was already packed with people. The male spectators on site were as excited as if they had been given a dose of adrenaline, because at this moment, Lan Chi and Violet were standing on the volleyball court in bikinis. Opposite them, Snow and Rain, also clad in bikinis, were preparing for the match. Hee. Watching the match between those two pairs of girls is always the most interesting part. However, at that time, someone noticed a skinny figure, Zombie. "Who is this guy? He looks so weak." Zombie ignored them and walked over to Chief Chin to ask, "How did Violet's leg grow back?" Hearing the question, Chief Chin explained, "That is a prosthetic limb made for her by the biologist." As they were talking, the referee blew the whistle to start the game. Lan Chi tossed a 40-kilogram volleyball high into the air, and Violet jumped to position herself beneath it. With a loud bang, the volleyball shot across like a cannonball towards the opposite side. Rain, seeing this, hurriedly dove to keep the volleyball from hitting the ground. Then, Snow took the opportunity to jump up in front of the volleyball. "Even if it's just an exhibition match, we won't let you win." After saying that, with a bang, she hit the volleyball towards Violet and Lan Chi. At the same time, Lan Chi also jumped up. "You think you deserve to win? Go die." And so, the intense battle of back and forth began. Accompanied by the bang 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 sounds on the beach, it didn't take long for the 40-kilogram volleyball to smash right onto Zombie's head. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Is this still an exhibition match? At that moment, a woman with braided hair was stealthily watching Zombie. As the match became more intense, Zombie knew it was time to leave, so he turned and ran towards a more distant place. However, just as he looked back, the 40-kilogram volleyball happened to smash into his face once again. Even so, Lan Chi and Violet did not pay attention to him but instead argued with the twins over who should get the point for that ball. Seeing this, the referee had a look of utter despondency. It's always these two fighting every year. While the girl was sizing up Zombie, a white-haired girl took off her sunglasses and approached. "Butterfly, if you keep staring at him like that, Be careful not to get caught. Hearing this, Butterfly turned to look at the newcomer. Don't worry, our encounters with him date back centuries. Look at him now, he probably doesn't remember a thing. In his first form, he is just an idiot. You wouldn't guess how terrifying he becomes once he transforms. Is that so? I've been undercover in Country B, never seen him before. This is my first time seeing this legendary guy. We better not make an enemy of him now, because this guy is simply too dangerous. Even now, painful memories occasionally resurface in my mind. It turns out that she's also an ancient human, older than the bald man himself. For some reason, they had angered Zombie. In the face of Zombie's formidable power, they felt like ants, overwhelmed by a sense of both despair and helplessness. Consequently, for the continuation of their race, they had no choice but to abandon their homeland upon which they relied for survival and flee to outer space. This memory embedded in her mind was something the girl could never forget. Hearing this, the burly man beside her was so enraged that he clenched his teeth. The girl quickly urged him to calm down. Then, she jumped onto the man's arm. Remember, we did not come back to challenge him to a duel. Rash actions could lead to severe consequences. I do not want to be the only one left alive. After that, she looked toward the girl below. I'm going to rest for a while. You stay here and watch him. Remember, you must keep a certain distance from him. Right now, it's crucial that we figure out just how strong this bastard zombie really is. Meanwhile, in Professor Jamie's laboratory, the bald man was still developing a program, optimizing the clone of Zombie. At this moment, Mushroom Head stepped forward, curiously asking, you mentioned earlier that there was an even older human civilization before yours, what were they like? Upon hearing this, the bald man responded, we don't know much about them either. Our civilization at least left behind documents for you, but they didn't leave anything behind. We had to start from zero all over again. Time swiftly moved on to the next day, and at this moment, several aircraft carriers were rapidly moving across the sea. Soon, a helicopter appeared in the frame. Ladies and gentlemen, the friendly exchange meeting between the two countries has officially begun. We are currently hovering above Country A's fleet of ships. We will be reporting live for everyone. At this moment, a zombie wearing a naval uniform walked into the bridge of the warship. Boss, all preparations are complete, we can initiate the operation at any time. Zombie, dressed in military attire, turned his head smartly and said, very well, proceed as planned. After acquiring naval warships, Zombie immediately trained his zombies into a naval force. They learned to operate carrier aircraft and work with various weapons, and also learned to coordinate land, air, and sea strikes. The people of Country B never imagined that the weapons they developed to fight zombies would have a troop of zombies operating them. Imagine one day, if humanity were to find out that a group of zombies were piloting fighter jets above their heads, it's hard to fathom what they would think. At that moment, on a warship, Violet stood with a dashing poise in the command room. A zombie officer approached with a uniform in hand. Counsel Violet, it is an honor for you to join our fleet, this is your naval uniform. At that moment, Lan Chi entered the command room with a look of displeasure. Seeing this, the officer quickly handed over her uniform as well. Lan Chi said irritably, those at the position of counsel and above don't have to wear uniforms. Meanwhile, aboard a helicopter above the fleet, a journalist from Country B was live broadcasting the unprecedented naval exercise. Right now, we're in the middle of the ocean with Country A's zombie fleet. This competition will be tested to see who can capture the island. To evaluate the coordination between the councils and generals of each country, as well as their ability to respond to unforeseen events, all fleets have taken drastic measures. For the entire duration of the exercise, they have turned off their satellite and navigation systems. Communication is limited to radio use within their own fleets. The journalist then provided an overview of the various fleets. First and closest to us is the zombie fleet from Country A, led by Zombie. There's also the stainless steel fleet, led by their department head Chen, as well as Country A's 3rd Naval Fleet, the explosive sausage fleet. On the other side, the team from Country B is composed of 3 fleets. The 1st Fleet, led by General Ban Hu and the twins, the 2nd Fleet, under the command of Lieutenant General Xing Hua, and the 3rd Fleet, led by General Hu Jie. Since all the captains were confident of securing the championship, they all declined interviews on the grounds of maintaining secrecy. However, Zombie, eager to be on television, chose to accept the interview. When the journalist asked him who he thought would win the final championship, Zombie first made a V-sign gesture towards the camera. I feel like we should just fight less and be more peaceful. That way everyone can go home early and eat. Upon hearing his response, the audience in front of the television were baffled. Is this guy an idiot? When the reporter asked Violet whether Zombie's fleet had the advantage to win the championship, Violet calmly stated, as long as he doesn't steer our fleet into a river, that will be the greatest victory for us. The reporter was perplexed by this answer, and Lan Chi also had a bad feeling welling up inside her. Meanwhile, aboard the First Navy fleet of Country B, Rain was gazing ahead, complaining that capturing the island was boring, not nearly as exciting as last year's zombie slaughter. Snow next to her asked curiously, do you know the two new female captains on the 3rd Navy fleet? Nope, why? It is said that they were both exceptionally promoted from non-commissioned officers. I wonder what's special about them. The camera switches to the 3rd Navy fleet of Country B, where the two girls who had been watching Zombie on the beach now appear. At that moment, the burly man with blonde hair seemed to have sensed something, and Butterfly asked, what's wrong, Tai Shan? Not much, a difficult person is coming our way. On a swiftly moving warship, the Blood Tribe Queen was sitting in her chair with a stern expression. Upon hearing this, both Butterfly and Ni were filled with confusion. You find it troublesome too? Her origins might be similar to mine, we could be of the same kind. But for some reason, her presence feels very faint now. Given her faint presence, it's likely she won't be around much longer. After hearing the words of Tai Shan, Butterfly was shocked. What? There are others of your kind still alive? At this moment, above an island in the Atlantic, journalists from Country B have already arrived. A battleship, moving at full speed, is rapidly approaching the small island. General Xinghua, we have located the target island, and the fleet from Country A is on our left. Hearing this, General Xinghua immediately gave the order to open fire. A cannonball was fired at Country A's fleet, striking the 3rd Naval Warship commanded by General Sausage instantly. Fortunately, the exchange meeting operates on a point system and uses paint cannonballs. The abrupt onset of battle immediately captured countless gazes. Department Head Chen hurriedly took up a telescope to observe, and the reporter began exclaiming, Country B has finally lost patience and made the first move before landing on the island. In this competition, capturing the island is only part of the victory, amassing the highest points is the true aim. The exchange meetings between the two countries have always followed the principle of competition first, friendship second, fighting tooth and nail. Although we have switched to blanks to prevent innocent people from getting hurt, we're more looking forward to the close-quarters combat between the powerhouses of the two countries. Upon hearing this, the audience from Country B immediately became excited and started cheering and rooting enthusiastically. With a wave from General Sausage, Country A immediately began to retaliate. In an instant, cannonballs poured down like rain upon the other side. Seeing this, General Xinghua also became fired up. It doesn't matter whether we capture the island or not, if we kill them, the island will naturally be ours. Witnessing this scene, Council Gang said helplessly, Department Head, should we help? If this continues, General Sausage's fleet is going to be destroyed. No hurry, go around. Being the first to land on the island is worth 40 points. Let those two fools fight, we'll sneak in quietly. As the frantic exchange of fire continued, General Sausage's side was quickly running out of cannonballs. So, he leapt from the warship and flew towards the Country B battleship. He charged up in mid-air, and in an instant, there was a burst of energy, his body tore through his clothes. The very next second, he stood before everyone, stark naked. Seeing this, General Xinghua and the others felt their scalps tingling. The reporter from Country B was also overwhelmed by the sight, with eyes bleeding. Such a shocking image was instantly broadcast across the globe. They had not anticipated that, after so many years, General Sausage would still be as eye-watering as ever. At that moment, no longer able to stand it, General Xinghua charged up and with a whoosh shot towards General Sausage, then planted a foot directly on General Sausage's face. You sick pervert, get the hell back. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but shout in satisfaction, beat that guy to a pulp. While General Sausage and General Xinghua were dueling, the fleet led by Department Head Chen was rapidly sailing towards the island. Department Head, we've spotted the Country B fleet to our left. Meanwhile, the twins duo on the warship of Country B also spotted them. Damn, the first fleet of Country A also wants to land on the island first to directly get 40 points. But now it's too late for both sides to dispatch people to stop each other, so they almost simultaneously ordered to proceed at full speed towards the island. At the same time, on the island, Mushroom Head was startled by this scene. It turns out that Professor Jamie and his team were hiding right on this island. Mushroom Head said in a panic, "This is bad, the human armies have discovered us and are heading this way." Hearing this, Professor Jamie was also startled. What? He hurried to the lookout tower, picked up the binoculars, and gazed out to sea. Indeed, he saw two warships rapidly advancing towards the island. At this moment, Council Gang pushed the warship to its maximum speed. Trash, daring to race me? If you can even catch a glimpse of the spray from my ship's stern, I'll consider it a loss. Meanwhile, the twins also pushed their speed to the limit. Bullshit. I've never lost a race in my life. Seeing this, Professor Jamie was so angry that he let out a string of expletives. At this time, Mushroom Head asked uncertainly, "Have the human armies discovered us?" "Impossible. The hiding place I chose is the safest. This small island, less than a few hundred square meters, is not under the jurisdiction of either Country A or B. Who would care about this place under normal circumstances?" However, what he didn't expect was that just a few months earlier, during a meeting between the president of Country A and the prime department head of Country B, both leaders, looking over their own territories, had their own calculations in mind. Adhering to the principle of competition first, friendship second, the venue of every exchange meeting would end up severely damaged. Therefore, neither wanted to host in their own country. At this point, a small island at the border of the two countries caught their attention. It turned out that almost all the land on Earth had been divided between the two countries, with only the ownership of this small island still undetermined. Thus, the leaders of both countries happily decided to make the contest for this island the mission of the competition. Whoever won the island would claim it. But this inadvertently caused Professor Jamie and his team, who were hiding on the island, to be caught in the crossfire. At that moment, Professor Jamie yelled at the bald man, "How long has it been? Are you about finished yet?" At this time, the ancient man, who was nearly withered to a mummy, was rapidly typing on the keyboard, "I'm almost finished. Just one arm left to install." Meanwhile, dozens of nautical miles away from the island, the reporter announced to the audience, "Now the warships from both countries have gradually assembled, and the climax we've all been waiting for is about to begin." Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. "Strange, why can't I see Zombie's fleet?" At that very moment, Zombie's warship was navigating through a frozen and snowy landscape. Violet, shivering all over, said, "What on earth is this place? Why is it so cold?" Hearing this, Lon Chi quickly signaled to the zombie officer, "Check quickly where we are." Dawn, speechless, said, "I told you guys before, don't let these zombies steer the ship." Listening to their conversation, Zombie immediately felt a bit sheepish. Could it be that we're lost? Just then, with a loud boom, the warship collided with an iceberg. Violet stumbled and almost fell. Lon Chi ran up to the deck, looked down, and was immediately shocked. "I can see fish. Where the heck did you take the ship?" Upon hearing this, the zombie was startled. It turned out that they had steered the warship all the way to the Antarctic. And the small island they were supposed to compete for was on the exact opposite end of the Earth, the Arctic. The latest chapters of Mr. Zombie have arrived. After discovering that the human army was approaching the island, Jamie decisively took out the nanomaterial potion created by the ancients. He intended to use this potion to create a batch of zombies to fight against the human army. Just now, Zombie successfully led his fleet off course and unexpectedly arrived in Antarctica. Violet shivered from the cold, while Dawn warmed herself by the fire and put on a small cotton jacket. When Lon Chi stepped onto the deck and realized they had reached Antarctica, she immediately began ranting at Zombie. "Zombie, you big fool, how can you even be a captain? Look where you've steered the ship." Zombie broke out in a cold sweat, admitting that he had gotten lost. Violet, furious, exclaimed, "You don't know how to use a satellite phone. Do you not know how to use a compass? What are we supposed to do now?" In response, Zombie tentatively suggested, "How about we rest here for a while and then just drop out of the competition?" While Violet and Lon Chi were busy lecturing Zombie, chaos erupted at Exchange Event. Faced with General Sausage, who had transformed into a Puri Puri prisoner, General Xinghua, unable to bear it any longer, kicked him square in the face, sending him flying into the sea. To everyone's surprise, General Sausage shot out of the water with a grand spread of arms. The sausage he aimed directly at General Xinghua instantly made him break down. Meanwhile, in the waters near the island, the twins and Chief Qin, along with their crew, pushed their warships to maximum speed, vying for the 40 points awarded for being the first to land. Observing through a telescope, Professor Jamie mistakenly believed they were coming to capture him. In a fit of anger, he shouted, "You bunch of trash, come on." He turned his head and shouted angrily at the bald man, "Stop focusing on writing code and help me figure out how to deal with these guys." The bald man, dark circles under his eyes, replied, "Didn't you create a lot of zombie specimens? There should still be some nanomaterial left from earlier. You can make some counterfeit zombies. That shouldn't be too hard for you." Upon hearing this, Mushroom Head hurriedly rummaged through the trash can and found a bottle. Seeing this, Professor Jamie snatched the potion. He then entered a mysterious room. As he looked at the rows of zombie specimens he had previously created, he angrily muttered, "Damn human army, you brought this upon yourselves." As the exchange event continued, the Blood Tribe Queen observed the fierce conflict, poised to take advantage of the chaos and incite a war between the two countries. Upon her command, a shell was fired toward Country B's fleet. Unexpectedly, Butterfly detected it in time. Tai Shan raised his palm, and in an instant, a small mountain emerged from the seabed. With a loud boom, the shell was successfully intercepted. The Blood Tribe Queen was stunned, not expecting a true expert on the other side. At that moment, the general realized that the opposing side was using a real artillery shell, and he became instantly enraged. These Country A bastards want to play for real. Load real shells and fire back at them. Just then, Tai Shan walked over and ordered the general to steer the boat over. The general was initially stunned but soon angrily responded, "Get out of my way. I'm the highest ranking commander here. How dare you give me orders?" As soon as the words left his mouth, a large hand grabbed hold of him. Tai Shan lifted him up effortlessly. As Tai Shan's grip tightened, the general became dizzy and disoriented. "How is this possible? I am the great general of Country B. Who are you people?" Seeing this, Lon Ling quickly advised, "Your Majesty, we've infiltrated Country A's third fleet. We mustn't be discovered." However, the Blood Tribe Queen paid no heed. She and Butterfly shouted in unison, "Ram them to pieces." Instantly, both warships revved up to full power and charged toward each other. At that moment, the reporter witnessing the conflict was brimming with excitement. "Dear viewers, neither of the two countries' third fleets is backing down, and we're about to witness the kiss of the vast ocean. This year's exchange event is sure to be more thrilling than ever." Meanwhile, Zombie was leisurely fishing, accompanied by his underlings. The scene then shifted back to the exchange event. Seeing that the two warships were about to collide, everyone on board was extremely tense. At that moment, both the Blood Tribe Queen and Tai Shan made their move. The Queen let out a shout and launched an energy wave with a kick, but Tai Shan easily dodged it. With a swift flip, he appeared above her warship. In her astonished gaze, he slammed down onto the ship with terrifying force, causing the warship to tilt 90 degrees. Lon Ling and the others were thrown into disarray. Witnessing this, the reporter excitedly shouted, "Dear viewers, even battles below general rank are equally thrilling. Who would have thought that a mere captain from Country B could flip Country A's warship with sheer physical strength?" At that moment, the Blood Tribe Queen waved her hand, and a massive 100-meter whirlpool suddenly appeared on the sea. The warship, which had been sinking, instantly floated back to the surface. Seeing this, Tai Shan waved his hand and summoned a giant claw-shaped stone mountain. Then, in the Blood Tribe Queen's astonished gaze, Tai Shan clapped his hands together, and the massive stone claw lunged fiercely toward the Vampire Queen. Seeing this, the Blood Tribe Queen intended to retreat and put some distance between them. However, to her surprise, a giant stone suddenly appeared behind her, trapping her firmly. Witnessing this, the reporter was dumbfounded. Is the combat power below the general rank really this strong? Meanwhile, viewers watching the live broadcast were equally stunned. This battle is insane. Who is that girl? The reporter quickly pulled out the participant list and, in surprise, said, "Weird, Tai Shan is listed here, but there's no record of the exhibitionist girl from Country A." Meanwhile, the twins and department head Chen were still desperately steering the warship, racing toward the island. Chief Chin, however, noticed something unusual on the island and immediately reported it to the department head. Upon hearing this, the department head picked up binoculars and looked toward the island. He saw several enormous zombies rapidly moving toward the island's perimeter. The department head was shocked. How are there so many giant zombies on the island? As it turns out, these giant zombies were created by Professor Jamie. Come at me, you damn muscle heads. Meanwhile, in Antarctica, Zombie caught a fish and excitedly shouted, finally got a bite. The scene shifted back to the island. Seeing so many giant zombies, Chief Gang was dumbfounded. What are those things on the island? Could this be part of the exercise? After observing for a moment, Department Head Chen decisively ordered, turn back. Hearing this, although Chief Gang was utterly confused, he still slowed the warship down. Meanwhile, Rain noticed that Department Head Chen's warship was decelerating in hurriedly worn snow. However, Snow ignored her and continued to accelerate. Just then, a zombie picked up a massive boulder. With a swoosh, hurled it toward their warship. With a loud boom, the twins' warship was instantly struck by the boulder. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Holy crap, it really exploded. The exchange this time is no joke. The live reporter was equally astonished. What's going on? One of Country B's motherships just exploded. Isn't this performance too real? At that moment, Professor Jamie stood on the island, coldly watching everything unfold. Dare to look down on me? I'll make sure none of you return. Meanwhile, in the office of Country B's Prime Minister, a conversation could be heard. Hey, were you the one who prepared that? This is going a bit too far. How's that possible? I don't have that kind of technology. Besides, you're the one who chose this location. The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Department Head Chen waved his hand and commanded, launch a full-scale counterattack. The two countries wouldn't damage their own equipment. There must be enemies operating on the island. Meanwhile, Zombie was still leisurely fishing. When he turned his head, he realized that Violet and Lan Chi had disappeared at some point. It turned out that the two of them were now driving their warship at full speed, racing back. At that moment, Violet was on the verge of tears. Damn it, I've been waiting 4 years for this moment. I finally gained great power and was ready to redeem myself, but then Zombie took us to South Pole. We haven't even gotten to participate in the exchange, and we already lost. The zombie helmsman reported some bad news. Captain, without the mothership, we don't have enough fuel. Upon hearing this, Violet completely lost it. Shut up. Even if I die, I won't give up. Find a way. Even if we have to paddle, we're paddling all the way to the competition. And so, the next scene unfolded. The captain was beating a drum and shouting commands, while the other zombie crew members each grabbed a paddle. They were really planning to row their way back to the competition site. Meanwhile, on Jamie's side, the Ancient One excitedly shouted, it worked. We finally succeeded. Hearing this, Mushroom Head hurriedly reminded him, make sure it doesn't come to life here. Don't worry, I'm not stupid enough to risk my own life. I've already sent it along with the equipment out to sea. At that moment, neither the chief from Country A, nor the generals from Country B, nor the Blood Tribe Queen knew that an unprecedented war was about to break out. On the coastline of a city in Country B, a fighter jet was parked on the beach. Ah Xiao and Ah Gui were leisurely chatting. I wonder how those guys we hired are dong. By now, they should be fighting, right? At that moment, they suddenly noticed a landing pod standing on the beach in the distance. As they were about to approach, the landing pod suddenly emitted an alarm. A mechanical hand inside suddenly rose, then pierced through the metal plating, and with a sharp sound, tore the landing pod apart. Ah Xiao and Ah Gui were instantly startled. Inside the pod, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared. It was the mechanical zombie, created by Professor Jamie. Just as the mechanical zombie ripped open the landing pod, Blackie's pencil snapped in half with a loud crack. Far away in H, he immediately sensed the presence of the mechanical zombie. Meanwhile, Fur and Ago rushed into Blackie's office. Hey, Blackie, did you feel that? Something seems off with the king. Alang and Agon also hurriedly ran in. Blackie, is something happening with the king? Hearing this, Blackie said nothing, but looked in shock in a certain direction. At the same time, the mechanical zombie was slowly stepping out of the landing pod. Ah Xiao and Ah Gui were tense as they watched everything unfold. The mechanical zombie turned its head and looked at them, immediately startling them. What is that? As the mechanical zombie walked toward Ah Shao and Ah Gui, the Ancient One and Mushroom Head in the control room were ecstatic. Haha, it worked. Come on, show them your immense power. At that moment, Ah Shao and Ah Gui stood frozen, not daring to move as the mechanical zombie approached step by step. The overwhelming presence he exuded made them feel like ants. However, just as the Ancient One thought the mechanical zombie was about to go on a killing spree, and Ah Shao believed they were doomed, the mechanical zombie suddenly grabbed him in a hug. I'm so happy to see you all. Thank goodness you're still alive. His unexpected move left Ah Shao completely dumbfounded. Watching the surveillance footage of the mechanical zombie's bizarre behavior, Professor Jamie and the others were instantly petrified, not knowing what to say. The mechanical zombie clung to Ah Shao's leg, crying out, I finally got to meet my kind again. I don't have to live in loneliness anymore. Ah Gui stood there, speechless and utterly stunned. Professor Jamie, enraged, grabbed the Ancient One by the collar and demanded, Is this zombie who destroyed your civilization? Realizing he'd lost his composure, the mechanical zombie quickly let go of Ah Shao. He then politely shook his hand and said, Hello, my name is Zombie. It's great that you're still alive. It saves me time in reviving you. Ah Shao, hearing this, was utterly confused. Ah Gui walked over and said, I just scanned him with the enhanced consciousness device. He's indeed a zombie. Puzzled, Ah Shao asked, Then why do you look so different from us? Hearing this, the mechanical zombie looked at his hand and replied, Oh, you mean this? It doesn't matter. Sometimes, even I don't know what I'll turn into. This explanation left Ah Shao and Ah Gui more perplexed. At that moment, Ah Shao walked over and yelled at them, You two stop chatting. The outside help that we hired is about to succeed. We need to get out of here fast. Hearing this, Ah Shao and the others waved goodbye to the mechanical zombie, kindly reminding him, This isn't zombie territory. Don't wander around too much. After saying their goodbyes, Ah Shao and the others boarded a plane, preparing to leave the city. The mechanical zombie waved at the departing plane, feeling elated. I feel much better now. Let's go tour some other places. Seeing this, Professor Jamie trembled with rage. He grabbed a handgun, ready to shoot the Ancient One on the spot. Mushroom Head advised, Don't be hasty. Let's first see how he reacts when he encounters humans. Meanwhile, on the plane, Ah Shao remarked, That fellow back there was interesting. We should have brought him along with us. Before long, the figure of the mechanical zombie appeared in the city. When he saw the streets filled with humans, all staring at him with strange looks, he immediately flew into a rage. Humans. There are still so many humans in this world. With that, he leaped into the air and slammed his fist into the ground with a thunderous crash. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the entire city was instantly split in two. Countless people and cars were sent flying into the air. Ah Shao and the others on the plane were immediately affected by the shockwave. After barely stabilizing the aircraft, they were left stunned by the sight before them. The mechanical zombie's strike not only split the city in two but also lifted half of the city into the air. Professor Jamie and the Ancient One on the island were both left dumbfounded by the scene. Is this the terrifying power of the ancient zombie? The entire city was now in chaos, with cars falling everywhere and people scattering in all directions. The big sis was shocked by the horrific scene before her. The mechanical zombie looked on with an expression of pure satisfaction. Come on, humans. This time, let me completely wipe you out. On the other side, Violet and Lon Chi were still relying on a horde of zombies, desperately pulling the warship as they struggled to make their way back. But the scene that suddenly unfolded left them both stunned. As they watched the city rise up before them, they immediately thought, why does this seem so familiar? Zombie did something like this before, didn't he? Half an hour earlier, the ancient humans were still investigating Zombie's whereabouts. The captured Blood Tribe Queen furiously said, In this world, no one is my match except Zombie. Who exactly are you people? Butterfly looked at the Blood Tribe Queen with a mocking grin. Take a guess. Seeing her expression, the Blood Tribe Queen was annoyed. Do you really think you can control me with such little skill? With that, she forcefully broke free from Tai Shan's grip and immediately leapt onto their warship. Tai Shan, however, remained calm. I didn't expect her power to be even greater than I thought. The Blood Tribe Queen slowly approached them. Now, tell me, who exactly are you? Just as Butterfly was about to order Tai Shan to strike again, Nai hurriedly stopped them. Alright, now's not the time to see whose subordinates are stronger. Then, Turning to the Blood Tribe Queen, she said, "We actually mean no harm. We just want to ask where your owner is. We'd like to have a conversation with her." Hearing this, the Blood Tribe Queen immediately frowned. "What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying." Butterfly smiled and said, "Interesting. It seems she knows nothing. Could it be that she actually believes in the existence of vampires in this world? Maybe she's one of those who were abandoned at that time." Tai Shan immediately denied it. "Impossible. Based on the timeline, she should have disappeared long ago. Even if her owner were to use the life capsule to extend her life, she shouldn't have this level of strength left. Moreover, there is something in her genes that has allowed her to achieve eternal life." Butterfly was shocked upon hearing this, while the Blood Tribe Queen let out a disdainful snort. "You talk as if you know me so well. Now, why don't you tell me who you really are and what your true purpose is?" Nai explained, "We are from an even more ancient civilization of humans. Our purpose here is to determine the limit of a zombie's strength. So please, tell us where the owner who created you is now." Hearing this, the Blood Tribe Queen could no longer suppress the fury in her heart. "You keep babbling, but I don't understand a word, and, moreover, I despise humans." As she spoke, her expression shifted, and she glared at the nearby Tai Shan. "You've successfully piqued my competitive spirit." Seeing the Blood Tribe Queen's menacing aura, Butterfly was taken aback. Tai Shan quickly flashed in front of her, shielding her. "Careful, she's getting serious." Just as the Queen was about to make her move, a loud explosion suddenly echoed from the distance. The group turned their heads and saw an enormous city rising into the sky. This sight completely defied their understanding, and they broke into a cold sweat out of fear. Meanwhile, the reporter broadcasting live noticed something was wrong. He turned his head, and his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. What happened to the island? At this very moment, whether it was Department Head Chen of Country A, or the twins from Country B floating in the water, everyone was dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold. At the same time, the mechanical zombie continued his massacre. With a sudden, powerful stomp on the ground, he leaped high into the air. In an instant, another part of the city rose up. The Big Sis's plane was caught in the middle. Fortunately, thanks to their skilled piloting, they quickly ascended, narrowly avoiding the large building by the skin of their teeth. At that moment, Ah Shao and the others looked through the glass, just in time to see the mechanical zombie flying upwards. He had already reached an altitude of 10,000 meters. Under the astonished gazes of Ah Shao and Ah Gui, the mechanical zombie unleashed a powerful force. With a giant ghostly face appearing and quickly shifting, in the next second, he activated his second form. Ah Shao and the others were rendered speechless with fear. The Big Sis was drenched in cold sweat, collapsing weakly against the window. At that moment, the mechanical zombie dived downward. "Come, humans, let me annihilate you completely once more." The slaughter begins. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the city below was instantly shattered into pieces. The powerful shockwave caused the plane to lose control, and with a loud crash, it disintegrated into countless fragments. Just as Agui was reminding Asher to protect the Big Sis, the mechanical zombie raised his hand once more. In an instant, a terrifying wave of energy radiated outward from him. Before humans could comprehend what was happening, they were blown into the air. Violet and Lan Chi stood in shock, watching the entire island suddenly erupt in a blinding light. After the intense flash, they were horrified to realize that Gua Island had been completely flattened in that very moment. Meanwhile, aboard the distant warship, the ancient humans and the Blood Tribe Queen also stared in shock at the island. "What on earth is happening over there?" Tai Shan stepped forward and said quietly, "It's zombie. That thing just now turned Gua Island into a barren wasteland. At least 30 million people have disappeared, as if they were vaporized." At that moment, an emergency news bulletin interrupted the broadcast. "Just now, Gua Island, the largest island of Country B, mysteriously disappeared. Millions people are missing. We are dispatching reporters to the scene and will bring you the latest updates on the cause of this event as soon as possible." On the other side, the Big Sis, protected by Asher, had managed to survive. Ashao and Agui, looking at the mechanical zombie standing not far away, timidly asked, "Brother, what are you doing?" Hearing this, the mechanical zombie turned to them and coldly replied, "All humans need to die." Hearing this, Ashao and Agui couldn't help but swallow nervously. Asher quickly hid the Big Sis behind a large rock. Suddenly, the mechanical zombie sniffed the air. "Why do I still smell humans? How did that pest survive her? Asher hurriedly covered the big sis's mouth, fearing her breathing would attract the mechanical zombie's attention. Ashao quickly stood up and said, "You must have made a mistake. How could any human possibly survive that? You must be sensing the human scent on our bodies. After all, we spent many years mingling in human societies." Just as Agoe made an okay gesture, thinking that Ashao had successfully talked his way out of it, the mechanical zombie suddenly raised his hand and grabbed Ashao by the throat. He squeezed her neck and demanded, "Many years? You spent many years mingling with humans?" Ashao quickly tried to change the subject, "Aren't we brothers?" But the mechanical zombie only looked on with disdain, "Who's your brother? Killing you, I can easily create any zombie I like." Hearing this, Agoe panicked. This isn't the same interesting zombie from earlier. Even his personality has changed. Why did he turn like this? Ashao hurriedly explained, "You might have misunderstood. As a zombie myself, how could I possibly side with humans? Then prove it to me." Southwest of here, near Gua Island, is a city with 70 million people. Hearing this, the mechanical zombie's expression twisted with rage. With a loud bang, he dropped Ashao and leaped into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Under Ashao's dumbfounded gaze, he shot off toward the southwest. Watching Zombie finally leave, Ashao collapsed to the ground with relief. "It's good thing I was smart." Such a terrifying pressure. Just then, a plane flew toward them. When the big sis saw that it was reporters from Country B, she quickly asked Asher to help her up. "We must find a way to stop that guy. Our goal is to live in harmony with humans. We can't let him cause chaos." Hearing this, Ashao responded helplessly, "Big sis, you must be joking. You saw how terrifying he was just now. What creature in this world could possibly stop him? I reckon that in less than half an hour, all humans will be slaughtered by him." At that moment, the reporter mistakenly thought that the big sis was a human being captured by Asher and immediately aimed his gun at them. However, the big sis walked straight through Asher and headed directly toward the reporter. In the reporter's bewildered gaze, she grabbed the camera and pointed it at herself, shouting loudly, "Everyone listen up, there's a terrifying guy here, and he's slaughtering humans on a massive scale. Everyone, quickly go into hiding, there might still be a slim chance of survival." But no one believed her words, and some even thought she was mentally ill. Meanwhile, on a hillside in the city closest to Gua Island, a girl was energetically performing in front of her phone. The director beside her was thrilled. It seems like there are still many people who have the same fetish as me. I knew it. Who cares about the exchange meat? Let's grab all the traffic." As he said this, he pulled out a bottle of whitening cream and began advertising. "This whitening cream, which can make your wife as beautiful as this fairy sister, is a specialty of our Country B. Today, it's selling for the price of, not 998, not even 298, but for only 98 yuan. Just then, the mechanical zombie landed with a thunderous crash, sending everyone flying into the air. Seeing this, the live streaming room erupted. "Holy cow, what is that? It looks like he flew over from the direction of Gua Island." In the girl's shocked gaze, Zombie slowly walked up to her. As he extended 3 fingers, with a loud bang, the girl's upper body instantly vanished. The director was startled by this scene. Before they could react, Zombie casually struck down another staff member. He then grabbed the director by the collar and, in front of an audience of hundreds of thousands of live stream viewers, dragged him to the edge of the hill. He extended 3 fingers again, and in the blink of an eye, a glowing energy ball formed in his palm. "Humans, watch closely." All of this was broadcast live through the phone. At that moment, Blackie stood in front of his computer, utterly shocked. The ability that Zombie was using was uniquely his. For the first time, Blackie wasn't sure if the person in front of him was truly the real Zombie. At that moment, the live stream was being broadcast across the world. Just as people were still wondering why the exchange meat had suddenly turned into such a scene, the mechanical zombie raised his hand. With a loud bang, the black energy in his hand shot toward the city. In the next second, countless black particles rained down across the entire city. Any human who came into contact with the black particles instantly vanished. Everyone fell into a panic, unable to comprehend what was happening. Zombie clenched his fist again, and in an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from the city center, forming a mushroom cloud towering 10,000 meters high. The city, home to 70 million people, was wiped out in an instant. At that moment, everyone watching the live stream was left utterly dumbfounded. This is terrifying. What on earth are those black particles? The big sis, who had just witnessed the destruction of Gua Island, stared at her phone in horror as well. Such an attack. There is no hope for them, even if they hide. Meanwhile, aboard Country B's No. 3 warship, Tai Shan raised his hand, signaling the Blood Tribe Queen to stop. Let's end this here. You're no match for me right now. Butterfly, standing beside him, quickly called out, now isn't the time for us to fight. We need to stop that guy before he wipes out all of humanity. Just as the Blood Tribe Queen, unimpressed, was about to make her move, Lon Ling arrived in time. Your Majesty, they're right. Just now, someone destroyed a human city and even used Blackie's ability. It must be Zombie. Tai Shan continued, should we go over? In his current state, once he's done killing humans, you will be next. Hearing this, the Blood Tribe Queen pondered for a moment before agreeing to Tai Shan's proposal. Meanwhile, the presidents of countries A and B received urgent notifications. A terrifying maniac was rampaging across the mainland of Country B, slaughtering humans. After careful consideration, the presidents of both nations decided to immediately terminate the exchange meet. Both countries announced that all combat personnel were to enter the highest level of emergency. Upon receiving the notification, Violet and Lon Chi immediately requested their superiors to prepare a helicopter, intending to head to the mainland of Country B. The Blood Tribe Queen had already set off for Country B ahead of them. According to frontline reporters, the mechanical zombie had slaughtered nearly 100 million humans in just 3 minutes. At that moment, Lon Ling couldn't help but ask, since you claim to be an ancient civilization, do you know why Zombie hates humanity so much? Hearing this, the Blood Tribe Queen also became curious. It was then that Nai explained, it's because we once killed his family and his little brother. Meanwhile, after destroying the entire city, the mechanical zombie casually killed the nearby director. Then, with a loud boom, he shot into the sky. Witnessing this, everyone fell into panic, unsure of where his next target would be. On the other side, the Ancient One and Mushroom Head hugged each other excitedly. We did it. But after the joy subsided, Mushroom Head curiously asked, isn't your goal the continuation of human civilization? Then why did you help us? Hearing this, the Ancient One typed dismissively on his keyboard. What do you know? Let me introduce myself first. With that, he hacked into live stream channels worldwide. Greetings, viewers around the world. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the so-called ancient human you learned about recently. I am here simply to talk to you, nothing else. Let me show you something first. As he spoke, he broadcast footage of Zombie destroying their civilization. It was he, representing the zombies, who wiped out our civilization, and it didn't just happen once. Because of him, humanity's development was repeatedly cut short. Even to this day, he still lives among us on this earth. To stop him, I have created a being equal to him, the monster you just saw. Hearing these words, everyone watching the screen was utterly shocked. They hadn't expected that this monster was actually created by someone. The Ancient One continued, don't worry, I've already buried human eggs and fertilized cells underground. Millions of years later, we humans will still be humans and will once again rule this planet. Therefore, for the sake of the future, you will have to experience the same tragedy that I endured. So go back and say goodbye to your families. I'm proud of your contributions to humanity. As the Ancient One went offline, everyone watching the live stream fell into a panic and rushed home. Meanwhile, Zombie, who was fishing at the South Pole, seemed to sense something. He turned to look in the direction where the mechanical zombie was located. Due to the rampant slaughter of humans by the mechanical zombie, several cities were destroyed in mere minutes. Some people didn't even understand what was happening before they vanished from the world. Upon hearing this news, global panic ensued. Looting and rioting broke out across the globe, and social order gradually collapsed. Countries A and B deployed a large military force to suppress the situation. Yet the world was already on the brink of destruction, and no one cared. However, there were still some who refused to give up hope, believing that countries A and B possessed the strongest powers. The chiefs and generals would surely defeat the mechanical zombie and restore peace to the world. Meanwhile, a plane arrived in the city where the mechanical zombie was located. The passengers were none other than the Blood Tribe Queen, Tai Shan, and their group. As Nai stepped off the plane, a swarm of reporters with cameras immediately surrounded them, asking about the whereabouts of their commander. Hearing this, Nai quickly lied, saying that the general hadn't returned yet. Tai Shan suddenly remembered that he had already dealt with the general. At that moment, Nai learned from a soldier that the mechanical zombie had just completely destroyed City G in Country B, leaving no survivors. To prevent the mechanical zombie from annihilating humanity, Country B had sent thousands of general-level experts to try to stop him. However, they were currently unaware of the situation inside. When Nai indicated that they wanted to enter as well, the soldier was surprised and said, "You only have the rank of captain. If you go in, it's a suicide mission. Why not wait for your commanding officer to arrive and go in together?" Hearing this, Tai Shan immediately frowned and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let us in immediately." Just then, Violet and Lan Chi arrived, offering to accompany them inside. Upon learning that Violet and Lan Chi were the chiefs of Fleet Number 2 of Country A, the soldier was overjoyed. "That's great, the chief of Country A, someone of the same rank as our general." Without hesitation, he ordered the soldiers to activate the alert protocols. Violet spotted the Blood Tribe Queen standing nearby and immediately questioned her, "How did you end up here?" "Just passing by. Is that not allowed?" "I was actually about to ask you, why did your leader go mad?" Violet felt helpless. She didn't know the details either. Seeing that the two knew each other, Butterfly inquired about their relationship. The two answered in unison, "We had a fight before, that's all." As they walked further inside, Nai curiously asked the soldier, "Why did all these reporters come along?" The soldier proudly replied, "With so many generals and chiefs here, we're not afraid. Right now, there are hundreds of senior generals and nearly 1,000 lieutenant generals. With so many experts, they're bound to defeat this lunatic." Hearing this, Violet was secretly astonished. Country B was indeed powerful and influential. It had deployed such a large force all at once. Suddenly, Lan Chi pointed frantically into the distance. "Stop talking, look over there." Everyone turned to see the bodies of Country B's generals piled into a small mountain. Shock gripped them. What had happened? At that moment, the last general fell to the ground. The mechanical zombie dragged him slowly toward the heap of corpses and then suddenly turned his head toward Violet and the others, smirking coldly. "Looks like more humans have come to die." As Violet and Lan Chi stood in stunned silence, several helicopters suddenly flew overhead. Figures dropped swiftly from the air. It was Country B's top generals. The leading general, number 1, announced, "All personnel below the rank of general are to withdraw from the battle. Leave this to us." Seeing so many high-ranking combat personnel, Violet was secretly astonished. At that moment, the general in front of her turned with disdain and said, "Number 1 has already made it clear, everyone below the rank of general must leave. The same goes for Country A, don't cause any more trouble here." At that moment, the mechanical zombie sat atop the mound of corpses, watching the scene below with great interest. Seeing this, Country B's top generals unleashed their full aura, determined to put an end to the mechanical zombie once and for all. Witnessing such a display, the citizens of Country B were immediately filled with confidence. With so many top generals in action, they were sure the problem would be solved. However, those on the battlefield, including the Blood Tribe Queen and others, began to panic. As they watched the scene unfold before them, a sense of unease grew. There was no doubt this was Zombie, but why did his appearance seem so bizarre? At that moment, the mechanical zombie let out a thunderous roar, instantly creating a terrifying vortex. Its vast size enveloped the entire city, and even experts on distant islands felt the overwhelming power. The TV host screamed in fear at the sight. Suddenly, a monstrous tornado appeared, and the immense wind pressure swept through everyone present. After the storm subsided, people were stunned to see that the mechanical zombie's appearance had changed once again. He was now clad in golden armor, having entered his fourth form. Seeing this, everyone froze in disbelief. With just a single transformation, all the generals of Country B were filled with fear. To overcome their anxiety, the generals encouraged each other, "Don't be afraid, he's just bluffing." Then, they all charged toward the mechanical zombie together. Violet and Lan Chi were utterly panicked and hurriedly tried to stop them, but it was too late. One of the generals charged first and threw a punch at the mechanical zombie. Yet, the mechanical zombie stood motionless, coldly glancing at him. The next second, the space in front of the general distorted, freezing his body in place. Then, with a sharp pop, his body was instantly crushed into a bloody pulp. At the same time, the other generals were also crushed by the distorted space. They didn't even have time to react before they were turned into bloody pulp. In an instant, A rain of blood filled the air around the mechanical zombie. Seeing this, Violet and Lan Chi were utterly shocked, and the audience watching the live stream fell into silence. At that moment, the Blood Tribe Queen urgently shouted to Lan Ling, "Run, we're no match for him. He's compressing space with just his aura, and he could crush us in an instant." However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly froze, staring in disbelief at the mechanical zombie. A large hole had appeared in her chest. She had been fatally wounded by the mechanical zombie without even realizing it, and then collapsed to her knees, powerless. Meanwhile, the mechanical zombie instantly launched an attack on Violet. Just as Lan Chi warned her to be careful, Violet quickly switched to her second form, breaking the spatial distortion and slash at the mechanical zombie with his blade. However, before she could even get close, the mechanical zombie had already teleported in front of her and delivered a punch straight to her abdomen. With a resounding crack, the mask on Violet's face shattered, and she was forced back into her original form. Seeing this, Lan Chi immediately transformed, attempting to launch a sneak attack from behind the mechanical zombie. However, the mechanical zombie suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of energy, sending Lan Chi flying. Witnessing this, the Blood Tribe Queen was utterly shocked. Lan Chi had been blown over 1,000 meters away by the mechanical zombie's aura, and everything in his path was instantly flattened. Lan Chi was also forced out of her second form, completely losing her combat ability. Meanwhile, far away in City H, Blackie and the others were watching the live stream in shock. The scent and aura are all the same. He's the king, right? Ago, standing nearby, spoke up, "Blackie, the king's not here. You're the eldest. You make the call, should we go stop him?" Blackie replied, "If that really is the king, I'll follow whatever decision he makes. After all, this isn't the first time he has done something like this." Hearing this, Agon and Ago both agreed. However, Alang and Fur angrily stood up, "We disagree. Do you really think that guy is our king? What kind of joke is that? They merely took the king's genes and placed them into a suit. Do you know how hard our king worked to achieve peace? There's no way the king would commit a massacre again. The ideal that our king pursues is so much higher than that of this metal-skinned monster." Fur chimed in, "Alang is right. That metal-skinned monster is definitely not our king." The scene shifted back to the battlefield. Butterfly lay on the ground, worriedly watching the front. Tai Shan, who had once effortlessly killed Country B's generals, was now kneeling helplessly before the mechanical zombie. Zombie coldly said, "You're all so disappointing. I even skipped a form to play with you. My original form would have been enough to kill you." With that, he tossed Tai Shan to the ground and reverted to his second form. "This is boring. Once I've wiped out all of humanity, I'll come back and have fun with you." With that, he pushed off the ground with his feet and shot off in a certain direction. The people watching the broadcast were dumbfounded. "It's over. All those generals were wiped out in an instant. Our world is doomed." At that moment, everyone lay wounded on the battlefield, having lost their ability to fight. Violet stared in frustration at the direction where the mechanical zombie had disappeared, resentment filling his heart. "Damn it, I didn't even last for one hit." Nearby, the Blood Tribe Queen, supported by Lan Ling, was struggling to heal her injuries. Meanwhile, at the South Pole, Zombie sensed something and glanced in a certain direction. His subordinate quickly reminded him, "Your Highness, the fish is on the hook." Hearing this, Zombie immediately refocused his attention on fishing, unaware that the world was currently facing an unprecedented crisis. In less than half an hour, the mechanical zombie had destroyed thousands of cities and was still continuing. His next target was a new city near the 30th parallel north, Zombie's new home, also the city managed by Blackie, H City. Soon, the mechanical zombie arrived at the outskirts of H City. He began walking step by step toward the city. Blackie still hadn't taken any action. Finally, Alang couldn't hold back any longer. "Do you want to see the city that the king built get destroyed? If you're not going to act, we will." Watching Alang and Fur leave, Blackie sighed helplessly. "They're too young." Before long, Fur and Alang activated their second forms within the city, while all the humans under Blackie's care were evacuated to shelters, hoping to avoid disaster. Seeing this, the mechanical zombie paused and said, "Interesting. I didn't expect humans and zombies to be living together." Alang stepped forward to persuade him, "Your Highness, have you forgotten who we are? This is the city you built." However, the mechanical zombie had no memory of Alang. "Who are you? I don't know you at all." Hearing this, Alang was shocked, finally confirmed his previous suspicions. He charged at the mechanical zombie, shouting, "You imposter, die." Unexpectedly, the mechanical zombie simply uttered the word scram, and in the next second, Alang was blown away by the sheer force of the mechanical zombie's aura. At that moment, a loud crash echoed from one of the skyscrapers in the city. That's right, Zombie, sensing his city was in danger, had finally returned before it could be destroyed. He casually caught Alang, who had been knocked away. However, on the other side, Fur was struck by the mechanical zombie, his massive body crashing down into the city. The mechanical zombie stood on Fur's body, his face full of excitement as he stared at Zombie. Interesting, finally someone worthwhile has shown up. Seeing his city in ruins and his little brothers being bullied, Zombie was visibly not happy. He immediately ordered Alang, "Evacuate everyone in the city, then retreat. Leave the rest here to me." Hearing this, Alang hurriedly rushed into the city. The mechanical zombie chuckled when he saw this and commanded, "Blackie, you're nearby, right? Kill all the humans in the city." Blackie and the others were completely stunned. How could there be two kings at the same time? Just as Ago was urging Blackie to make a quick decision, Zombie, with a dark expression, slowly said, "Blackie, I'll say it one more time, evacuate the civilians, or suffer the consequences." Feeling the immense pressure coming from Zombie, Blackie finally snapped out of it, and, together with Agon and Ago, rushed out of the building. Behind him, Agon asked, "Blackie, who exactly should we be listening to right now?" Blackie, in a panic, replied, "Of course, we evacuate the civilians, or we won't even know how we died." The mechanical zombie chuckled again, "Interesting, so that's how it is." With that, he shot into the sky and punched toward Zombie. With a tremendous crash, the sheer force of the punch turned the building into rubble. Seeing this, all the humans fell into despair once again. However, when the dust settled, they were shocked to discover that Zombie was not only unharmed, but had effortlessly blocked the mechanical zombie's attack. Just as the mechanical zombie looked confused, Zombie suddenly made his move. He grabbed the mechanical zombie by the head and slammed him straight into the ground. The immense force caused the earth to shatter instantly. Then, with a casual fling, he hurled the mechanical zombie away, sending him crashing into a skyscraper with a loud boom. The incredible strength caused the mechanical zombie to roll several times inside the building before crashing out the other side. Watching this, everyone was dumbfounded. Who is that person? At that moment, the mechanical zombie tumbled several times on the ground. As he looked toward Zombie, he was shocked to realize that before he could even land, Zombie had almost instantaneously appeared in front of him. Then, Zombie clenched his fist. With a loud bang, the mechanical zombie took a solid punch, and Zombie instantly transitioned into his second form. The transformed zombie looked abnormally excited. "Surely that's not all you've got. Show me your true power." With that, he exerted his strength and sent the mechanical zombie flying with a single blow. With just one punch, he sent the mechanical zombie flying into outer space. The mechanical zombie quickly regained his balance, his face lighting up with excitement. "Interesting, it feels like I'm fighting myself." Meanwhile, in the shelter of the neighboring city, people stared in shock at the scene, speculating about the identity of the man in the green military uniform. Blackie and his group, having just finished evacuating the citizens of H City, arrived at the shelter and immediately began evacuating everyone. "This place is too dangerous, leave with us right now." Seeing Blackie, a man suddenly remembered Zombie's identity. "He's the top bodyguard of our country's president and the captain of Country A's second warship involved in the summit." At the same time, the reporter on a plane recalled, "Dear viewers, the person currently fighting the monster seems to be Zombie, who mysteriously disappeared from Country A for a while." However, just as the reporter finished speaking, the mechanical zombie began diving toward Blackie and his group's location. Seeing this, Blackie broke out in a cold sweat. In that moment, Zombie suddenly pushed off with his feet, racing toward the descending mechanical zombie. Just as the mechanical zombie passed through the atmosphere and was about to reach Blackie's location, Zombie arrived just in time, appearing behind him. Then, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two began fiercely exchanging blows, neither willing to back down. Before anyone could recover from the shock, the mechanical zombie regained his balance and clenched his fist, punching toward Zombie once again. At the same time, Zombie made the same motion. With a resounding boom, their fists collided. In an instant, a terrifying energy wave spread outward from the two as the center, with shockwaves rippling across hundreds of miles, toppling buildings in their path. At this critical moment, an old acquaintance appeared on the scene. It was Varmint, who had been hanging from the rooftop, almost turned into a dried corpse. Unexpectedly, he had experienced a blessing in disguise and was now freed. Meanwhile, Chief Gang approached Department Head Chen to report, "Zombie is already fighting that monster. Is there anything we should do?" Department Head Chen looked toward the nearby island. "Their battle is beyond our ability to interfere, but something is definitely wrong with that island. Launch a full-scale attack now. Violet, Lan Chi, if you're still alive, come help us." At that moment, Professor Jamie and the others on the island were still excited about their success in creating the mechanical zombie. The scene then shifted back to Zombie. As the dust settled, the first thing that came into view was Zombie, who had now entered his third form. Opposite him, the mechanical zombie lay motionless on the ground, half of his body reduced to scrap metal, his fate unclear. The crowd was utterly stunned upon seeing this. The man in the green uniform did indeed resemble the top bodyguard of Country A's president, but why did he now look so different from before? Even more terrifying was how he had so easily defeated a monster capable of destroying the world. He seemed even more frightening than the monster itself. Despite their fear of Zombie's terrifying strength, a large portion of the people still supported him. No matter what he becomes, as long as he's helping us, he'll always be our hero. At that moment, people from both Country A and Country B were cheering for Zombie. He then glanced at the mechanical zombie and said disdainfully, "You said you're the same as me? What a joke. You're still lacking." But just as he finished speaking, a sudden burst of energy shot toward him. However, Zombie simply waved his hand, and the energy was instantly deflected to the other side of the earth. A city in Country B was immediately engulfed in a mushroom cloud. The farmers, busy working in a field, didn't even have time to react before they were vaporized in an instant. The citizens of Country A were dumbfounded upon witnessing this. He just casually deflected a nuclear missile. Can a human being really do that? In contrast, Zombie remained calm, as if all of this were just a trivial matter. At that moment, a hand emerged from the rubble. In the next second, the mechanical zombie's shattered form instantly regenerated, and he transitioned directly into his fourth form. The crowd was shocked by his transformation once again. With several loud bangs, the mechanical zombie appeared in front of Zombie in an instant. Zombie was just about to throw a punch, but the mechanical zombie's fist landed on his face first. The two then engaged in close combat, their fists colliding non-stop. However, in the next moment, the mechanical zombie focused all his strength into his fist. By the time Zombie realized something was wrong, it was already too late. A powerful burst of energy erupted from the mechanical zombie's palm, engulfing Zombie's upper body in a bright flash. In the next second, Zombie's head and right arm were obliterated by the energy wave. Immediately after, the mechanical zombie increased his energy output even further. Zombie's entire body was blasted thousands of meters away, completely vaporized into thin air. Seeing this, Mushroom Head and Bald Man were ecstatic. Yes, that's it. Before he can react, don't let him regenerate, vaporize him completely. As the crowd watched Zombie being obliterated without a trace, they were left in shock. Just as Bald Man embraced Mushroom Head, celebrating their supposed success, and as people despaired, believing it was all over, a hint of green particles appeared. They began to merge into a single cell, with the gene chain rapidly forming. In the blink of an eye, the cells condensed into a skeleton, and then flesh slowly began to gather. Before long, a humanoid figure without skin started to take shape. As the skin began to grow, Zombie's fourth form emerged before everyone's eyes. Seeing this, not only were Bald Man and Professor Jamie thrown into a panic, but even the global audience watching the live broadcast could no longer stay calm. This was beyond their comprehension. Is this even human anymore? Just as the mechanical zombie saw this and exclaimed interesting, the viewers watching the live broadcast began to grow nervous. As Zombie's form slowly took shape, they were shocked to realize, wasn't he the one mentioned in the ancient human video, the very culprit who destroyed the previous civilization? Upon learning the truth, the people were devastated. They had thought they were saved, only to find out that an even more terrifying figure had arrived. Who will save us now? Meanwhile, as Violet and Lan Chi learned that Zombie had fully exposed, they furiously headed toward the island to capture Professor Jamie and his team. At that moment, not only had Zombie fully restored his body, but even his damaged pants were mended. He once again stood face to face with the mechanical zombie. In the instant their eyes met, Zombie surged forward like a demon, lunging at the mechanical zombie. Reacting instinctively, the mechanical zombie dodged to the side, but Zombie swiftly shifted his stance, landing a punch squarely on his stomach. The immense force instantly shattered the surrounding area. Then, with a deafening boom, the mechanical zombie's body shot off like a meteor toward outer space. Along the way, he grazed the moon, and even pierced straight through Mars. With another resounding crash, the mechanical zombie finally came to a stop after slamming into Saturn. The sheer force of the impact knocked Saturn's core out of place, even shifting the planet's orbit. As everyone stared in shock at the unfolding events, Zombie stood on Earth, gazing through the shattered remnants of Mars at the mechanical zombie. Suddenly, with a powerful leap and amidst a deafening roar, he shot straight through Mars, aiming to deliver another devastating blow to the mechanical zombie. Before the mechanical zombie could react, Zombie had already appeared in front of him. What followed was a relentless barrage of attacks, leaving the mechanical zombie senseless. Just as Zombie was about to continue pummeling the mechanical zombie on Saturn, the latter suddenly jumped into the air and began fleeing along the planet's rings. Seeing this, Zombie chased after him from the opposite direction, intending to stop him off. However, when he threw a punch, he realized he had only struck a mere afterimage. This unexpected turn of events made Zombie pause for a moment. He then let out a cold snort and turned to look back at Earth. Meanwhile, feeling the immense pressure from Zombie's power, I struggled to say to those around her, "We need to leave quickly, or we'll all die here." At that moment, the mechanical zombie suddenly landed in front of them, and right behind him, Zombie returned to Earth as well. Seeing this, the mechanical zombie let out a cold snort and slammed his fist into the ground. Instantly, the mountain of corpses behind him exploded, and all the fallen generals came back to life, now transformed into his puppets. As everyone looked on in shock at this mechanical army, unsure of how to respond, Zombie slowly raised his arm and addressed the ruined city, saying, "Stand up." In an instant, green particles began to gather, and soon, skeletons began to take shape. Zombie had actually resurrected all the dead in the city, granting them powers and turning them into his own zombie army. As the people on Earth stared at the resurrected zombies, they were utterly stunned. "My aunts, my uncles, they've all turned into zombies." At that moment, Violet and Lon Chi sensed something. They saw Zombie, enveloped in a green glow, suddenly clench his fist. In an instant, the zombies began absorbing a white substance from the air, and within seconds, they all manifested masks. Seeing this, Violet and Lon Chi were utterly shocked. They hadn't expected Zombie to effortlessly transform ordinary people into formidable beings. "We struggled so hard to achieve our second form, and now anyone can have it. How ironic." At that moment, Zombie pointed forward, and immediately, countless zombie troops charged toward the mechanical zombie. The mechanical zombie commanded his puppets to engage them in battle. However, those once powerful generals from Country B were utterly helpless against Zombie's army, with most of them wiped out in just a few rounds. Seeing this, the mechanical zombie snorted. "Interesting. I didn't expect you to have this up your sleeve." With that, he threw a punch at Zombie. With a deafening boom, their fists collided. The shockwave instantly obliterated half the city, and even Violet and Lon Chi, who were miles away, felt the impact. Realizing the danger, they sped toward the island where Professor Jamie was located. Earth is no longer suitable for these two. If they keep fighting like this, we and the entire world might disappear. Our priority now is to capture Professor Jamie and see if there's any way to stop them. Meanwhile, Mushroom Head and Bald Man on the island excitedly watched the battle between the two zombies. "Yes, that's it. Kill him for me." Professor Jamie suddenly yelled at them. "You idiots. The human army has already started landing on the island. Do you want to go to prison? Retreat now." Hearing this, Bald Man was startled. "Damn it, weren't they supposed to stop the mechanical zombie? How do they still have time to come after us?" While the human army engaged the monstrous creatures on the island, Bald Man hurriedly burned the research data they couldn't take with them before rushing toward the helicopter that had been prepared for their escape. However, just as Professor Jamie and the others were about to take off, they discovered that the helicopter wouldn't budge. To their shock, Lon Chi had somehow appeared beneath the aircraft, gripping the wheel with her bare hands, preventing them from taking off. Seeing this, Professor Jamie and the others were shocked. Weren't you just on the front lines? How did you get here so fast? Lan Chi ignored them, casually tossing the helicopter aside. The helicopter was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. After tying up Professor Jamie and the others, Violet grabbed Bald Man by the collar and said, "You're the ancient human, right? And here I thought you'd look much more majestic after seeing those robots earlier. Turns out you're just a balding old uncle. Now, tell me how to stop this battle." Bald Man hesitantly replied, "With the energy of a battle of this magnitude, I don't think anyone can stop them now." Naturally, no one believed him. Lan Chi told Violet to let him go, saying she had a solution. Violet threw Bald Man to the ground, and Lan Chi slowly walked toward him. With a swift motion, she slid her hand across his arm, leaving a wound. In the next instant, Bald Man's pupils turned green. It turned out that Lan Chi had further mastered the ability to control zombies' genes and now had full control over Bald Man's mind. Violet, utterly incredulous, exclaimed, "You know how to do that too?" Lan Chi calmly replied, "Don't make such a fuss. You can do it too. It's just that the effects won't last long." Hearing their conversation, Professor Jamie and Mushroomhead were dumbfounded. What kind of people does Zombie have under him? This is way too freakish. At that moment, Lan Chi asked the Ancient One if there was a way to end the fighting. The Ancient One replied, "In that box over there, there's a button that can control the nanometal. Once you press it, the nanomaterials containing zombies' genes will vanish. Without the nanomaterials forming his body, the mechanical zombie will quickly disappear." Hearing this, Violet immediately went to the box, took out the button inside. This should be the one. This scene was witnessed by the now awakened Ancient One, who roared, "This is impossible. You actually know how to control the zombie virus." But in the next second, Lan Chi silenced him with just a glance. Violet stared at the monitor inside the box and said, "To be honest, the technology of your time was really advanced. I have to admit, I'm quite impressed with your research." On the other side, as he looked at his dwindling puppets, the mechanical zombie began to laugh. "How interesting. I never considered how strong I truly was. So this is what it feels like to be completely suppressed by someone else, huh?" At that moment, Violet pressed the button in her hand. Strangely, a light flickered across the mechanical zombie's body, but there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, Violet roared at the Ancient One, "Why is there no effect? Are you messing with me?" The Ancient One, equally incredulous, snatched the button from Violet and pressed it repeatedly. "That's not possible. Without the support of a body to contain the genes, there's no way he can keep on living." At that moment, the mechanical zombie suddenly turned his head toward Violet and the others, saying, "It seems we have some spectators from outside. Well, open your eyes wide and watch closely." As soon as he finished speaking, his armor cracked and then exploded with a loud boom. The nanometal and the mechanical zombie's body disintegrated together. Violet and the others were shocked, unable to understand why the mechanical zombie would self-destruct. Yet in the next second, the zombie genes inside its body began to reorganize. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Nai was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, Zombie on the battlefield remained completely calm, as if he had anticipated it all along. As the smoke gradually cleared, the first thing that came into view was a solid set of 8-pack abs. Standing in the place where the mechanical zombie had been was a figure, none other than the mechanical zombie in his 5th form. As everyone witnessed this scene in disbelief, the mechanical zombie walked up to the camera and said, "Dear viewers, sorry to disappoint you. Even without those nanomachines, I'm perfectly fine." At this point, faced with the overwhelming power of both Zombie and the mechanical zombie, everyone was uncertain whether they could survive. Oh my god, what kind of terrifying monster did our ancestors once face? Even Violet and Lan Chi, who were usually familiar with Zombie, were left stunned. As everyone watched in shock, the mechanical zombie taunted Zombie, "My original, do you also want to try this out?" Hearing this, Zombie cast a single glance, and the revived second form zombies immediately let out roars and swarmed toward the mechanical zombie. However, the mechanical zombie simply uttered the word "scram," and the charging zombies instantly exploded, disintegrating into particles that vanished into the air. Blackie, sitting in front of his computer, was so terrified that cold sweat streamed down his face. He shouted into the microphone, "Your Majesties, please stop fighting. If you keep fighting, all the people will die." But as soon as he finished speaking, Zombie's body became enveloped in a green light. He slowly raised his hand toward the mechanical zombie. Just when everyone thought Zombie was about to make a move, he instead placed his hand on his own face. In the next second, as Zombie's hand dropped, one of his eyes gradually turned red, and crimson markings appeared on his face. As Zombie's other eye also turned red, the minister and chief gang, far away on a small island, were shocked to witness a massive red vortex gradually forming. As a surge of fierce red energy erupted from Zombie's body, the vortex began to spread across the globe, and before long, it completely enveloped the earth. At that moment, General Xinghua, who was in the ocean, was shocked to realize that the red energy was actually blood. After completely enveloping the earth, Zombie began to make a move on the sun. Before long, people were astonished to discover that not only had the sun turned red, but even Saturn and Jupiter were now covered in crimson. As everyone looked in shock at the sky and earth, now completely dyed red, the mechanical zombie gradually became excited. As expected of my original, I've never seen this form before. At that moment, Violet and Lan Chi were shocked to notice that Zombie's long black hair had completely disappeared, replaced by flowing silver hair. Seeing that form of zombie, even the mechanical zombie couldn't help but feel confused. I don't remember having that form. At that moment, Zombie resembled a god emperor descending, and the aura he exuded sent chills down everyone's spine. Faced with this scene, people fell into complete despair, and Nai and the reporter at the center of the battlefield knelt down, praying that Zombie would show mercy and spare them. However, Zombie paid them no attention. He merely stared coldly at the mechanical zombie in the distance. Feeling Zombie's overwhelming power, the mechanical zombie realized he wasn't a match, yet he couldn't suppress his curiosity. Why don't I have this form? Can you explain it to me? Even if you want me to disappear, you should give me a reason. In response, Zombie didn't hide anything. It's normal that you don't know this form, because I developed it myself after destroying the metal-skinned human civilization. Hearing this, the mechanical zombie understood. As expected of my original, just as he finished speaking, he gathered his strength. Even though you're powerful, I feel like I can still put up a fight. Zombie let out a cold snort. No, you can't. However, the mechanical zombie paid no heed and instantly sped toward Zombie. In the next second, he suddenly sensed danger. As Zombie slowly raised his right hand, the charging mechanical zombie was immediately frozen in place. Then, a burst of intense light erupted from Zombie's palm. The mechanical zombie felt Zombie's hand expand infinitely, while the space around him was confined by a force that rapidly shrank. In no time, the entire Earth was reduced to a small sphere. With a whoosh, Violet and Lan Chi were shocked to see that the once vast Earth was now grasped in Zombie's hand. At that moment, the people felt their bodies twist and began to scream for help. But Zombie completely ignored them. With a sudden clench of his fist, the Earth, now a small sphere, instantly exploded. Just when everyone thought it was the end, the previously red skies suddenly vanished. Miraculously, everyone on Earth was completely unharmed. They only felt a moment of dizziness, as if they had entered a hallucination. When they fearfully looked back at the battlefield, they saw that the mechanical zombie was now being strangled by Zombie. Seeing this, Violet and Lan Chi were stunned. What did he just do? Weren't we already killed by him? The scene shifted back to Zombie, where it was now clear that the mechanical zombie's lower body had been completely destroyed. Yet, despite this, he still hadn't died and, with an excited expression, exclaimed, as expected of my original, impressive. Violet and Lan Chi, having regained their composure, were still filled with lingering fear. Just now, it really felt like we were being crushed. At that moment, the mechanical zombie grinned and said, honestly, I can still feel it. You still harbor hatred for humans in the depths of your heart, don't you? Hearing this, Zombie looked down at him with a serious expression. So, you slaughtered humans on purpose? That's right. Didn't all of this happen because you authorized it? I originally just wanted to be a good guy inside your body, so why did you give me to someone else? As Violet and Lan Chi stood dumbfounded by these words, the mechanical zombie continued, back when you gave me away to Dawn, you must have already foreseen this day, right? It was because of your authorization that I granted those weak humans unparalleled power. Along the way, from Violet to Lan Chi, which event didn't happen with your permission. You knew full well how humans would fight tooth and nail for this power, yet you chose to remain silent and let it develop on its own. Without your tacit approval, who in this world could have controlled me? That's why that bald man was able to easily manipulate me with nanotechnology. Although I'm just a strand of your genes, the first thing I did upon gaining freedom was to carry out my duty. You think all of this was my doing, but the one who truly wanted to destroy this civilization was you. Deep down in your heart, you still harbor a sliver of hatred for humanity. I merely followed your inner will and acted accordingly. After hearing the mechanical zombie's words, not only Violet and Lan Chi, but people all over the world watching the live broadcast were in utter disbelief. Isn't this too outrageous? There's actually someone who can talk to his own genes. At this point, the mechanical zombie continued, I've already slaughtered billions of people across the globe, wiping out nearly half of the population. Do you think that by saving the world now, they'll remember your kindness? You're wrong. They'll fear your power and scheme against you behind the scenes. You might as well go all the way and kill them all now. Hearing this, Zombie immediately rejected the proposal. The mechanical zombie sneered dismissively, besides turning the dead into zombies, what else can you do now? But before he could finish speaking, Zombie confidently stated, I can bring them back to life. As the mechanical zombie widened his eyes in disbelief, Zombie sliced open his own chest with his fingers. He reached inside, pulled out his heart, and, in front of everyone's shocked gaze, raised it above his head before crushing it with force. Instantly, the heart transformed into countless blood threads that began to scatter across the globe. As the blood threads passed over a small hill, the director and assistant, who had previously been vaporized by the mechanical zombie, were instantly revived. At that moment, the director and crew stared in shock as they saw the body of the live streamer slowly regenerating, her internal bones reassembling and flesh gradually growing back. As skin and hair formed again, the living live streamer stood before them. All of this was streamed live by the director using his phone. Witnessing this, Violet and the others were completely dumbfounded. This is just too unbelievable. As all the blood threads dropped, the humans who had been killed by the mechanical zombie miraculously came back to life. At that moment, the generals from Country B stared blankly at Zombie. Butterfly and Tai Shan were also filled with disbelief. What exactly happened? Weren't we already dead? Witnessing this scene, Professor Jamie and the others were completely panicked. Is this even possible? The scene then returned to Zombie, who looked at the mechanical zombie and said, So, do you still dare to say I have no solution? Hearing this, the mechanical zombie was initially startled, but then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Alright, I lost. With those words, his body slowly began to dissolve, reverting back to a sequence of genes. Thus, the great battle between Zombie and the mechanical zombie finally came to an end. Meanwhile, on Violet's side, Department Head Chen and Chief Gang arrived late. Violet handed the button for controlling the nanometal to Chief Gang. Keep an eye on Professor Jamie and the others. We're heading to the battlefield to check things out. Without waiting for a response from Chief Gang, she and Lan Chi hurried toward the battlefield. Just like that, what was originally thought to be a weapon created by Professor Jamie and the ancient humans to deal with Zombie turned out to be something else entirely. It was Zombie himself, harboring the last trace of hatred for humanity in his heart, who had created a clone. What his own genes had said was correct. The one who wanted to destroy humanity was himself. However, unwilling to endure loneliness any longer, Zombie chose to activate his unknown sixth form, ultimately saving all life on Earth. As he crushed his own heart, the last trace of hatred he held for humanity vanished along with his gene, completing his redemption. 2 hours later, Violet and Lan Chi finally arrived at the battlefield. When they looked at Zombie, they found that he had reverted to his original form. They walked over. That scene just now was pretty terrifying. This guy isn't moving. Could he be dead? At that moment, Zombie suddenly lifted his head, startling Violet and Lan Chi. Concerned, they asked, Are you okay? You crushing your own heart? Would you just turn into a normal zombie? Hearing this, Zombie tore open his chest and said, It's fine, it'll grow back soon. Seeing this, Violet and Lan Chi were speechless. I really want to strangle this guy. Yeah, but we can't beat him. Then, the two shouted in unison, Can't you finish the battle quicker? How can our president try to protect you now? Zombie ignored them and instead stared at the black substance in his hand. What is this? That's nanomachines, researched by that ancient human. They seems to like me. Alright, I'll keep it with me. I can use it in case there's an emergency in the future. And so, with the battle behind them, the world entered a brief period of peace. However, Zombie's power had been fully exposed to the world. How would humanity respond going forward? One day, two zombies carried two pillars to the rooftop and set them up. In between the two pillars, the unfortunate varmint was once again hung up. Meanwhile, aboard an airplane, the president of country A was deep in thought as he looked at the newspaper in his hands. Violet and Lan Chi entered, asking, "Mr. President, did you ask for us?" The president, still staring at the contents of the newspaper, asked, "Where is Zombie now?" Violet admitted that she didn't know his whereabouts. He didn't come back after that event. Hearing this, the president placed the newspaper in front of them. With how things are developing, there will be great unrest again soon. Meanwhile, inside a transport vehicle, Professor Jamie and his team were being escorted to another prison. However, when Mushroom Head glanced out the window, he was suddenly shocked. "Professor Jamie, look." On the streets, a large crowd of protesters, holding banners, had completely surrounded the area. They were declaring that Professor Jamie was humanity's savior and demanding that the government release Jamie and his team unconditionally. Seeing this, Mushroom Head was utterly confused. "What's going on? Professor Jamie, you're now humanity's representative." Just as the mechanical zombie had predicted, although Zombie saved the world, humans did not feel grateful. Instead, they became fearful of him. The entire world was shrouded in a black cloud of fear. Of course, there were a few exceptions who worshipped his strength, believing that he represented the ultimate evolution of humanity. Good people worshipped the bad, and bad people worshipped the good. Such a contradictory society was bound to spiral into chaos. As human order descended into chaos, our MC, Zombie, was leisurely lying at home, playing a video game. At that moment, Blackie pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "King, there's something wrong with humans right now." Zombie, however, was indifferent. "Is something the matter? I'm just about to start my game." Hearing this, Blackie awkwardly responded, There are two guys outside who want to see you." At that moment, in the hall, Ashao and Ague were sitting awkwardly on the sofa. Just as they were about to drink some tea to ease the tension, Zombie walked out, having changed his clothes. "Oh, it's you two. What are you looking for me?" Upon hearing this, Ashao and Ague exchanged a glance before kneeling directly in front of Zombie. "We have met the king. We humbly seek your protection." Months later, after Zombie had defeated the mechanical zombie with overwhelming strength, people did not see him as the hero who protected them. Instead, after witnessing his terrifying power, they rejected him. Not only did he become disliked by most people around the world, but masses also took to the streets to protest against his existence. Overnight, Zombie became the enemy of the entire world. To prevent this fear from spreading further, countries A and B jointly passed the Zombie Management Act. They not only used nanometal to transform the moon into a super prison but also formed the Special Act Enforcement Bureau, intending to imprison Zombie on the moon for life. To capture Zombie, the two countries deployed their elite forces, sending not only a large fleet of fighter jets but also dozens of tanks, surrounding H City in an instant. At that moment, on top of a building, Ague was holding a pair of binoculars and said, "The army surrounding us is getting bigger. Looks like they've pulled in all their elite forces." Hearing this, Ashao gritted her teeth and replied, "Now, with all the conscious zombies gathered in H City, it's no wonder humans feel fear and rejection. Thankfully, we made the quick decision to pledge our loyalty to the king, otherwise, we'd probably be dead by now." After the great battle ended, the world was thrown into chaos. Ashao and the others found Zombie and pledged their loyalty to him. They settled down on a rooftop in H City, living in peace. At that moment, Asher glanced at the nearby Big Sis and said, "Ashao's right. With the current housing prices in H City, we probably wouldn't even be able to afford this rooftop. If Big Sis ended up sleeping under a bridge like those vampires, that would be just too humiliating." Hearing this, Big Sis downed her beer in one gulp and said, "That's right. Humans fear Zombie, but they can't do anything to him. So they are ostracizing ordinary zombies. They should have listened to us." But at that moment, Ague shouted in a panic, "Big Sis, something's happening." Outside of H City, countless chiefs and generals were gathering, shouting, "Today, no matter what, we will apprehend Zombie." Seeing this, Big Sis and her crew were speechless. Seriously, are these people stupid? Do they want human civilization to end even faster? Before she could finish speaking, Violet crouched down, gathering energy, and with a swift motion, shot toward H City. At the same time, as the department head announced the start of the operation, everyone sprang into action. Fur and Alang wanted to step forward to stop Violet, but they were stopped by the department head and the twins. Just as Violet was making her way unimpeded toward the zombie's residence, a shell suddenly blocked her path. Smiling, Dawn appeared in front of Violet. Violet, if you want to capture Zombie, you'll have to get past me first. Did you forget who saved the planet? Under Dawn's barrage of firepower, Violet could only defend herself. Dawn, stop. But Dawn wouldn't relent, attacking even more fiercely. Seeing this, Violet stopped holding back and, in a flash, appeared before Dawn, landing a punch that sent her flying several dozen meters back. Dawn, this concerns the survival of human civilization. I don't have time to waste her on you. Hearing this, Dawn sneered, Zombie clearly saved humanity, but now you want to imprison him. How ridiculous. But before she could finish her sentence, two figures sped toward her. As she turned her head, she was instantly slammed into a building with a loud crash. When the dust settled, she realized that the one who had attacked her was none other than Zombie's subordinate, Ago. At the same time, Chief Chin and Chief Gang appeared in front of Dawn. Dawn, stop resisting. We don't want unnecessary casualties. On the other side, Fur was trapped in a nanometal cage by Lon Chi and General Sausage, while Alang was captured by the twins and Agon working together. Thus, the first phase of the battle objective was completed, and all of the boss-level zombies under Zombie were successfully subdued. At that moment, Alang roared, "You traitors! How can you betray the king?" Blackie, straightening his tie, replied, "The world is constantly on the brink of war. Only by cooperating with the Act can we fulfill the king's wishes." Unexpectedly, even Blackie had betrayed Zombie and sided with the humans. However, Zombie remained completely unconcerned, focused solely on beating the game he had just started. It turned out that all of this had been orchestrated by Zombie, with the goal of calming people's fears. Several months before the Zombie Management Act was implemented, Violet had gone over the script with Blackie and the others to avoid any major mistakes. When I rush toward the building, Alang will come from the left to block me, and Fur will come from the right. When I'm about to reach the building, Dawn will appear. Blackie will make the final entrance and take control of all of you. Remember your lines, and don't get them wrong. Meanwhile, Chief Chin and Lon Chi were in charge of testing the strength of the prison materials. When Lon Chi commanded Zombie to execute a normal attack, he immediately clenched his fist, gathering energy, and then punched forward. With a deafening boom, everyone in the room was instantly sent flying. The powerful shockwave practically parted the earth in two. When Violet got back on her feet, she saw that Zombie had destroyed all the test materials with just one punch, leaving her and Lon Chi in shock. At that moment, Zombie, adjusting his clothes, said, "It seems you've fully mastered the ancient human's nanometal. Using these sturdy materials to restrain me will surely eliminate humanity's fear of me." Upon hearing this, the department head and Dawn were instantly petrified, while Violet immediately lost her temper. "Who are you kidding? That didn't stop anything at all." At that moment, the department head walked over and reminded them, "Make sure the footage from just now doesn't get leaked. If it does, it will only make people more terrified." Hearing this, Zombie quickly responded, "The hardness of this material is fine. If you stack it up to 1,000 kilometers, it will definitely work. The size of the moon is just perfect. My subordinates will cooperate with your plan, and will surely change humanity's perception of zombies." Hearing this, Violet felt her hope reignite as she looked toward Blackie and the others. She saw them holding a banner that read "Love and Peace," while striking a 5-pointed star pose, exuding the essence of 8th grader syndrome. The timeline shifted back to the day the Zombie Management Act was enforced. After completing the first stage of the scripted plan, Violet immediately reported on the situation. The operation was a success. The equipment being used against zombies is a special A-type zombie containment unit, developed through the combined efforts of both countries and ancient human technology. It is currently stationed above H City. Additionally, the detention of resisting forces has demonstrated that this unit is effective and indestructible. This act will be the first step toward coexistence between zombies and humans. At that moment, Zombie watched the news report, feeling quite satisfied. "I didn't expect Blackie and the others to be such good actors. Their gloating expressions look so real." He then began packing his belongings. "Once they detain me, I can start changing my image and set my master plan in motion." However, just as Zombie finished packing his essentials and eagerly anticipated his imprisonment, a group of generals from Country B, who had died during the battle between Zombie and his clone and were unaware of subsequent events, began to cause trouble. They believed their nation was being too weak. With humanity now possessing such advanced technology, they felt there was no longer a need to coexist with zombies. They arrived by helicopter at the city hall where Zombie resided, and there, Varmint was still hanging from the building, looking pitiful. "King, I'm going to turn into jerky, when can you let me down?" At that moment, a general from Country B suddenly fired a missile at Varmint. With a loud boom, the building where Varmint was hanging was instantly struck, finally freeing him from the pole. However, as soon as he landed, he began to panic. "I'm sorry, my king, I didn't do it on purpose." Everything just suddenly exploded. But then, he suddenly saw Blackie and Ago being interviewed. "Everyone, please be at ease. We zombies will stand together with the humans and bring our king, Zombie, to the prison." Upon hearing this, Varmint's rage surged, causing the veins on his forehead to bulge. "You traitors! How dare you betray our king?" Meanwhile, when Violet realized that the people from Country B had fired without authorization, she was instantly furious. "Who the hell opened fire? We already agreed that there's no need to fight. Does everyone in Country B have pig intestines for brains?" Dawn, tied up nearby, quickly whispered, "We're live right now. Watch what you say." Hearing this, Violet reined in her emotions. "Zombie is not an enemy of humanity. We are only using force to demonstrate our determination to protect human civilization." At that moment, the walls of Zombie's residence were shattered by the earlier missile. Holding the crumpled missile in his hand, he sighed. It seems Violet's job isn't easy either. It's a good thing this is just a small hiccup and won't affect the plan. But just as he finished speaking, a fighter jet that had flown by suddenly exploded. Varmint had attacked the jet as it approached, startling Zombie. At that moment, seeing more jets flying toward them, Varmint launched another attack. In the blink of an eye, all the jets near Zombie's residence were shot down. Once Blackie and the others realized the attacks were coming from Varmint, they quickly prepared to evacuate with the reporters. Just then, a figure came crashing down toward them. Violet recognized it as the reckless general from Country B who had caused trouble earlier. He was now foaming at the mouth, his eyes rolled back, and unconscious. Seeing this, Ago said to Blackie, "Is he attacking for real? Maybe the king has special arrangements for him." Hearing this, Blackie replied, "Let's watch for now. The king must have his own thoughts." However, what they didn't know was that Zombie was just as panicked. "This is bad. I left Varmint hanging up there for too long and forgot to tell him the plan." At that moment, Varmint placed his hand on his chainsaw, infusing the chain with his own blood. "We agreed to lead the zombie race to prosperity together, so why betray the king? If it's all because of them, then all I have to do is kill all the humans." Seeing Varmint prepare to unleash his ultimate move, Blackie quickly urged Violet to stop him. Before he could finish speaking, a series of deafening explosions erupted. All the planes in the sky began to explode simultaneously. Just then, a figure flashed beneath the containment pod. It was Zombie. To prevent the situation from worsening, he acted decisively, lifting the pod and slamming it down onto Varmint. Before Varmint could even comprehend what was happening, he was smashed into the ground by Zombie's force. With a loud boom, everything around them was blown away in an instant. When the dust finally settled, Zombie was seen slowly walking toward Violet and the others, having activated his second form. As everyone trembled at the sight of him, Zombie looked at them and said, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and arrest me." With Zombie voluntarily allowing Violet to arrest him, the plan to control him was finally successful. He is now temporarily detained at the headquarters of the Special Act Enforcement Bureau. To reduce humanity's misunderstanding of zombies, Blackie became their spokesperson. He held a press conference at headquarters, stating that zombies would always stand alongside humans and that the law would serve as the cage-restraining zombie. "We welcome the world to monitor us. Peace and tranquility are mutual goals for both humans and zombies." After finishing, he declined any questions and walked back inside the headquarters. Meanwhile, Zombie strolled leisurely around the headquarters. When Blackie and the others saw him, they immediately dropped to their knees with a thud. "King, please have mercy. There were too many people watching, so we had to say some disrespectful things." Hearing this, Zombie waved his hand dismissively, and the cheap handcuffs snapped instantly. "How was my performance? Did I look friendly?" Hearing this, Dawn looked exasperated. "See for yourself, this is what you call friendly. We're lucky you didn't kill us all." The screen displayed a scene of Zombie controlling Varmint. As he stepped on Varmint, a wicked grin spread across his face. Meanwhile, several timid soldiers in the background had fainted, foaming at the mouth. Tell me, how many people do you think will believe you've actually been captured after seeing that? Hearing this, Zombie awkwardly scratched his head. It was just a little mishap. It shouldn't be a big problem, right? At this point, Violet chimed in. The whole point of this act was to convince humanity that we could control you, so they could regain hope for survival. But the sense of dread you give off is just too overwhelming. Still, we've managed to get past the first step. The rest of the show will be on the moon. The personnel for the next phase are ready. We will film a large-scale zombie reality TV show there and showcase your life to all beings on Earth. At that moment, Blackie stepped forward with a fawning expression. Don't worry, my king. We've mobilized all our people to assist you. We've assembled the strongest PR team. I guarantee there won't be a single hater. Hearing this, Ago looked skeptical. That's impossible. How can anyone have zero haters in today's society? Blackie nonchalantly replied, you don't need to worry about that. My team is professional. Seeing Blackie's confident expression, Ago felt a shiver run down his spine. Just then, Violet tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear and announced that, as the warden, she would accompany Zombie to the prison. This made Blackie and the others blush instantly. Zombie extended his hand and said, please take care of me. Seeing this, Violet took Zombie's hand and said, fear comes from the unknown. As long as people get to know you better, they'll realize you're just like us. But before she could finish, she suddenly vanished from sight. Zombie had picked up his suitcase and flung her into the air with a whoosh. In the blink of an eye, she was launched into outer space, and with a boom, they landed on the moon. We're here. I haven't seen anything like this since the ancient humans were wiped out. How nostalgic. Before them stood a massive prison made of nanometal. When Zombie turned to look at Violet, he saw her waving him over. Realizing they couldn't speak in the vacuum of space, Zombie eagerly ran to her. After thoughtfully placing a headset on him, Violet angrily shouted, were you trying to kill me? You just yanked me and jumped to the moon. Didn't you see the rocket ship we prepared? Zombie innocently replied, isn't this more convenient? If you don't like it, I can take you back. Startled, Violet responded, no need for all that trouble, just kill me now and get it over with. While the two were bickering, a lunar landing spacecraft flew toward the moon. Violet explained, see, this is our proper lunar landing vehicle. Inside, I've carefully selected your fellow inmates. Don't worry, they are very friendly and talented communicators. As soon as Zombie was imprisoned, the moon prison activated its level 1 defense system. Meanwhile, on Earth, the leaders of Country A and Country B were closely monitoring Zombie's every move. The Ancient One, upon seeing them, immediately mocked, you don't seriously think nanometal can keep a zombie locked up, do you? Are you out of your mind? According to my calculations, a 1,000 kilometer thick wall of nanometal can only hold him for 9 hours and 17 minutes. And that was based on when he destroyed our civilization. But now, he's even stronger now. Hearing this, the president of Country A remarked, we never intended to control the zombie. The moon prison plan was his idea in the first place. The Ancient One looked utterly incredulous upon hearing this. The president continued, we're simply testing our mastery of ancient human technology. Through these tests, we've confirmed our ability to handle things like space travel and terraforming planets. Then, the Prime Minister of Country B added, if the zombie loses control, the time gained by the moon prison will be enough for us to board our spacecraft. Honestly, I never want to see that bastard again in my lifetime. We'll take the last remnants of humanity and fly off into the stars, leaving this monster behind forever. Upon hearing this, the Ancient One burst into laughter. So you plan to run, huh? But have you ever wondered why, despite having the technology to settle on other planets, we didn't run, and instead chose to stay and face destruction? The Ancient One then began to recount the past. Back when he still had hair, humanity had planned to flee from Zombie and escape to another star system. However, just as their fleet was about to leave the solar system and everyone was celebrating, thinking they'd never have to see that monster again, the Vanguard fleet was suddenly struck by an unknown force. At that moment, a massive object composed of countless crystals appeared, its force seemingly enveloping the entire solar system. Any fleet attempting to leave would be destroyed by this force. In an instant, their fleet suffered heavy losses. But then, the people aboard the warships noticed a figure at the edge of the solar system. With his appearance, the entire fleet was annihilated in an instant. The last thing the ground command center heard was the creature say, "The perimeter of the heavenly prison is secured," and Zombie had nothing to do with the escape attempt. The filth trying to flee has been cleaned up. After listening to the Ancient One, everyone fell into silence. Meanwhile, in H City, an explosion suddenly occurred in a building. Butterfly and Nai respectfully greeted, "We greet you, Divine Messenger." The man sitting before them was none other than the creature from the Ancient One's memories, the one who destroyed the fleet, the jailer of the Divine, Vero. "Divine Messenger, Zombie has fled the planet. We also found our companion who was accidentally left behind. She's been with him for thousands of years and knows him well." The companion they referred to was none other than the Blood Tribe Queen. "Who are you calling a companion, you lunatic? I have no time for your nonsense." As she spoke, she exerted her strength, instantly breaking free from the stone restraints. But just as she landed, the ground transformed into a pool of blood, with countless hands emerging to grab hold of her. At that moment, Vero looked at her with amusement and said, "Lower being, it seems you've been away from civilization for too long. Let me help you remember a few things." In the next instant, with a loud bang, the Blood Tribe Queen was blasted back dozens of meters by an invisible force. A mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth as her body collapsed onto the ground. As a thought deity, you should show proper respect to the Divine Messengers. After the Blood Tribe Queen was easily defeated by Vero with a single blow, she led Vero and his followers to the Beyonder Academy in order to survive. At this point, Butterfly said to Vero, "Divine Messenger, ahead is the Beyonder Academy that this companion mentioned. Weren't you looking for information on Zombie? The Academy has his records. But I must warn you, the people inside possess the highest combat power of current civilization." "Shut up. A thought deity that doesn't even know where its host is has no right to tell me how to do things." Meanwhile, inside the Academy gymnasium, Chiefing deftly sliced through the fish, preparing 2 plates of premium sashimi in the blink of an eye. They were holding a celebration for Zombie's departure from Earth. "Finally, we don't have to live in constant fear anymore." However, Chief Chin felt a twinge of guilt. Even though he's a zombie, he never harmed humans. In fact, he helped us deal with Professor Jamie. He also made it so our cities no longer need high walls to defend against zombie waves. He has helped us so much that holding this celebration just doesn't feel right. Of course, we know Zombie has no malice toward humans. However, the problem is that after being around him, I started having nightmares. Since he left, I felt much more at ease, and my previous mental exhaustion has vanished. Hearing this, Chief Chin nodded in agreement. "That's true. We can only hope the president's plan goes smoothly." Suddenly, a thick fog rose inside the gymnasium. Sensing danger, Chief Chin swiftly turned around and pulled out his cannon. "Who's there?" As soon as he finished speaking, Vero emerged from the smoke with a wicked grin. He casually placed his hand on the barrel of Chin's cannon, and in an instant, the cannon shattered into pieces. "So this is where humanity's greatest combat strength is concentrated? Pathetic. These people aren't even worthy of being called filth." At that moment, Chief Gang launched a surprise attack from behind. But as soon as his steel blade touched Vero, it shattered. Vero simply turned his head and glared at Gang, and inexplicably, he was sent flying, crashing hard onto the ground. Chief Ing, dumbfounded by the scene, "No way," he just glared and sent him flying. At the same time, he was shocked to see large amounts of red liquid suddenly seeping up from the gymnasium floor. In the blink of an eye, the liquid spread across the entire space. Then the balloons floating in the air began to catch fire, transforming into flaming skulls that lunged toward him. At that moment, Chief Chin suddenly stood up. "Boring trick. Don't underestimate humans." With a loud shout, his body began to transform. In the next second, he had become a massive robot constructed from nanotechnology. As Chief Ing stared in disbelief at the scene, Chief Chin turned to Chief Gang and said, "Chief Gang, how long do you want to lie there? Humph, none of your business." As soon as the words left his mouth, a giant claw suddenly emerged from the smoke. In the next moment, Chief Gang fused with nanotechnology, transforming into a tiger-shaped robot. "Let's attack together. This will be a good test for these nanometal-modified bodies." Just as Chief Ing was about to question why they hadn't taken him when they stole the nanometal, the tiger-shaped robot that was Chief Gang began gathering energy. At the same time, Chief Chin also started to accumulate power. Then, both of them launched their attacks simultaneously. With a loud bang, the two streams of energy merged and shot toward Vero. However, with a mere raise of his hand, Vero completely dissipated their attack. 1,000 years have passed, and you still haven't changed. As he spoke, he pinched the air with 2 fingers, and in an instant, a giant hand appeared, grabbing Chief Gang and crushing his nanometal body. He then swiftly flung the remains toward Chief Chin, whose armor shattered instantly, leaving him collapsing powerlessly to his knees before Vero. Although you're weak, compared to 1,000 years ago, when you needed starships to launch this kind of attack, it's some progress. At this point, Butterfly stepped forward and reminded him, Divine Messenger, they are no longer the ancient civilization whose entire fleet you destroyed back then. The current civilization mainly focuses on developing individual combat power. Is that so? It doesn't matter. All of this is just filth growing in a prison. It's only natural for Zombie to destroy it. Upon hearing Zombie's name, Chiefing nervously asked, Who are you? Do you know Zombie? Of course. We were the ones who exiled and sealed him here. Now, we've returned to fully kill him, and to clean up filth like you in the process. At that moment, Butterfly pointed ahead and shouted, Divine Messenger, that guy is running away. It turned out that Chief Gang's purpose in talking to Vero was to buy time for Chief Chin to escape and deliver the message. Vero slowly raised his arm and said, It's useless. You cannot escape nor can you escape your fate of annihilation. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed behind Chief Chin, and a massive red hand suddenly emerged from the smoke, reaching for him. With a swift clench of Vero's fist, Chief Chin was instantly caught by the giant hand and slammed into the ground with another thunderous crash. After dealing with Chief Chin, Vero turned to the Blood Tribe Queen and said, Lower Being, didn't you say this academy holds information about Zombie? If I find it, I won't hold you guilty for suggesting we attack this academy as a warning to humanity. Hearing this, the Blood Tribe Queen was filled with frustration. Damn it, I knew these guys were weak, but I didn't expect them to be this weak. It looks like my plan to escape in the chaos won't work. I'll have to think of another way. At that moment, Butterfly hurried over and said that she had found information on Zombie. Hearing this, the Blood Tribe Queen sighed in relief. However, the so-called information that Butterfly referred to turned out to be the script for the show about Zombie on the moon. They immediately turned on the television to watch the broadcast. Welcome, everyone, to the Zombie Show. We will be broadcasting live from the moon, showcasing Zombie's every move. A total of 8,000 Supermax prisoners have been transferred to the moon prison. These prisoners, having been isolated for so long, are completely unaware of the outside world. It's highly likely that they will clash with Zombie. However, Zombie's spokesperson, Blackie, has stated that even under such extreme conditions, Zombie will still be able to coexist peacefully with humans. As everyone watched the broadcast in utter confusion, the screen was suddenly flooded with negative comments about Zombie. It turned out that Butterfly, in an attempt to curry favor with Vero, had posted 1,000 smear comments about Zombie. Hearing this, Vero's veins bulged with anger. Be quiet. I'm thinking. Zombie, what on earth are you up to? Meanwhile, in the moon prison, Zombie stood in line for food. Auntie, could you give me some extra eggs? I'm planning to use this opportunity to work out and relax for a bit. At the same time, Violet, the show's director, was barking orders into a walkie-talkie. Didn't you notice Zombie's makeup is smudged? Switch the camera to another character immediately. The makeup team quickly rushed over to touch up Zombie's makeup. Vero stared at the TV screen, speechless. He couldn't believe that this was the same Zombie from before. This is absolutely impossible. That demon who could destroy the world at will. How could he possibly care about human opinions? Someone like him, who would rather kill everyone, how could he want to coexist peacefully with humans? Could it be that the loneliness from thousands of years of imprisonment has driven him mad? At that moment, something dawned on him. I get it. Zombie must be trying to uncover the mysteries of the human soul through these filth, in order to decipher the source of our divine age civilization's power. His ultimate goal is to break through the barriers we've constructed. He's willing to destroy civilization after civilization, laying out his plans over millennia. What a terrifying and cunning foe, truly worthy of being our nemesis. Now that I've uncovered his scheme, how could I possibly let him succeed? As he spoke, he slammed his hand down on the sofa, and in an instant, his consciousness flew toward the moon, entering the body of a death row inmate. He then controlled the prisoner, angrily marching toward Zombie. Upon seeing Zombie peacefully eating eggs with a friendly expression, he approached, slammed the table hard, and then slowly sat down in front of Zombie. Zombie, long time no see. Meanwhile, ever since Zombie was imprisoned on the moon, the Special Act Enforcement Bureau had been broadcasting his every move live to the entire world. When Blackie and the others learned that nothing had happened on the moon, they immediately popped champagne to celebrate. Fantastic. No one has clashed with the king in the past 3 days, and the public response on Earth has been great. It seems like the plan is going even better than we expected. However, what they didn't know was that the troublemaking prisoners in the moon prison had already been dealt with severely by Violet to prevent any clashes with Zombie. Just then, a soldier rushed over. Report. There's an emergency situation with Zombie. The scene shifted back to Zombie. Seeing the prisoner controlled by Vero, Zombie looked confused. Who are you? Hearing this, Vero gritted his teeth in fury. He gave a cold snort. Stop pretending. Let me see just how weak you've become. With that, he controlled the death row inmate, who suddenly charged at Zombie. The inmate's right arm swelled with muscle as he swung a punch toward Zombie. With a loud boom, the force of the punch shattered the wall behind Zombie. However, Zombie blocked the attack with just a pair of chopsticks. At that moment, the prison's emergency alarm sounded. The system mistakenly detected violent behavior from Zombie, locking down all the prison doors and activating a 3-minute countdown to the self-destruction sequence. Seeing this, all the prisoners in the prison were dumbfounded. Self-destruct? As they watched Zombie being targeted by all the laser weapons, Vero grinned. Zombie hasn't gone on a killing spree yet, interesting. At that moment, a large group of prisoners gathered around Zombie, urging him to calm down. Vero burst into laughter. Zombie, this is the result of your attempt to coexist with humans. In their eyes, you will always be the one they fear. This fear will only lead them to repeat their mistakes. Your history of destroying human civilizations will continue to replay. Yet Zombie suddenly laughed. Ah, I see, so this is what Violet meant by a prison brawl. Before his imprisonment, Violet had specifically instructed him to stay calm and never act impulsively in any situation. However, Zombie, with his unique way of thinking, misunderstood Violet's advice to stay calm as an instruction to transform. In the next second, he activated his third form. Blackie and the others, watching from the screen, immediately panicked. It's over. The king is about to fight the humans. Quick, release Varmint and prepare for war with the humans. Seeing Zombie in his third form still being targeted by laser weapons, Violet in the control room panicked. Turn off that idiotic self-destruct program immediately. Are you trying to completely enrage him? Meanwhile, Zombie slowly walked toward the prisoner. Vero controlled him, ready to fight, but with just one glance from Zombie, the prisoner was struck with overwhelming terror, completely losing his composure. In that moment, he felt as insignificant as an ant in Zombie's hands, and the sheer fear snapped his consciousness back to reality. As Zombie placed his hand on the prisoner's shoulder, Vero's fragment of consciousness was instantly forced out of the prisoner's body. The prisoner, regaining control, immediately fled the scene in terror, screaming hysterically. Vero, shocked, stared at Zombie in disbelief. How is this possible? Just by inducing fear, he managed to break my control over that man. At that moment, Zombie turned to look at Vero's fragment of consciousness. A bug? With that, he casually slapped the fragment, and the immense force surged out from the moon, speeding toward Earth. This sudden action shocked the Blood Tribe Queen and the others. With a loud boom, Vero raised his hand and barely managed to block the strike, while Nai and the others beside him collapsed to their knees in agony. After resolving everything, Zombie returned to his usual innocent and naive demeanor, and the prison alarm was lifted. Violet didn't lie to me after all. This method of handling things really works well. Meanwhile, on Earth, Vero looked at his injured hand. As expected, this demon hasn't weakened at all. But why doesn't he retaliate against humans, even when provoked? I see, he's trying to recruit humans as followers, hoping to usurp our authority as divine messengers. I can't allow him to continue. He then ordered Nai and the others to stay on Earth, tasked with undermining humanity's trust in Zombie while awaiting reinforcements. As for himself, he headed to the moon, planning to delay Zombie for as long as possible until reinforcements arrived. Watching Vero leave, the Blood Tribe Queen was surprised. He just left like that. It seems I no longer need to run away. The Divine Messenger's target is Zombie. Why would he stay with us on Earth for long? You attacked the Byong'er Academy. The humans will soon find out, and Zombie's subordinates are not easy to deal with either. Thinking that Vero would definitely be taken down by Zombie and finding herself in need of a few subordinates, the Blood Tribe Queen arrogantly said to Nai and the others, "Why don't you three submit to me? I'll guarantee you a way out of this alive." Hearing this, Nai replied, "The humans won't be able to find out. You can go check the place where the battle just happened." The Blood Tribe Queen didn't understand what Nai meant, but when she walked into the stadium, she saw that the previously destroyed buildings were slowly being restored, and the once dead Chief Gang and Chief Ing were rising one after another. It turned out that with Vero's arrival on Earth, Nai and the others' abilities were fully unleashed. The power of the Divine Age civilization could project imagination into reality. Any destruction caused in battle or even those who had died could be restored through sheer imagination. As a result, until this human civilization was destroyed, they wouldn't even realize they had been attacked. Moreover, they fought using imagined deities, thought deities. Tai Shan was a thought deity imagined by Butterfly. Now, do you understand where you come from? You are also a thought deity born from the imagination of our people. Hearing this, the Blood Tribe Queen was in complete disbelief. How could I possibly be something imagined by idiots like you? Seeing her reaction, Nai didn't bother to explain further and immediately activated her power. According to the Divine Messenger's judgment, you intended to warn the humans. Therefore, we can't let you leave today. Meanwhile, outside the Byong'er Academy, the female live streamer who had been saved by Zombie was doing a photo shoot. To thank Zombie for saving her life, she planned to help promote his show. At that moment, a hand suddenly emerged from the ground behind the photographer and grabbed his foot. The photographer was startled, and when the group turned around, they saw a giant pit had mysteriously appeared behind them, with someone climbing out of it. As they stood there in confusion, Chief Chin looked at them and said, "Please, take me to the Guangzhou Provincial Special Act Enforcement Bureau." The scene shifted back to the moon. With a flash of red light, Vero's figure instantly appeared in the sky above it. In the past, they had been forced to flee their homeland and, in the vastness of space, discovered the most powerful force in the cosmos. With the ability to project imagination into reality, they created countless gods and established the Divine Age civilization, a civilization that walked alongside deities. Using this power, they had imprisoned Zombie on Earth. Now, seeing Zombie trying to live in harmony with humans, Vero assumed it was just a facade. "Zombie, I'll show this weak civilization your terrifying side." With that, he used his ability to take control of a prisoner. At that moment, Zombie happily walked into the washroom and noticed that everyone was voluntarily standing in line. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, everyone has such good manners." Suddenly, a prisoner appeared in front of him and reached out to grab him. Without hesitation, Zombie slapped him across the face. "Cutting in line, get to the back. No manners at all." The man, now fully conscious, quickly apologized to Zombie repeatedly. "Just wait, I'll soon expose your true nature." Over the following week, Zombie's life continued as usual. He exercised regularly and lived happily and contentedly. He also often participated in sports and competed with the other prisoners. Vero didn't give up. Every day, he continued to create trouble for Zombie. Under his control, several prisoners charged at Zombie. However, in the next second, with a loud bang, Zombie simply sprinted forward, sending the prisoners flying in all directions. Later, when Zombie entered the gym, Vero once again controlled several prisoners, planning to have them ambush Zombie. However, when they witnessed Zombie effortlessly lifting a 10,000-pound barbell, they were instantly petrified, their faces filled with shock, fear, and disbelief. No matter how much Vero commanded them, they dared not move. Unaware of Vero's attention, Zombie naively thought everyone was just being friendly. "No matter what sport I play, there's always someone to join me. Today, I made so many new friends again. What a peaceful and fulfilling day." After all this, Vero was utterly crushed. He's been attacked so many times. Shouldn't Zombie have shown his violent, terrifying side by now? He wasn't like this before. Meanwhile, Violet received a satellite communication from Dawn. "Violet, we've received intel that someone is planning to cause trouble for Zombie. Has anything unusual happened at the Moon Prison recently?" Violet thought for a moment before responding. "Recently, it seems like there have been fewer troublesome inmates here. Someone actually dares to mess with Zombie. I wonder which fool has a death wish this time." After hanging up, Dawn turned to the department head and said, "See? I told you we don't need to worry about Zombie." The department head, however, remained cautious. "We can't let our guard down. The attack on Chief Chin is a confirmed incident." As the camera zoomed out, a large number of high-ranking officials were shown gathering at headquarters. Chief Chin lay on an operating table, his body being repaired. At that moment, Lon Chi walked over and asked, "What's the status of the investigation at the Byong'er Academy?" "General Sausage has already taken a team to investigate. So far, no unusual reports have come in." Meanwhile, at the Byong'er Academy, General Sausage led the investigation team to the stadium. By this time, everything had returned to its original state. General Sausage inspected the area, squeezing Chief Ying's face and saying, "It feels fine to the touch. No signs of having been beaten." Chief Ying scratched his head awkwardly. "General Sausage, is there a reason for this sudden inspection?" General Sausage immediately reported back to headquarters, saying, "There are no signs of an attack at the academy." "Are you mistaken? Did Chief Chin hurt himself while playing outside?" At that moment, a shadow flashed by. The figure of the Blood Tribe Queen suddenly appeared above General Sausage, passed through his body, and landed directly in front of him. However, General Sausage didn't see the Blood Tribe Queen at all and continued reporting the situation. "Is the guy blind? He actually can't see me. It's useless. I've already merged you into my illusion with my thought deity. No matter what you do, no one in the outside world will notice. Even if you kill him, it'll be the same. No matter who your master is, you should be one of us. I really don't understand why you're resisting us." The Blood Tribe Queen scoffed in response. "Nonsense. I'm the queen of the Blood Tribe, not some figment of your imagination, and I certainly don't have a master." Hearing this, Tai Shan said to Butterfly, "Master, this lower thought deity won't listen to anything you say. Let me tear her bones apart, and then she won't be able to disrupt our plans. Big guy, you caught me off guard last time. This time, watch me crush you to dust." As soon as she finished speaking, Tai Shan dragged the queen out of the gymnasium, and the two immediately engaged in a fierce battle in midair. Tai Shan landed a punch, sending the queen crashing toward the ground, then followed up with a rapid dive. With a loud boom, a mushroom cloud rose within the academy, and the powerful shockwave caused cracks to appear in Nai's illusion. Nai hurriedly stabilized the illusion. "We've wasted too much time, and the illusion is barely holding up. Tai Shan, I'll elevate the illusion to its highest level. Finish her off with everything you've got." As soon as she finished speaking, Tai Shan was hit by a punch from the queen, sending him flying with a loud boom. In an instant, he crashed through several buildings and landed in front of Butterfly. "And you think you can take me down? What a joke." At that moment, Butterfly rolled up her sleeves, revealing arms covered with runes. "There's no reasoning with you. Fine, I'll make you remember the true form of the thought deity." As the runes on her arms faded, Tai Shan's body began to disintegrate, transforming into stones that floated upward into the sky. "With the power of my imagination, I command the earth to upheave and the mountains to roar. My deity now descends." In the next second, Tai Shan transformed into a colossal giant made of mountain rock, with Butterfly as its heart. This massive stone giant was Butterfly's fully realized thought deity, the Eternal Mountains. Butterfly yelled, "Vampire, this is the full power of our divine age thought deity. Without a master, you have no chance against Tai Shan." Before she could finish, the Blood Tribe Queen suddenly rushed forward. "Cut the crap." At the same time, Tai Shan threw a punch. The queen countered with her own fist, but with a loud boom, she was sent flying, her arm shattered by the impact. As Tai Shan geared up to throw another punch, the queen quickly healed her broken arm. She sidestepped the hit, grabbed Tai Shan's arm, and used the momentum to launch herself back at Butterfly. Seeing this, Butterfly quickly used her skill, Heart of the Earth, Bloom. Tai Shan suddenly crouched and slammed his fist into the ground. Instantly, tons of earth spikes shot up from his back. The Blood Tribe Queen didn't see it coming and was hit immediately, the spikes piercing through her. At that moment, Tai Shan transformed again, turning into a mountain covered in sharp spikes. Butterfly looked at the trapped Blood Tribe Queen and said, "Don't think you're not dead just because you can heal. These spikes will drain your power until you're just a puddle. Beg now, and you might have a chance. Otherwise, once your strength is gone, you're done for." However, when the Blood Tribe Queen heard this, she just grinned. In the next moment, her body began to melt. Butterfly watched, confused, thinking her power was already draining. Sensing danger, Nai quickly shouted, "Watch out." As soon as she spoke, there was a quick swish, and a thin line of blood appeared on Butterfly's neck. The Blood Tribe Queen had suddenly appeared behind her, breaking free and wounding her real body. As Butterfly hit the ground hard, the Queen sneered, "Looks like you so-called divine messengers can bleed after all." Nai rushed over to Butterfly and used her skill, normal state, rewind, to heal her wounds. "You were too sloppy. If I'd been a second later, you wouldn't have made it. Who would have guessed a masterless thought deity could be so strong? Now's not the time to chat about that. Without a master to recharge her, she won't last long. Let's take her down together." Nai unleashed her power, chanting an incantation, and a humanoid cat-like creature suddenly appeared. This was Nai's thought deity in full form. Just as the Blood Tribe Queen watched in shock, Butterfly called out, and Tai Shan shifted back to his human form, gathering energy. Meanwhile, a plane flew by, and the passengers were stunned by what they saw. Seeing this, Butterfly quickly instructed her thought deity to use the skill, Residual Dream Illusion. Instantly, invisible energy enveloped the area, turning the whole region into an illusion. When the passengers looked out the window again, everything was back to normal. They rubbed their eyes and said, "Did we just see that?" Just then, Nai's thought deity reached out its claws toward the Blood Tribe Queen. She began to fade, slipping into another dreamlike realm. When she came to, Butterfly, Nai, and their thought deities were nowhere to be seen. While she was still confused, Tai Shan suddenly appeared and punched her. The queen went flying like a rocket, soaring for miles. But just when Butterfly and the others thought this punch would wipe out the Blood Tribe Queen, she appeared in front of them, completely unscathed. Butterfly was stunned. A thought deity without a master, how did she take that hit? Just how strong was she before? No way. When we first saw her, she was so weak. After being on Earth for almost 1,000 years, she should have disappeared by now. Right then, Nai's thought deity said, "I can sense some unknown energy within her, and that's what's keeping her alive. Luckily, she hasn't fully mastered it yet, or we'd all be toast." Right after those words, a green light flashed in the Blood Tribe Queen's chest, and her eyes snapped open. Suddenly, the sea turned blood red, and blood-colored tornadoes swirled around her. Blood rain began to pour from the sky. Just then, Butterfly was stunned to see time seem to freeze. Meanwhile, a blood-red vortex formed above the queen's head, and the raindrops transformed into spikes. "If you like using illusions to hide and run, I'll just send you all to your doom." While Nai and Butterfly were still trying to make sense of what was happening, the Blood Tribe Queen raised her hand, pulling the blood rain together behind her. With a single wave, it transformed into sharp spikes and shot straight at them. Nai's thought deity sensed the danger immediately and knew something was off. Meanwhile, Tai Shan charged toward Butterfly and the others, quickly gathering a surge of energy in his hands, before hurling it at the Blood Tribe Queen. In a flash, the energy transformed into a giant boulder that came crashing down on her. The Blood Tribe Queen let out a furious roar and unleashed her full power, gathering all her divine energy. When her energy clashed with Tai Shan's, a massive explosion shattered the illusion in an instant, sending countless stone shards flying into the real world. Even though Nai's thought deity gave it everything it had, it couldn't block the attack. Countless blood spikes tore through Nai and the others. The sudden chaos sent everyone on the ground into a panic. As massive boulders came crashing down on the city, Tai Shan's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, completely exhausted. In that moment, Nai quickly used her rewind skill, barely managing to save herself and Butterfly. However, due to the sheer power of the Blood Tribe Queen's attack, she could only revert them back to their normal state. Her thought deity had completely drained its divine power and could no longer sustain itself. Still, as long as Nai, the host powering it, remained unharmed, the thought deity would recover soon enough. No way, a thought deity without a host, how could it unleash such a powerful attack? Because she went all out. She used up what was left of her life to confront Tai Shan. At that moment, the queen smirked and made a taunting gesture toward them. "Looks like I win this time." With that, she vanished into thin air. Just then, a figure suddenly charged toward them. It was General Sausage, sprinting over completely naked. The moment the two girls caught sight of his cannon and grenades, they instantly freaked out. "So it was you all along. Prepare to feel the fiery passion of humanity." Just as Nai and Butterfly were frozen, unsure of what to do, Tai Shan appeared just in time, stepping in front of them. That's when Nai noticed the illusion was gone. Don't waste time dealing with this pervert, just get out of here now. Who'd want to deal with this guy? Butterfly said as she urged Tai Shan to go all out. Hearing this, Tai Shan lunged forward and instantly engaged in close combat with General Sausage. Just as Tai Shan landed a punch square on General Sausage's face, General Sausage suddenly grabbed his arm and used the momentum to lock him in place. As he shouted, "Take action!" a red light flared up in the distance. There stood Dawn in her zombie form, holding a laser cannon with an excited grin. "This thing is awesome," she shouted, firing a blast straight at Nai and the others. A massive explosion tore through the rooftop of the building. When the dust finally cleared, everyone saw that Tai Shan had saved them once again at the last second. At that moment, Dawn, the department head, and a group of chiefs closed in around them. "You're under arrest for endangering human safety. Surrender now." Seeing these Earthlings, who had embraced ancient technology and grown far stronger since the exchange meeting, Nai asked in confusion, did the vampire use up what was left of her life just to draw their attention here? Why would she do that? However, before she could finish speaking, a green genetic sequence suddenly appeared in the air, and the queen slowly began to materialize. "Who said I was annihilated? That was just me pulling off a skill. What's there to be shocked about? Impossible. A thought deity without a host, how can you regenerate after dissipating? Host? What nonsense. I've already told you, I don't need one. I am the Blood Tribe Queen, who has fought the zombies for 1,000 years. At that moment, the queen felt secretly pleased with herself. Using zombies' genes to show off, so satisfying. Next time, I'm definitely getting more from him. Meanwhile, on the Moon Prison, the large-scale variety show, Running Prisoner, was being broadcast live worldwide. All the prisoners serving their sentences alongside Zombie were the contestants. At that moment, the prisoners, trained by Violet to become cheerleaders, had even launched a global voting session. Zombie even advanced to the next round with an electrifying street dance performance. Hovering above the prison, Vero clutched a promotional flyer in his hand, fuming with rage. Damn it, how dare they ignore me? As it turned out, Vero had been controlling the prisoners to launch relentless attacks on Zombie day and night. But not only did this fail to provoke Zombie's anger, it made him thoroughly enjoy himself, playing house with the people here. Looks like I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Meanwhile, after making it to the next round, Zombie turned to Violet and asked, "So, how did I do?" Violet replied, "The audience loved it. Even after filtering out the votes rigged by Blackie, you're still at the top of the rankings. Humanity's overall opinion of you has improved a lot. That's good. All that rehearsal paid off. Looks like my dream is about to come true. I'm finally going to enjoy my retirement life." As the host announced the start of the second round challenge, Zombie was just about to step on stage but suddenly froze. Ignoring the host's repeated calls, he clenched his fists and stared up at the ceiling. At that moment, Violet patted him on the shoulder and said, "Stop stalling. If you don't get on stage now, you'll be eliminated. Focus on your performance. I'll take care of whatever's going on outside." As Zombie stepped onto the stage to perform, Violet's expression immediately turned serious. Meanwhile, outside the prison, Vero summoned countless energy skulls and launched a full-scale attack on the Moon Prison. Just as the skulls were about to reach the moon, Violet suddenly appeared, charging head-on into the incoming assault. With her red blade slash, she swiftly obliterated all the energy skulls. As Vero stood there, still confused, Violet said to him, "So, you're the one Dawn mentioned on the phone earlier." Vero sneered, "You dare raise your blade against the divine messenger." But before he could finish, Violet suddenly hurled her long sword straight at him. Caught off guard by the unexpected attack, Vero barely dodged in time to avoid being struck in the head. Violet slowly removed her mask. "I don't care who you are, god or ghost, no one is allowed to disrupt this plan." As the white mask on her face appeared, Violet stood ready, fully prepared to fight to the death. At that moment, Vero shouted, "Naive." Then, with a slight smile, he added, "Fine, since you're going to die anyway, I'll let you witness the combat methods of our divine age civilization." As he spoke, his head began to transform. "I imagine the blood moon as a mirror, reflecting the fear in human hearts." As Violet watched in utter shock, Vero's entire body began to shift and distort. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a massive, terrifying creature. This was Vero's mythical form, the Crimson Reflection. Meanwhile, after the Blood Tribe Queen went all out and smashed Nai and Butterfly, Department Head Chen and his squad showed up, locked the place down, and snagged Butterfly. They hauled her straight off to the Special Act Enforcement Bureau for questioning. As soon as Blackie got word, he bolted over. Butterfly, even though she looked like she'd been hit by a truck, was still acting tough. "Go ahead and kill me, I'm not saying squat." Blackie turned to Department Head Chen and asked, "So, she's the one who led the attack on Beyonder Academy?" Department Head Chen nodded. "Don't be fooled by her appearance, she's dangerous. We had to send in our best team just to handle that big guy she summoned. As for the white-haired woman, she got away, though she's pretty banged up. Lan Chi and the Queen are hunting her down now, they won't stop until she's toast." Hearing this, Blackie's hand started swirling with black particles. "We zombies need to avoid fighting so humans don't freak out. But interrogations? That's something I can definitely handle." Butterfly just shot back, "Do your worst. No matter what you try, I'm not cracking." Dawn, flipping through some files, rolled her eyes at Butterfly and said, "Don't waste your time, Blackie. She already spilled the beans." Blackie froze. "Wait, what? She already confessed? Then what's with all this I'm not cracking nonsense?" Butterfly blinked innocently and said, "We read a lot of your books for intel. Isn't it, like, the rule that you stay tough and act all defiant after getting caught?" Dawn just stared. "What kind of books have you even been reading?" She handed the papers she was holding to Blackie. "Here, check this out. This is all the intel she gave us." Blackie grabbed the papers and frowned. "Divine Age Civilization, summoning gods with imagination to fight. So you're here to wipe out the world. Your whole plan is to get rid of humanity." Butterfly nodded casually. "Yep, that's the plan. Honestly, we were doing you a favor by keeping you in the dark. I mean, what can you humans even do about the gods' destruction? Nothing. You're completely helpless." Dawn let out a sarcastic laugh. "Those gods you're bragging about, are they supposed to be stronger than Zombie?" Butterfly hesitated for a second, then gave a cold smirk. "Zombie? Oh, the Divine Messenger's already handling him. If you're curious about how that turned out, you'll find out soon enough." Hearing this, Department Head Chen immediately got in touch with Moon Prison, while Dawn switched on the TV. On the screen, Zombie, totally chill, whipping up an egg dish like some top-tier chef at a fancy restaurant. Meanwhile, Department Head Chen got confirmation from Moon Prison, everything was normal, with no signs of trouble at all. Dawn raised an eyebrow and smirked. "This Vero you're so proud of, could it be that Zombie already dealt with him?" Butterfly's face dropped immediately. "Impossible. The Divine Messenger is insanely strong." Blackie's expression grew serious as he looked toward the moon. "She's not lying. The fight's already happening up there." He lifted his hand and pointed at the moon. "Take a look." Up on the moon, Violet was locked in a brutal fight with the transformed Vero. His attacks came hard and fast, leaving her scrambling to dodge and barely avoiding being wrecked. Vero emerged atop the massive monster and taunted, So you're one of Zombie's infected lackeys? Not bad, I'll give you that, you've got about as much power as a low-tier thought deity. But against real power, you're nothing." Violet was starting to panic as the fight dragged on. "What's this guy's deal? Even our top-of-the-line nano-weapons can't cut through the monster he's summoned." As Violet tried to figure out her next move, Dawn's voice crackled in her earpiece. "Violet, stop wasting time fighting that thing." Dodging another attack, Violet gritted her teeth. "Yeah, sure, easy for you to say. These annoying tentacles won't leave me alone. I can't get away from them." Dawn's voice came back. The satellites locked onto its position. "All you need to do now is back off for a few seconds, and Moon Prison's defense system can blast it. Just get some distance, now." Hearing this, Violet took a deep breath and braced herself. "Guess I've got no choice but to use that move." She decided to force the completion of Zombie's genetic sequence. Sure, it would cause Zombie's genes to spread like wildfire in her body and nearly take her over, but a few seconds of space was all she needed. Once the genetic process wrapped up, Violet's body transformed again, looking even more zombie-like. That's when Vero finally realized, "Oh, so you're not just infected by some virus, you actually have Zombie's genes inside you." Vero lifted his hand, forming an energy ball. "I was planning to give you a quick and painless death, but now that you've stooped so low as to fuse with that demon's genes, all bets are off." As soon as Vero finished speaking, the energy sphere in his hand lit up like a supernova and shot straight into the monster's body. The blood moon is my mirror, stealing fire and turning it to weaponry, lighting up the heavens with moonlight. The monster immediately began sucking in solar energy, compressing it into a tiny, glowing point before firing a blinding beam of light straight at the moon's core. The beam smashed into the moon's surface with a massive explosion. But just as it hit, Violet dashed forward. "No way am I letting you wreck this stage." The moment Violet clashed with Vero's energy, she knew she was way out of her league. The sheer force blasted her backward like a ragdoll. Back on Earth, everyone was freaking out as they watched part of the moon get blown to bits. Alarms started blaring at the Special Act Enforcement Bureau, warning that the moon prison's entire defense system had been wiped out. Dawn, now in a panic, shouted into her comms, "Violet, are you alright? Say something." Ago and the others came rushing in. "What the hell just happened? I just picked up readings of an energy ripping through 1,000 kilometers of nanometal walls straight into the moon prison's core." Blackie, staying chill as usual. "Why are you all so worked up? Relax, the moon's still in one piece. Mostly." After Blackie spoke, everyone turned their eyes to the screen. The moon prison was engulfed in flames and smoke, but as the dust began to settle, they were all stunned. The moon prison was still standing, completely intact. Just then, Zombie, now in his third form, suddenly appeared outside, cradling Violet in his arms. Violet, barely able to speak, stammered weakly, "Watch out. He's crazy strong." Zombie set her down and said, "Take it easy and rest up. I'll handle this guy." As soon as he finished talking, his hair began to grow longer. In the blink of an eye, he leveled up, unleashing his fourth form. The moment Vero saw Zombie, memories of the past came flooding back. Thousands of years ago, Zombie forced them to abandon their home, kicking off their endless wandering through the galaxy. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of incredible wonders across the universe. Somewhere out there in the vastness of space, they discovered the power of imagination projection, turning their imaginations into the foundation of their divine age civilization. As far as Vero was concerned, the power of their divine age civilization now completely outclassed Zombie. With that in mind, Vero raised his arm. His thought deity instantly cranked up the heat, scorching the moon's surface. "Zombie, wasn't it your big plan to lock yourself away in that nano prison? Fine, burn to ash inside it." Down on Earth, people were freaking out as they saw flames bursting across the moon. "It's real. Aliens are actually attacking us." In an instant, the moon's surface began to burn away under the intense heat. Huge chunks of the moon started breaking off and tumbling toward Earth. Vero raised his hand, and his thought deity unleashed an even more devastating surge of energy. The scorching heat spread out instantly, heading straight for the moon prison. Everything inside the prison burst into flames in the blink of an eye. Someone trapped inside wailed, "We're done. I should have just taken the death penalty back then. At least it would have been quicker." Just then, Violet pulled out a camera, ordered the live stream to keep rolling, and activated every nearby satellite camera to zoom in on Zombie. "This time, I'm dead set on showing the world Zombie fighting to protect humanity." As soon as Violet gave the go-ahead, news stations all over Earth started broadcasting the story. "Major crisis. Zombie is taking on a powerful alien invader all by himself. A bloody battle is about to begin." Right then, Vero's thought deity unleashed a massive, devastating energy blast aimed straight at the moon. But at the same moment, Zombie moved. With an earth-shaking boom, he shot forward, heading right into the attack. As he extended his hand, the terrifying energy was neutralized in an instant. Not stopping for even a second, Zombie tore straight through the monster's body and went right for Vero. Vero didn't even get a chance to react. Zombie was already standing behind him. A sharp pain shot through Vero, and that's when he realized two things. His thought deity form had a giant hole in it, and Zombie had just ripped out his heart. When he turned to look at Zombie, he saw Zombie holding his heart and staring at him expressionlessly. A demon is always a demon. No matter how many years go by, you'll always be a bloodthirsty monster. Hearing this, Zombie just casually tossed the heart back at him. "Here, catch." Vero quickly ordered his thought deity to grab the heart. However, as his thought deity moved forward, its head was immediately pierced through once more. In the blink of an eye, Zombie was right in front of Vero. Before Vero could even blink, Zombie grabbed him by the mouth and slammed him into the moon with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, over in a secret base tucked away in the mountains of Country B, humanity's backup plan was in full swing. A gigantic spaceship, built to sustain 30,000 people living in space indefinitely, was ready and waiting. The captured ancient human watched the whole thing with a smug grin. Even though it's pointless, I don't mind helping you upgrade your primitive technology. Professor Jamie held up a vial of serum and said, "So this is what lets humans sleep in space while staying alive. Not exactly immortality, but hey, it'll do." On the other side, the presidents of two nations across the globe started celebrating. As long as we can get out of here, who cares if we have to let those crazies out of prison? Besides, zombies not mad at us right now, so humanity's still in a good spot. Exactly. Zombies up there on the moon filming some kind of variety show instead of causing destruction. We've got time to figure out how to crack open that off-world prison. Before speaking, the twins burst into the room. Emergency. The observatory just issued a warning. They've detected a helium flash from a star's death, and Zombie literally created it with his bare hands. The president of Country B froze for a moment, then made a run for the door. "Don't even try to stop me. I'm getting out of this star system, like, now. I can't take another day in this hellhole." What they didn't know was that, in outer space, Vero's thought deity had been pierced once again, and its head began to droop. Meanwhile, Vero had been absolutely wrecked by Zombie and was now lying on the ground, completely motionless. Seeing this, Zombie shifted back into his goofy, cute form. Glancing at the barely conscious Vero lying on the ground, Zombie scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Oops, sorry about that. I was in a rush, I might have gone a little overboard." With that, he turned around, ready to head back to the moon prison and get back to rehearsing his show. But just as he was about to leave, Vero called out to him. Zombie turned back, looking curious. "Zombie, I've read tons of ancient records about your strength. For thousands of years, we've studied your power, your forms, your personality, and your fighting techniques. But facing you in person, I finally understand. You're way scarier than any of the legends." As Vero kept talking, a red glow started spreading across his body. His heart began to regenerate, and soon it was beating again, strong and steady. Zombie let out a long, tired sigh. "You're really not planning to back off, huh?" While he was talking, Zombie noticed some strange materials on the moon's surface starting to gather and swirl in the air. In no time, this energy combined with Vero and fused into the body of his thought deity. Before Zombie could figure out what was going on, Vero and the thought deity merged into a horrifying monster, looking like a demon straight out of hell. "Zombie, I came here for one reason, to hunt you." Meanwhile, after Violet live-streamed the battle between Zombie and Vero, people all over the world started to freak out. Watching the surveillance footage, Department Head Chen and Blackie sighed helplessly, unsure whether Violet's actions were good or bad. Nearby, Butterfly chuckled as she watched the scene unfold. "Well, this human's been a big help. The Divine Messenger told me to stir up chaos, but it looks like I can kick back. The fear of the gods showing up will tear this flimsy little civilization apart on its own." However, while some people raided stores out of panic and others were happy not to have to go to work, society was spiraling into chaos. Then, out of nowhere, a breaking news alert popped up on the giant screens in city squares. Breaking news: Zombie just took down the alien invader with a single punch. The fight lasted exactly 2 minutes and 37 seconds. "The world is safe again, congratulations, everyone." After hearing the broadcast, everyone froze in place. "Wait, what? It's over already? What kind of lame apocalypse ends this fast? Forget this, let's go grab some barbecue." "Boss, hold on, I'm heading back to work right now." Watching society return to normal in an instant, Butterfly was completely dumbfounded. "Your civilization is far too fickle." Hearing this, Dawn rested her chin on her hand and mocked, "With Zombie around, world-ending apocalypses pop up on Earth all the time, we're used to it. By the way, could it be that this divine messenger is just that weak?" Algo chimed in, "The real situation is still unclear. I'm not sure if all the cameras on the moon are broken, but all we can see now is a red screen." Blackie said with a serious expression, "This fight isn't over. There's a dangerously powerful aura coming from the moon right now, way stronger than the king's usual vibe." And Blackie was right, the terrifying aura he sensed was coming straight from Vero after his transformation. Vero lifted his hand toward the sun, and streams of energy started gathering around him instantly. The entire sky behind him then surged with heat as the temperature skyrocketed. As he chanted, moon shadow splits the sky. Heaven's ash forges the blade. The next moment, a bone-like blade engulfed in terrifying flames was slowly drawn out from the sun. Zombie. This blade was forged from the surface caloric of the sun. With a scorching heat of 6,000 degrees, it can melt any material into ions. I don't care how strong your genes are, there's no way you can handle this heat. With a roar, he swung the flaming bone blade and launched himself straight at Zombie. As soon as Zombie shifted into his second form, Vero was already in his face, slashing diagonally across his chest. But Zombie just smirked and taunted him. Now this is getting interesting. Not bad, keep going. And with that, Zombie immediately leveled up to his third form. Vero hesitated, but quickly used all 6 of his arms to pin Zombie down. With a series of swift slicing sounds, Vero's bone sword instantly severed Zombie's limbs. But in the blink of an eye, Zombie's arms and legs grew right back, good as new. With a deafening boom, Vero launched himself 10,000 meters into the air, ready to deliver a killing strike with his flaming bone sword before Zombie could recover. But before Vero could strike, Zombie, now in his fourth form, teleported behind him and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Right after that, Zombie grabbed Vero by the neck and yanked him backward. Then, with his free hand, Zombie ripped off one of Vero's arms without hesitation. In just seconds, Vero, who started with 6 arms, was now down to only 2. Seeing how brutal Zombie was, Vero tried to back off and create some distance between them. But to his horror, Zombie stuck to him like glue, relentlessly chasing him from one side of the moon to the other. With an earth-shaking bang, Zombie landed a massive punch directly on Vero's face. The punch sent Vero flying toward Earth like a flaming cannonball. After igniting in flames as he passed through the atmosphere, he crashed into the ocean with a thunderous boom. Right then, another breaking news alert popped up on the big screens. Zombie's fight with the alien isn't over. It's moved to Earth now. Good luck, everyone. At that moment, a 1,000-meter-high tsunami surged toward the city. Oh no, not again. Why does this scene feel so familiar? Meanwhile, Vero got back on his feet and started chanting, summoning a massive tornado in no time. I envision, becoming the moon itself. Seizing its light, the skies will shatter, a sea of blood will hang upside down, and the mortal world will fall into the underworld. Watching the giant typhoon start to form, Zombie squinted and muttered, thought deity. Oh, I get it now. I remember you. After all this time, you're still the same pretentious fool. The moment Zombie finished talking, Vero drew his flaming bone sword and unleashed a massive slash at the sky. The terrifying sword energy split the ocean in 2 and hurtled toward Zombie. Zombie casually dodged the attack, but behind him, the moon took a direct hit. With a deafening boom, the moon split in half right down the middle. While Zombie stared at the devastated moon, Vero began chanting once again, thousand-faced moon. Purgatory ascends. Suddenly, a gigantic, grotesque eye covered in endless mouths and writhing tentacles emerged from the ocean. This horrifying monstrosity was Vero's thought deity, fully unleashed, the thousand-faced blood moon. As the blood moon flew toward the moon in the sky, Zombie quickly charged at Vero. The two clashed in mid-air, trading blows at lightning speed. After a hard-hitting punch from Zombie, Vero backed off to a nearby rock. His torn-off arm regenerated in an instant. Come on, Zombie, let's see what you've really got, Vero said as he hurled the bone blade at Zombie. Right now, you don't stand a chance against my mythical body fused with the blood moon. This bone blade, forged from celestial fire, can shut down your regeneration. I've spent thousands of years perfecting every move just to counter you. In your current form, you can't beat me. With that, he followed up by taking several powerful swings at Zombie with his bone blade. As Zombie dodged the attacks, Vero continued wielding his bone blade and said, during our civilization's long journey across the universe, we have acquired the power to rival you. And my thousand-faced blood moon was made specifically to take you down. With that, he commanded the thousand-faced blood moon to devour everything in its path, and half of the moon began to disintegrate instantly. The blood moon's tentacles shot out, wrapping around Zombie's arms and legs in the blink of an eye and pulling him toward its giant, horrifying eye. Zombie landed on the surface of the eye, and his body immediately began sinking, plunging into the inner space of the thousand-faced blood moon within moments. At the same time, Vero stepped into the space. Welcome, Zombie, to my thought deity's thousand-faced moon space. In here, your powers will be further suppressed. This entire space is built from the greed and desires of an entire planet's worth of humans. It grants me the power to seize and dominate. No one who has fallen into this space has ever left alive. Zombie, when you destroyed us before, you weren't in this form. Show me your true form, the one that represents death and hatred. Outside, the thousand-faced blood moon kept tearing chunks out of the moon like it was a buffet. Huge pieces of the moon began breaking off and scattering into space. Within moments, nearly half of the moon had been destroyed. Down on Earth, people stared in shock. What the hell? The moon is disappearing. At that moment, another breaking news alert flashed across the screens. Massive lunar meteorites are crashing all over the world. Don't go outside, and if you can, just stay home and, well, die there. The remaining moon chunks that hadn't been consumed yet began raining down toward Earth. Thanks to Department Head Chen's quick orders, Guangzhou Province managed to blow up a giant meteorite with their missile defense systems just before it hit. Meanwhile, H-City was also under the protection of Ago and the others. We're barely holding the cities together, but if these two powerhouses keep battling, the whole planet is going to be toast. Suddenly, a massive boom reverberated near the moon prison. The whole chunk of ground it sat on was ripped straight out of the moon's surface. Alert! We've detected multiple prisoner escapes from the moon prison. Initiate capture protocols immediately. This stupid computer. Do you really think I want to escape? I'm begging you, lock me back up. Guards, come get me already. Outside the prison, Violet and the reporter were in even deeper trouble. Dear viewers, the moon has been completely destroyed. Although we're still alive, but not for much longer. But Violet refused to give up, holding on to her belief that Zombie would come through and defeat the enemy. As the prison got pulled closer to the thousand-faced blood moon, the gravitational force became unbearable. Looking up at the giant, horrifying blood moon, the prisoners freaked out. Isn't this a little much? You don't need to go this hard just to kill us off. Just as Violet and the others were on the brink of being swallowed by the blood moon, a massive boom echoed, and Zombie exploded out of its inner space. Zombie shot straight through the giant eye of the blood moon, tearing it apart in an instant. He swooped down, grabbed Violet and the others by their collars, and carried them back to the moon's surface. For the first time, Zombie's body showed signs of damage, his wounds flames burned from each one. Vero's body regenerated on the blood moon. Zombie, really? You had time to play hero? You'll pay for your arrogance. Zombie set Violet and the rest of the group down. You're so annoying. Always yapping away. Didn't you want to see what I looked like back then? Fine, I'll show you. As soon as he said that, the stones of the moon's surface began to float into the air. Then, under Violet's shocked gaze, the tips of Zombie's hair gradually turned white. His entire appearance started to shift and transform. He had transformed directly into the fifth form of mechanical zombie. The reporters froze, and then their jaws dropped. Oh my god, that's him. That's the monster that almost wiped out humanity. As Zombie revealed his new form, Vero's mind flashed back to a few months earlier. Out in the endless void of space, a massive city rested on the back of a colossal beast. Inside one of the grand buildings, Vero knelt on one knee, bowing deeply. Vero, the thought deity, greets the throne. The throne spoke slowly. Vero, you wiped out a primordial planet with over 10 billion lives, consumed their souls, and used them to strengthen your thought deity. Is this true? Lowering his head, Vero responded, yes, my lord throne. I devoured the fear and despair of 10 billion lives and spent centuries digesting their souls, allowing my thought deity, the thousand-faced blood moon, to evolve. On top of that, I've spent over 1,000 years studying every record about Zombie and perfecting my combat techniques against him. I am now capable of matching Zombie's most powerful form. The throne gave a slight nod. Very well. Since you're so confident, I grant you permission to act as the vanguard of our race and take revenge on Zombie. Upon receiving the command, Vero vowed with utmost determination, I will complete this mission without fail. However, reality delivered him a harsh lesson. Because at that very moment, Zombie had Vero's neck in a vice-like grip. Vero's eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. After thousands of years spent crafting a thought deity specifically made to counter Zombie, Vero couldn't believe he was already defeated before he even got the chance to use it. Zombie looked at Vero with an amused smile on his face. There's no need to look at me with such surprise. I've always been the nightmare of your divine age civilization. If it weren't for the fact that you ran away from this world like dogs with your tails between your legs thousands of years ago, how could you have survived until today? Vero roared in fury, don't get too full of yourself. The divine age civilization has evolved far beyond what it once was. And I still have many abilities to counter you that I haven't even used yet. Right after he said that, Vero's body began swelling like a balloon, and the blood sea around the blood moon started bubbling furiously. Violet's eyes went wide. Zombie, watch out. He's about to blow himself up. Hearing this, Zombie's lips curled into a cold smile. He then tightened his grip and instantly crushed Vero's neck. Immediately afterward, Zombie launched a massive punch straight into the heart of the thousand-faced blood moon. With a thunderous roar, the entire blood moon began to shake violently. The terrifying force of the punch pierced straight through the blood moon, and even humans on Earth were left dumbfounded by the horrifying sight. However, even with his head crushed, Vero still did not die. Instead, his body fused with the blood moon, and suddenly, countless copies of Vero began to emerge from it. Vero laughed maniacally. Zombie, I have long fused my life with my thought deity. As long as the thousand-faced blood moon exists, I can resurrect infinitely. You cannot kill me. Zombie gave a chilling smirk and said, you cowards who killed my brothers and ran off actually have the guts to show your faces again. Fine, I'll tear you apart piece by piece, along with that oversized ball, and relive the thrill of wiping out your civilization. Hearing this, Vero suddenly recalled something recorded in ancient texts. That's right, what you care about most is still your little brothers. In fact, even your current form was born after one of your subordinates was executed by us back then, wasn't it? Now, it's even more impossible for you to kill me, because, when you attacked me just now, I used the blood moon to control that woman who challenged me. Not only that, but I've also linked her consciousness to my thought deity. I can sense it. Her body contains your genes. She must also be one of your subordinates, right? Hearing this, Zombie glared coldly at Vero. You actually dare to threaten me with my friends? It seems that destroying your civilization back then taught you nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, Zombie casually threw a punch, instantly shattering the Vero clone in front of him. However, in the next moment, Vero's figure reappeared behind Zombie. Friends, that makes things even more interesting. You seem to care a lot about these lower beings. In that case, I'm dying to see what you'll do next. As he spoke, Vero controlled the thousand-faced blood moon and sent it hurtling toward Earth. Witnessing this apocalyptic scene, humanity on Earth fell into endless panic and began to flee in all directions. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister of Country B had already boarded the spaceship, ready to launch it immediately. Seeing this, Vero let out a loud, mocking laugh. Zombie, I can't wait to see what you'll do next. Will you save these lower beings or your friend, or will you save your friend? If you destroy the thousand-faced blood moon, your so-called friend will die with my thought deity. Even if she has your genes, there's no coming back for her. And now, you're running out of time. The thousand-faced blood moon is about to wipe out this entire civilization. Vero's tone was filled with smugness. For just a lowly subordinate, the demon who destroyed our civilization, how could he possibly care about these humans? But before Vero could finish, Zombie's figure disappeared on the thousand-faced blood moon. In the blink of an eye, Zombie reappeared directly beneath the blood moon. Zombie glanced up and said in an icy tone, "You talk far too much." As he finished speaking, Zombie suddenly threw a powerful punch, striking the thousand-faced blood moon with immense force. With a deafening roar, the sheer force of the attack caused the entire blood moon to quake violently. Under Vero's stunned eyes, the thousand-faced blood moon exploded into countless fragments. However, the power of this punch not only destroyed the blood moon but also caused Violet to disintegrate into nothingness. Vero froze in disbelief. He never thought Zombie would give up Violet just to save humanity. As his consciousness was about to fade, Vero mocked, "Zombie, you killed your own friend with your own hands. This time, what will you destroy in the name of revenge?" Hearing this, Zombie smiled faintly and grinned, "The destructive form I use for fighting can't do that. So, I'll just switch to another method." Just as he finished speaking, a red mark suddenly appeared on Zombie's forehead. In an instant, his appearance transformed once more, into the form he had previously used to resurrect humans. Seeing this, Vero was utterly stunned. Zombie slowly extended his palm forward, and with a simple motion, Violet, who had completely disintegrated, was instantly revived. As Vero's body began to crumble away, his consciousness screamed in frustration, "Why? I spent 1,000 years studying you, why have I never seen this form?"